Peace, peace. Just give me a second. Give me a second. Send me the link. That's all. right, all right, all right. So I sent the link to a few, you know. We'll get started briefly. Let me just make sure. Arando, Aronde, Amber, Miss Tiffany. All right, let me put the meeting. Let me put the Swazi inside the. I forgot to do it. I forgot how to do some stuff. All right. All right. This should be it right there. Fear Black, what up? So let me see something. Let me pause this share. What I'm gonna do? Let me go to one of these Match.com. Nah, how about Black People Meet? All right, there you go. Hell no. Hell no. Let me do Plenty of Fish. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. Hey. I had no idea what that noise is. Oh, that's Sean thing. All right. Let me go back. Just so I got something to look at. It's Miss Tiffany.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Oh, I'm not on mute. Okay, let me mute out. I'm just here, just waiting
Okay.
until.
Jody. Peace. Right, all right. Amber.
Peace, peace.
Peace. So let me do this right here.
Not the POF though.
No, you know why? Look, I had to because the other websites, if I log into them, you're gonna be looking at my account.
Oh shit! You got the Facebook join and the Amazon.
Now you know what? The Facebook thing my boy told me about, I just can't do Facebook nothing. I just don't know about Facebook.
But yeah, I don't know. It feel ashy.
Yeah, but I'm on everything else though. I'm on the Black, the BLK. I'm on the Plenty of Fish. I'm on the Tinder, because the only way you can speak on this type of stuff if you really are, dealing with it.
Oh, you talking about dating, like online dating? Because I don't deal with that now.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about dating in general. But to speak to everything, you got to be experienced with everything. You just can't give an opinion, or you can't give an overall.
Well, nobody can, because you're still not going to experience everything, because dating is different depending on where you at. Like
right. But the thing is, now I got you. But guess what? Online dating goes back all the way to I think 99. Like, I'm talking about real popular. Since like I think, well, now we know AOL is before that. AOL chats was like kind of but Black Planet is what took it to another level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that was about like 99, 2000. So from there, a lot of people relied on just online dating solely for any type of dates. So for a person, they call it cold pull-ups when somebody just walk up to a girl, right? Walk-ups, whatever. But if a person does walk-ups, if a person does walk-ups and we're only, how can that person really speak on online dating?
Right.
Right, and vice versa. Somebody's an online dating expert. How can they speak on like meeting the traditional way?
Right.
Right. So, but you have these gurus that's only all these got these platforms. I don't recall them giving their online dating, ID. So it's like, well, you can't speak on dating in general because that's a whole different ball game when you're online dating as opposed to walking up to somebody.
I'll just be trying to figure out how they be having all this time to give all this advice if they going on all these dates. Shit.
And that's another thing. Like some of them, this is my opinion. Some of them don't look too straight, like a straight up man.
Oh no, most of them. Sure.
Yeah, they be looking a little.
I know who you talking about though. I know you talking about thick of the thighs Samuel. You talking about hippie Samuel.
Yeah, that dude right there, man. If I gotta keep looking to make sure you straight, there's a problem.
I'm not gonna, but if there is no making sure, like what you gonna look at? All his shit was suspect, but I ain't gonna lie, the nigga is funny as fuck. And he funny as hell.
Yeah, this is my first time. I finally just watched the video because I keep hearing his name. So I said, all right, before I go live, I know his name gonna pop up. Let me just go ahead and watch some of his stuff. So he seemed like he's educated as well. He seemed like he got a good education. He's not some bamboo.
Child, he went to Hustle University.
But yeah, definitely. So
who else? Oh, hey, Miss Tiff.
She's on mute.
I need to get like her and put my cash app out there. Sure. Sure.
Hey. Yeah, so we got Oronde. I think Haskell. You already know he's gonna pull up.
Oh, no, Haskell gonna pull up with the bullshit. He's ready. He got his foot on the gas.
So if they pull up, matter of fact, let me send the link. If they pull up, just let them in. And so we're gonna do this a couple different ways. We want the daters to speak. When I say daters, I mean people who are
actively dating.
Yeah, exactly. And I want those who also been in long-term relationships, like still now, married or just, with somebody 10, 5, 20 years, whatever, because we want to know how did they find their significant other and keep that going for so long.
Oh, I don't know if I'm qualified. Shit, I'm single.
No, but that's good because you gotta have both sides. You gotta have both sides.
But I'm single, not dating. Shit.
No, but you did date, right?
I did.
Yeah. And are you saying you're not looking at all? Zero?
I ain't saying that. I never looked. I never looked. I just do me, and right guy approached me. He get to the second round, but
right.
I don't know. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not out. I'm not in spaces for anybody to even try to shoot their shot. So.
Yeah, well, the COVID-19 made it a little,
Oh, but I'm outside this summer though. Period.
Yeah. I mean, so when they shoot their shot and they make it to second round, because you already know when they shoot first of all, before you go outside, I'm sure you already know if you're gonna take anybody serious, your mind state going outside. I get, whatever. But you would know if you're planning on being serious, right?
Well, I'll say this: I don't never have a plan. I'm finna be serious. That's not how I do it. I just be having a good time. If I vibe with somebody and we continue to talk and it gets serious, that's something different. But I've never gone into something I want a serious relationship, or I've never looked for something serious. It's just something that happened.
You know what? So that's something also we could talk about, because like that's how I be doing things. I wouldn't open the door. I don't give a damn how much I'm vibing with somebody. If I don't plan on being serious, it's not gonna happen. Like my mentality gotta be open to seriousness. You know, like a serious relationship.
Like I agree to an extent, but like my mind is never closed, but it's never like, oh, I'm looking like I feel like let things happen organically. Like if you go looking for something serious, then the first thing that kind of appears to be what you want it to be, you're gonna just jump in there, you know, because that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people kind of force themselves into quote unquote serious relationships that ain't really organic, because they had in their mind that they wanted to be in a serious relationship before they even met the person that they wanted to be serious with. So, and for me, the natural order of things is for me to just let things do what they gonna do. You know, I don't have to go in with this intention of it becoming serious. It's just something that kind of just happens over time. Like, hey, check it. I want all your time. I don't want you talking to nobody else or dating nobody else. I want all your time. And then at that point, we can move forward if that's what I want. But, you know, outside of that, I'm not just like out here trying to, you know, snag nobody.
Right. And that's interesting, because I want to know other guys and girls, men and women, take on that. You know, when they, you know, single and they're going outside, are they more like you? Like, you know, just meet and greet. If things go further, they'll go with it if that's the way it's going. Or more like me, if their mind is made up, then that's what they're gonna do. And if it's not made up, then no matter what, it ain't gonna be nothing serious.
For me, if I'm never looking, well, I was never looking. I'm engaged now, but I was never looking. You know, I go out and I hang with my people and do what I do. If I meet somebody, fine. But if not, I'm cool with that too. But I'm not even gonna really entertain a woman. Well, I wasn't gonna entertain a woman if I wasn't, if we didn't have that connection and I knew I wasn't gonna be serious. I won't even entertain it if I don't feel something. And she can go on about her business.
So you said you were engaged?
Yeah, I'm engaged. I'm getting married in July.
Okay. And
Congratulations.
yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
So that's perfect. So let me ask you this: when did you first meet your fiance?
Crazy story. We actually met on social media, and we were just chatting back and forth, and then we kind of developed a friendship, exchanged numbers, but we were just friends. There was no little sneaky innuendos, no nothing. We were just friends. And she, it's a long distance relationship, but it's only an hour flight, so whatever. And when she first came to visit me and we were around each other, in person, it was like, oh shit. We both felt the same thing. So it was like, what are we doing? So, you want to try it? I said I wouldn't do long distance. I said I didn't want to date anybody who had any young kids, because I have kids I have two kids who are older and one that's younger, but I didn't want anybody with like a toddler. But then when we met, everything changed, because I knew what I had.
Period.
And here we are.
And how long ago was that?
That was when we first started dating. That was right before the pandemic. So
okay.
January of 2020.
Okay. Oh, cool.
And I knew she was real serious, bro, because when the pandemic hit, like I said, we were already friends first, and then the pandemic hit, and we had, hadn't been, with each other that long. So she hopped in a car and drove from Jersey to Detroit. She was like, "I want to be with you." And we were with each other. We were with each other for the whole pandemic. I mean, the whole, shutdown time. We were with each other.
Pandemic, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we still rocking.
That's interesting. And
I think that's important to me too. Like, it's one thing to like somebody in conversation, you know, it's a whole nother thing to actually enjoy their company, like live and in the flesh.
Yeah.
Because I've had plenty of situations where, like, yeah, we vibe, like we cool in conversation when we're not in each other's immediate space. But when we around each other, like, you low-key annoy me, or, you know, I don't, I mean, for real though. And I'm him, shit, I don't know. I'm just a little more, you know, straightforward about it, you know. But I mean, to me, that's important. Like, if I can't be around you in your space, you know, for an extended period of time, then it ain't gonna work.
And that's how I knew, because during the shutdown, you know, when everything was shut down, you know, I wasn't going to work. She was working here and there whenever she would be, you know, cooking for her client or whatever. But shit, we were with each other all the time. And I'm like, damn, you know, it's not like me to be around somebody all the time like that. So, you know, the fact that I could do that, that was it.
Yeah, that's definitely a great sign when you don't mind. I would say for me, I would say mine is, let me let somebody in. I would say mine is when I bring you around my family. You know, if you could make it that far, then that means I already tolerate your presence around me everywhere else. Because like that's the last thing I want to do. Cause my family nosy as hell, man. Where that girl go up? You know, man, nosy as hell. So if I bring you there, that means you're a keeper. I'm telling you, they gossip like a mug. Yeah, Rondell, where that girl at? Oh, he can't keep no reason. You know what I mean? They in my business. Telling my own story.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, my family is key too. But most of my family like me, like cool, laid back, you know, want to have a good time. Yeah, we're gonna talk our shit, but one thing we like, everybody talk shit in a group chat, but one thing that we don't do is like, you would never know if we felt the way about you. You just would never know it, because we're gonna treat you like you family when you in the midst of family, you know. Then behind the scenes, like, man, that little funny acting ass motherfucker, you know. Right. I mean, like, but other than that, you know, you never gonna get no disrespect or no, you know, like sideways comments. We gonna embrace you, and if it gets to a point to where we about ready to disrespect you, then that family member gonna know. Just don't bring them to family functions, because they be trying it and we ain't for it, you know. But other than that, like, if you could deal with me, you could probably deal with my family. Now, the only person that I would say I have to give people warning about is my mom, because she's not like your typical mom. You know, she's like a young 22-year-old living her best life, cussing motherfuckers out on Facebook. Like, I like this. You gotta give her a little space. You know, you just tread lightly with her. Don't talk too much. Don't tell her you got no money, because she don't give a fuck about asking you for none. Like, I'm just chill.
So where are we at in the conversation? I had to jump off for a call. Was there something like a question posed?
Not really. We just kind of talking about our dating styles. Like, Unbiased was saying how he's the type that you know, he kind of know what he know what he's going to entertain before he go into it. So if he not looking for a serious relationship, he don't really care how the vibe is. It won't become a serious relationship. Rondé was saying how he is more like kind of like me, like not necessarily looking, but if it happened, it happened, you know. And that's kind of where we are right now.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm interested to know, like, how people, like, where's their mind at when they go ahead and go date, and for them listen to, people mind just not really on anything specific. They just go out there, run into what they run into, and things happen. I didn't know that. I'm thinking people think like me, like, you know what? All right, I'm ready to be serious. Let me go out there and play the field.
Well, I think that's good, Unbiased. You should. I mean, I think the problem that we see in the dating space in our community is that there are no goals set. I'm not saying that we can't have our fun, but I think it also depends on your age. I mean, once you get a certain age in life, unless you just really just want to be about tomfoolery, then I guess you're not going to really care. You're going to just shoot from the hip. But if you have certain things that you want for your life and where you see how you see where you want it to go, then you're going to date with a purpose. So I think that's a good thing. I'm biased.
Well, I want to give a little pushback on that, because I think people misunderstand that if you're not looking for nothing, that means you just out here just wilding out, and that's not necessarily means. Like, it just means I'm not pressed to have a relationship. Like, and nothing, not that there's anything wrong with it, but to me, my life can still be a great life without a relationship. If it happens, it happens. But if it doesn't, I'm not like messed up about it. So for me, I'm not the type of person that has a checklist like, oh, I want a husband. I want this amount of money in the bank. I want this, that, and the third. I want my kids to go to school here. Like, I'm just not that type of person. And it's nothing wrong with people that are, but I think really there's a conflict, not that there's anything wrong with that or anything wrong with my way. I think the conflict comes in where people are dating people that aren't like them.
Exactly.
Right? So if you're dating with intention and this person is not, you're trying to convince them that they should be dating with intention, and they're trying to convince you should be, more easygoing, then there's a conflict there. So my thing is, if you have intention, yeah, it's good to kind of verbalize that, so you know that the other person that you're entertaining, if they're dating with intention, versus like somebody that's laid back and ain't looking for nothing. And I tend to link up with people that's laid back and ain't looking for nothing, and it turns into something that is very intentional. But we wasn't like at odds in the beginning because you're looking for something and I'm not, and now I feel pressure to be where you're at. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I completely understand what you're saying. I guess I was, and you're a smart, intelligent woman. You have a lot of wisdom, but there's a lot of us out there. I mean, we could use some standards in terms of dating and what that is. So I get it. Like, a relationship shouldn't define us. And I can say I can relate to, just being open to dating and the possibilities that it may bring. But I also know that once something shows up that doesn't fall in alignment with my values or standards, then I'm not gonna stick around for that. I was more like thinking about a lot of the broken relationships that we see. Again, like you said, it's because people are not, I don't want to use a Christianity term, but they're not equally yoked. That's really the best way to express it. And you have a lot of children being born out of these relationships where people are just hooking up and there's no real intention set. I'm not saying all the time, but I think we know where I'm coming from with that. And then it just breeds just more and more and more dysfunction because there's no overall values or standards set when it comes to how we are dating or coupling up.
Yeah, now we're gonna get there a little later.
Now I can agree, but to me that's more of a reckless thing, and that's not even a dating thing. That's just a irresponsible thing because children come. Yeah, children, and I mean, even when you intend, because it's a lot of people that get divorced and it just goes to shit. Like, oh, you thought you married this man that was going to be a great father and he done ducked out on you and the kids. So like, to me, that's more of a lack of character kind of thing, or, irresponsibility and maturity, and not necessarily how you date, but really underdeveloped mentality in whatever relationship you in.
Agree.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you would be a bad online dater, Amber. You and Orande, because online they want to know straight up: are you looking for a serious date, or are you just playing the field? They want to know it immediately. Like, that's in your profile. So I guess you guys would have put something like just looking, something like that. But like most people on those dating apps, those dating websites, they want to know. Like, even myself, I look at, I read it. If I don't see serious, nothing with the SER, I'm good. Skip.
But my
So
question
you might,
is,
yeah,
so with the online dating, because you could say anything in your profile, right?
yeah,
So
yeah, of course.
are you running into situations where people, because this is just from my experience, which is why I don't typically put out like my standards of what I'm attracted to in a guy out to a guy. Like when they say looking for, that's a question I never answer. Because
Right.
if I tell you, all you're going to do is maneuver
Be
to
that
try
person.
to fit
Right.
into that for the time
Yeah.
in. And, you know, so for me, like, do you run into issues where you still in situations where people say they want that serious dating thing, and then maybe a week, 2 weeks in, or however long, you're realizing that, wait a minute, this serious quote unquote dating is not aligning with my idea, or, you know, my vision for how this should flow and go?
Yes. So I'm gonna speak to both what you said. So I agree with the what do you like. I don't do that either, and I don't advise that. So what I'm experiencing, and the suggestion I would have, is that you just talk about yourself. That's it. If the person like what you're saying about yourself, then, you know, if you're genuine, I believe that they'll holler at you. But yes, so then the other thing is this. What I've noticed is a couple of them I've been on the phone with, and you know, I noticed that some of them are just serial daters. Like they just like dating. That's it. They just like dating. They don't plan on being serious. They don't plan on probably meeting up. Like they just like dating. I guess it buys time or it accompanies them. Yeah. So when you get on the phone with some of these people, yeah, you realize that they're just in my opinion, just a serial dater. Like they're not in here. They're not on this website for like love and the future and none of that stuff.
Right, which is, you know, that's my pet peeve with dating apps. I really, yeah, I don't really have a lot of time to waste. If I'm gonna date, then for me, I'm gonna be dating for a purpose. Otherwise, I'm good being single, happy, all that. But it's just a lot of.
Quick question. So when you say single, do you mean like single and not entertaining nobody, like just like all alone, no little dip, no nothing?
Yeah, I don't get down like that. No little dip. I don't need that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'd rather just be alone. Because for me, it's just, it begins to be too much drama otherwise. And that's just from growth, you know, because of course we go through things in life, and that's how we kind of come to the conclusion of what works for us and what doesn't. So I've had to go through some things to like really understand what works for me and what doesn't. So, I mean, I've known some people
single like that too, but
go ahead.
Some people think single is like, I don't know, like still, like when I think of myself as being single, I mean like single. I'm not entertaining nobody. I'm not like, you know, of course I have like exes that I still communicate with and stuff like that, but we're not dating, or we're not, you know, we just keeping in communication. So when I say single, I mean like single, like I'm not entertaining nobody. I'm not going out on dates. There's no dip, you know, I'm single, minding my business, drinking my water.
Right. I'll feel you on that side. But then, you know, there's also this thing where people who want to be married, if that's your goal, you know, there's also the conversation that you're single until you're married. So you're single, but dating.
Right.
There's also that piece. So, you know, so a lot of us date like we're married, and quote unquote, and we're not.
Right. That's kind of how I date.
Okay, like you married?
Like, who you on the phone with? Yeah, like who you know?
Oh.
Yeah. If I'm 6-7 months in, now the first 3 months, I expect women to say they're single, but I expect that they're actually dating. It's just light dating. You know, they might have a date here and there, see this guy, on the phone with this guy. I kind of expect that because I'm coming from nowhere, right? I'm just trying to get in the mix. But the minute I feel like the things are shaping up, pointing towards me, and we're in 4 months in, I feel like, yeah, I need most of your time, you know.
Do you make that clear? Or do you make that clear, or do you just kind of like don't even address it? Because that's where things
So
can
I
get
definitely
tricky
make
too.
it clear around the 3, 4, 5 month period. I definitely make that thing clear.
Okay, that's
Like,
good.
all right, yeah, what are we doing here? Because before we go any further, like, what's going on, like with these friends? Yeah, so I make that real clear.
Good.
So I won't. Because one thing I don't do is the miscommunication thing, where I didn't know or I didn't know. Like we both didn't know. No, we don't do that. Like I'm gonna know. Get that in the book real quick.
Excellent.
Oh well, I'm a. I have issues with commitment, low key. So yeah.
You're not having that conversation? Is that what you mean?
Child, listen, I'm not doing it. They bring it up, then I'm just like, that's just, I don't like, what are we? I'm just like, I'll find out. And now I just have my way of, cause to me, like, I don't know, maybe I overthink things, but in my mind, because I've seen it play out, not necessarily for me, but I've seen it play out where you dating somebody, it's you feeling them, you feel like they feeling you same way, you have that conversation, and there's this sense of, dang, if I don't give this person what they want, I'm gonna lose out. You know what I'm saying? So let me commit. Even if I'm not necessarily ready to commit, let me commit because I don't want the other alternative of them possibly not being around. So for me, I just kind of feel like that's not nothing I ever want to present because I don't want to put anybody in a position to overcommit, commit to something that they really wasn't ready for, but they kind of feel like they've been put on the spot.
I see. Well, that's why communication is important. That's why.
Yeah, communication is really important, and that's how I knew,
Yep.
I was, ready to make that, take it to the next level and get married because, like my fiance is my best friend, like for real. And even before we, were a couple, that's, the level we were on. And it was like, okay, it was just simple, easy. And we can just talk about anything. I don't have to hide anything from her. She doesn't have to hide anything from me. And yeah, so the communication is real simple. And that's, if you don't have that, for me, I lost my train of thought. But for me, that's like the most important part is that communication. And if I feel like I have to say, like, who are you talking to or whatever, if you don't feel like I'm important enough to you to just say, oh, yeah, I was on the phone with so-and-so or whatever, and vice versa, then, what are we doing? If I have to ask you that, nah.
Right.
Yeah, and that's another
Is that
thing.
something you all share when you're dating with like when you're entertaining other people or you're dating? Do you even date other people at the same time?
I've never done that. I don't have time for it. It's too much of a headache.
Right.
Yeah, I've never done that.
My attention span low. I can't even find that many people I like to be dating. I'm dead ass. I really can't.
Right.
Yeah, I'm probably the same way, man. Like I'm like, it's like really hard to like win me. But I'm gonna say this though, like as far as the friends thing, you got these friends, okay, even the female friends. I want to meet everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You got kids, no problem. I'm gonna meet them too.
Mm-hmm.
That's the type of guy I am. I want to meet everybody.
Good. I like that.
Yeah. Now I will say I guess I'll be like trying to be traditional, but not non-traditional.
At the same time.
At the same time, because it's just certain things that I'm not conditioned to do. Like the asking, what are we? I'm just not gonna bring that up. If he bring it up, to me, it's less pressure coming from a guy if they bring it up. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
but if a girl bring it up, then guys to me have a higher propensity to lie. like, oh yeah. So for me, they bring it up. Okay, yeah, that's a discussion we can have. Same thing with like meeting family. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I want you to meet my mom, this, that, and the third, or I want you to like. It's been times where they're like, oh, what you finna do? Oh, I'm finna go do here, there, and that. Oh, damn, you ain't invite me. I want to go. Like, oh, well, shit. You want to go, but yeah, you can come along. Like, to me, I want them to show that they're interested in getting to know my family and other, like, so I'm not gonna put it out there. I'm gonna present the opportunity for them to make it known if that's something that they want to do, and then if they, okay, all right, so now you want to meet the fam, all right, cool.
But that's kind of like, that falls in line with how you said your dating style is. Because in the beginning, it's kind of like whatever. And if it goes somewhere, then fine. So that kind of like makes sense that that's how you're comfortable with that style. I think for me, as I've gotten older, and because I have certain goals in mind when it comes to relationship and what I wanted to lead to, I spot things early. It's not even about asking a whole lot of questions, but you can really get an idea of what a person's intentions are very early on. And you can decide, if you want to be dealing with that same little whatever in the next 3 months. Because usually people in the beginning, they're trying to show you their best version of themselves.
Yeah.
And typically, so if the best version of themselves got certain red flags,
it's over. Right.
It's over.
Yeah, you got flaws in the best version of yourself, it's over.
Yeah, that's why we were saying before you came on, I forgot that part, about time, like real, like in person, not just on the phone or not just texting, like really spending time around that person in their space. And I'm actually not big on going out and dating, like in public spaces, because people tend to kind of put on in public spaces. Like, yeah, we can do that too, but no, I want to be around you. I want to be around you when you're at the crib chilling, watching TV. I want to see how you respond to certain, like, I just want to experience who you are. And then, draw my conclusion as to whether or not we're going to fit based off that.
But
well, let me ask this.
I don't want you in my house.
Go ahead, Orlando.
I was just gonna say to Amber, for me anyway, that would include going out because I want to see how she acts when we're out, and what she's how her manners are and how she's reacting to other people. Is she gonna be all closed off, or does she have a good time? What? So I want to see it all.
Yeah, how you treat the staff at the restaurants.
Yeah, horrible experience. I'm with Amber on that one. I think me and Amber got a lot of things in common. I'm on her with that one. Like the going out thing, I mean, I'll do it. That's no problem. But I ain't really, like, that's not something I have to do. Like, I could just chill. You come over, I come over. I go to your grandma's or aunt, whatever, for a little while. I don't mind the going out thing, but I don't really care for it either.
Because to me, that's not something I'm going to do in our relationship. Like, if you have to, we have to always be out. You always want to go to dinner. You always want to go to a movie. We're not gonna work because that's not how I move in real life. Like in real life, I don't do all, like I go out to eat. I go out to a movie, but it's sporadic. I don't like being around people like that. Not people I don't know. So for me, it's more likely that we're gonna go to poker night at my cousin's house and we're gonna play poker. We're gonna chill. We're gonna have some drinks. Or like, and if you cool with like that type of environment, then we gonna be lit. But if you feel like you always want to go out, or this comedy show, this concert, this person gonna be at the club, we not gonna work because I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not gonna be doing all of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like to be active, so it's definitely important for me to be with that person in active environments outside of the home. So I tend to not want you in my house for a while in the beginning. For a while. or
yeah, that's funny.
And vice versa.
Really? Yeah, that would like drive me crazy. Like, so when I'm coming over.
Now my question is, because I know a lot of women feel that way. So my question is it a safety thing? because I can understand like not initially like day 2 you over my crib, but like we talking 3 and 4 weeks in. If I really feel like I can't trust you in my space, that's gonna be like a red flag. So is it for me? I'm gonna be kind of like, why they can't come over? If I have an issue trusting them, then should I even be entertaining them? So is it a safety thing, or is it just you don't want to make a mistake that you feel like you're gonna regret by getting, intimate or whatever? Like, is it like, which one is it for you? Or is it all of it?
Well, I think when I was younger, the last part of what you said would apply. Yeah, because when you're in close quarters with someone of the opposite sex, as a woman, it tends to like invite certain things that you didn't anticipate. So I've learned and gathered that it's just safer to keep that at bay for as long as possible while you're trying to figure out if you even want to like entertain this person seriously. So with that, I agree. Like if you don't feel like you can trust them in your personal space, you shouldn't deal with them. And I'm not saying it's a red flag like that, but for me, it's just a process. That process could be 4 weeks. It could be 8 weeks. It really all depends on how those dates go and how those conversations go, honestly. But it certainly won't be right off the bat. Not even anywhere near that.
Okay. Now, I know that that's been people's experience because, like I said, I am a woman, and I, have relationships with women who that's been their experience. But I've never like had a dude over my crib that was like pressed, and that's another thing. Like I kind of pick up on stuff early, like certain things that some women would be like, "Oh, I'm flattered by," I get turned off by, because to me, like, "Oh, you trying to go there on the sneak." Like you trying to go there when you got some sexy lips, or you got block,
right,
delete, like, because you already thinking on another level that you ain't walked your way to yet. So I like when they come to my space, that's not never really a thing. Like if I say we coming over to watch a movie, nigga, you coming over to watch a movie, I ain't never accidentally gave no nigga no pussy. Like never. It's never happened. If I say that's what we doing, that's what we doing. Like, so don't come over here thinking you're going to talk me out of something, because you finna talk yourself out of a relationship you potentially could have had, because now you done got on my nerves. But I've never really had that happen in my space. Now, of course, you go to a guy, they might, want to watch a movie that they know got some imagery in it that like, oh, you thought this was going to do something. And it didn't. Bye.
Somebody says, so are you going half on the dates?
I'm a person whoever establishes the date, i.e., let's go out this weekend, that's who should be responsible for paying.
Yeah, I don't do half on dates.
I don't do half on dates. Okay.
But I also don't ask. I have maybe.
Yeah, I don't ask niggas on dates. So
yeah, I don't either. Like that's may have literally.
It depends how I met you. It all depends how I met you. If I met you online, we're gonna have.
You said if
I met you in person, I'll pay it.
Yeah, I've never asked. First of all, I've never asked a man out on a date. But even with guys that I've dated, I've never initiated. Let's go out. It usually kind of just happens. But even if I have, I don't know. It's never been the expectation that I need to pay on a date. There's been a few. What I would say, bad experiences overall, where the man may act like that. But yeah, I don't deal with that.
Yeah,
that's a huge turn off.
Agree. I'm not asking you on a date. I'm not saying, oh, let's do this. Let's do that. That's not really my thing. I kind of tell you what I'm finna do. And if you want to come along, then cool. But I've been in a situation where I've actually wanted to pay. And this was after we've been together for quite some time, but I just don't typically deal with guys that would even allow me to. Like, if I really want to pay, I gotta like sneak to the bathroom, pay the tab, and do it like that. Cause
Exactly.
I go to reach for my purse and they looking like, baby, what is you doing?
What is your problem? Exactly. So, yeah.
Yeah, that part is tricky because sometimes I think I like when a woman pay for the date because to me, I feel like that's confirmation that she likes me.
Somebody says, I'll be taking Tiffany to the hospital cafeteria on the first date. No, you won't. You won't be going out with me at all. Oh, gosh.
The hospital
cafeteria.
So I'm going to tell you at work. I don't know. I might do the hospital. Are you at work? What's your job there? Why are we at the hospital cafeteria?
I mean, it could be at the country club hospital cafeteria. Anyway, so I met this guy, right, just off the fly, and he wanted to, hang out with me for a little bit, and so I obliged. It was no big deal. So somebody I just met, and so he makes it a point to make this announcement, which I didn't understand why, because he's just now meeting me. So he makes the point to announce to me that, I usually don't spend no money on the first date. And I'm thinking to myself, why are you even telling me that? This man is 50 plus years old. So, I mean, if nothing else was...
You know why he told you that. He wants to feel like he was doing something special for you. That he wants you to feel like, oh, you special. Because I normally don't do this. Just like a woman saying, I normally don't kiss.
No, he was letting me know. He was letting me know not to expect him to pay any money when we go out the first time. So, but the thing is, while we're out, you want me to spend time with you, and you kept reiterating how good I was making you look in your car, this, that, and the third. And you don't even want to take a sister to get some ice cream? Are you kidding me? So we ended that. So I ended that situation real quick.
No, you didn't end it, Tiffany. He ended it by saying that stupid stuff. He ended it.
But I mean, but the killing part is he's saying that, but he's been saying that for quite some time because it's been working on somebody.
It's been working on somebody.
It's been working on somebody, and that's what kind of gets me like, because no matter what, a lot of women are so thirsty to have something that they just accept anything. And while I might not be looking for nothing, even in my not looking for nothing, you still gonna treat me a certain way.
You still gonna treat me right. Exactly.
So let me ask the women this. So what are some unrealistic standards for like men that they have for women? That's going to be a deal breaker, like for sure.
I don't think that anybody's standard is unrealistic. It depends on who you trying to date. Like, my thing is, when it comes down to, like, I'm not gonna knock nobody for their standards. Your standards is your business. But you just have to know that the more standards you have, the smaller that pool is gonna get. And at the end of the day, you can't be saying, well, I want these standards, but you in this pool of people that don't meet none of them standards, but then you expecting them to, transform into that. No, you setting yourself up for failure. So I don't think a guy's standards, like when people say, oh, I only date light-skinned women or I only date white women, I don't get offended by that because I date niggas that date black women. You know what I'm saying? So our standards don't align. I'm not mad that that's your standard. That's your business.
Because where I'm getting at, I see there's an issue, with the dating scene when it comes to black men and black women. Especially the older we get, there's like a huge disconnection. And like I'm hearing it, all of us are given experiences where the disconnection is definitely there. So I'm trying to like pull out some solutions, that can, or some suggestions.
So what are some issues you see right now where there's a disconnect as far as standards of men? So what do y'all hear some feedback or some pushback on? Name a standard that you have that you be like, women don't be getting it or they don't understand or whatever the case.
Okay, so like for example, like the women that some women. They might be capping, I don't know, but they definitely express this online where they like pretty much be building a man. Like, you got to be this height, you got to have this type of haircut, you know, like they actually build a man. And I'll be in their profile, I'll be looking like, are you serious? Like, cause you know that's not how relationships really happen. Like, they just happen sometimes. Sometimes be somebody you would never be checking for normally. You know, just how things go, and that's who you end up being with. But if you build this man in your mind, then you're never open to who's really out there for you.
They unbiased.
So yeah.
Oh, go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I was done.
Okay, for me, I actually love when women do that because that lets me know not even waste my time.
Period.
That's the mind state you got. I'm like, that. Okay, I ain't even gotta waste my time. I don't care how good you look or how funny you are. None of that. I ain't gotta waste my time. So you go ahead and go find your imaginary dude and keep it rolling. So I love it personally.
I agree. To me, I think that people shouldn't fight against people vocalizing stuff like that. Like, no, let them vocalize all their standards, and you say, you saved me because I thought I liked you until you said that stupid shit. Like, to me, that's like easy. You ain't even they don't even make the cut. Like, I don't know. To me, that's not like a problem. I think people go ahead, put all your standards out there, and eventually it'll correct itself as this has been done for quite some time. Because what I've realized, because men will say, well, women want this and women want that, but y'all know that's not how shit laying and how shit rocking. It's a lot of women that have all these standards, and when they find out that this perfect man ain't stepping up and checking for them, if they are stepping up, then them standards start to get lower and lower and lower. It be the ones that be loudest with the, oh, he gotta have this a bank account, he gotta have this, he gotta have that. They be dealing with some of the bummiest ass niggas. Like, so for me, I don't even understand why y'all take it seriously half the time. Because more often than not, women don't even know what women want. If you ask them what makes them valuable, what they're bringing to the table outside of having a job, having a crib, basic adult shit, they can't really verbalize that. So I don't. Same thing with some men. If that, I want this, I want that. Well, what qualifies you to have that kind of woman? What qualifies you to have that
Kevin?
Kind of
okay, Kevin. Okay, Kevin Samuels in the building.
Amber.
She right though. I mean, she killing it.
I couldn't get my phone on.
I was gonna say,
don't you never call me no Kevin Samuels. Don't never.
That's funny.
Hey, you know what though? My first time listening was today, and like some things he said, I've been saying it too. So it might sound like I'm a listener. I'm really not. But
what do you agree with? I'm trying to figure out, what do men agree with? I mean, men that I tend to think are cool, like yourself. So what is it that he's saying that you personally agree with? Can you detail that, list that out?
Don't do it unbiased.
The video I watched really dealing with.
It's a setup.
The video I watched wasn't really dealing with nothing like that. He was like pretty much just critiquing like black women on, I guess, like dating, something like that. So I don't know what a high value man is. I keep hearing about that. I don't know what it is. So I'm like really a newbie as far as that. But I will say what Amber just said. I was thinking the same thing when I see these women saying you got to be.
I see what height. You did there, unbiased, but that's cool. You weren't specific. Mm-hmm. But go ahead.
Good job.
So I see women saying I want a man this height, but then don't listen to her height. So I'm like, well, hold on, maybe, because really, what if you're too short for me, or too tall for me? Like, okay, I'm your height. Okay, cool. I'm the height you want. You're not the height I want. You're too short or you're too tall.
Look, my perspective on what he says is like, because I've only watched I've watched the Joe Budden podcast with him, and that's what put me on to him for real.
Oh, and damn, he got a podcast with Joe Budden. I got to watch it. I know that.
Yeah, it just came out the other day, and that's kind of what put me to watching him, because I saw like I remember I was on your status, I think, Amber, and we was talking about the dude but I had never watched him at that point. But I just watched him on Joe Budden, and then I just watched one of his videos that he had with somebody who called into his show, with a female that called into his show. So my take on what his perspective is that a lot of women who have these standards and complaints about other men, themselves don't live up to the standards and complaints that they have about other men. So a lot of times he's asking you rhetorical questions like, well, what do you like about this man? Can this man support you and your baby? Like, if he can't, then why are you with him? What's your thought process behind being with this man if he is not what your standards are calling for? And he's basically just trying to see your logic and thought process behind why you chose to be with this man. You know what I mean? Whether or not you're raising kids that didn't come from you, or you have this man raising a child that didn't come from that man, or just basic life things that he was just kind of like probing these women to see. And it was more so like, if you feel like you should deserve or have these standards, that you should be doing the things in your own life that will put you in circles of meeting men in those types of areas or standards that you desire. Feel me?
But you put it a nice cleaned up way.
I mean, that's my perspective.
Because that ain't necessarily how he comes off. And I'm not saying
I agree that that's a lot of what he does, but he just has a very abrasive and really
but come on, y'all know we on the internet here, so people feed off of drama. Like, drama sells.
Of course,
you know what I'm saying? He wouldn't
like here's what I have to say that a lot of people don't talk about, and it bothers me, because women oftentimes get a pass and they're not held accountable. Like, we can't talk about how Kevin Samuels addresses Black women, especially directly, without addressing the Black women that go to him for advice, knowing that this is how they're gonna talk to him. Like,
I agree.
The elephant in the room.
And
like,
that's the crazy part about it to me.
Yeah, I was shocked to him call in.
Yeah, what makes him an authority? Like, why are you seeking his validation? What qualifies him to tell you how to be a better woman or how to attain a high value man? What makes him a high value man? What makes him the expert on how to obtain a high value man?
He's
exploiting that.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. It's a hustle, and as long as people are looking for validation, it's always gonna be somebody to hustle you. So I say kudos to him. He getting his bread. I don't got nothing against the man. I don't care how he talks to motherfuckers, because they call into his show to get talked to crazy.
And look, that was my perspective, right? Because like I just said, I only watched him off of that one Joe Budden joint, and him talking to other guys in a podcast format, he came off a lot better than he did from the podcast that I watched after that, when a female called in and was talking about her problems. But from me already listening to him have that conversation with other guys who I think he deems is on his level, at least a level of respect, should I say? Like, I just saw that he was selling what people want to see. Like females call him because they want to get talked to like that.
Men too. It's this whole wave of men that aren't really in the high value bracket, but that's their goal is to be high value so that they can attract the kind of woman they want. They want that.
What is the high value thing?
Can I just say this? The woman that the mantra that he has is the 3 F's. Men want fine, fit, and friendly. That's what you need to be. Fine, fit, and friendly.
Yeah.
That's it.
But the whole thing is he's playing the guys as well, because they're adopting this mentality that's what that's all it's gonna take. A bag, and you won't get somebody that's fine,
fit and friendly.
And they're paying him to tell him. I mean, basically, they paying him to blow smoke up their ass. Like, he's fucking winning. Like, I
he is winning.
I mean, who's not doing that though? Like everybody's doing that to a certain degree on these platforms of entertainment. You know what I mean? Like
I
it
agree.
happens, man. You kind of gotta take it with a grain of salt with a lot of the shit. That's why, like, I don't follow the dude, like, but you know what I mean? You have to be aware of the conversations going on around your peers. So I did have to listen to him, but I'm definitely not one of those dudes who's gonna subscribe or follow him because the more you listen to it, the more you can tell it's just bullshit. Like I mean, he's not lying, but I mean,
And
it's just bullshit.
I have
It's
a
not
theory.
genuine.
Like, to me, there are some people that's just born with the sauce, and there's some people that's just fucking not. And the knots think that they can blend in to being saucy. And so for them, they like, oh, I'm doing it. I'm fitting in. I'm doing it. It's like somebody that been dancing since they was the age 2, you know, trained. And then here comes somebody jumping in and they think they look the same. But people that are trained on the technique, they know you faking at it. So they think that they getting away and that they passing themselves off as this, you know, super exclusive, desirable man or woman. But whole time, the people that really been about that their whole fucking life, they know you're faking. They know this.
Right.
You don't know it because you're trying to pretend to be one of them. But the people that's authentically that, they know you're faking it. So you're gonna end up with a motherfucker that don't know no better. You know, that's who you, or somebody that's gonna catch a fool and bump his head. Point blank, period.
Yo, peace, y'all. Peace, y'all. I'm just tapping in. What's good? What's good, Zed? Hey, my thing is this: like, this is how I look at those people like Kevin Samuels or whatever. Like, you know, relationships are complicated. Love is complicated. You know, having a relationship and having kids and that whole process is complicated. Anybody that comes along and tell you that shit is simple, they lying. That's just it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no like one trick pony to like become successful, or hey, do this and you'll be rich. Do this and you get the girl you like. There's no shit like that. My thing, like, it's like when you look at a female would look at a women's magazine, right? And the women magazine will be telling the girls what a man wants. Like, and a man magazine will be telling them.
Right.
And like, you know,
like,
that
it's one big man.
Want. Like,
right. It's one big man.
Yeah, we think like females like another species. We like, yo, man, I swear to God. Man. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it'd be better if we just listen to women tell us what they want. And then women listen to
Not
men
even women. Listen to the woman you're interested in and tell you what they want. Because it's not another motherfucker on the planet that can speak for me.
Just in general, so you have at least a more general perspective of, because like a lot of time men will say what they want, like, because a lot of time men should be we be real simple about shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
bro, the problem is that men usually don't. I'm gonna speak for myself. I don't usually have a problem speaking or saying what I want. But women that I've encountered, this is my opinion, that I've encountered, usually have an idea of what they want, and they want you to fit in that box. And from that idea, it's not usually based off of reality. It's usually based off of some TV show they watched or some movie they watched that they fell in love with, and they expect this fairy tale type of thing, and that doesn't exist. Like you said, relationships are complicated. There's no one size fits all. So every individual that you deal with has to be treated differently within a certain window of spectrum. But I do believe that some women have a fairy tale perspective that has been not placed, but has been influenced by society. You know what I mean? Which has a lot of cause and effect happening from people not being in long-lasting relationships or not actually being with the person that they want instead of just dealing with somebody.
Now I can agree with that to an extent. I'm not the fairy tale kind of person. But
that's why we fuck with you.
Yeah, I see it a lot though. But so for me, I'm like, we can enjoy each other. And although I'm like you say, men don't have no problem with saying what they want. Women kind of have this idea. Now I can agree there. I have this idea of what I want, and I'm not gonna necessarily verbalize that. I'm just gonna, okay, don't fit there. Okay, that was something that I could be negotiable on. It wasn't a hard, have to have. So then, but as things come off the list, and I'm gonna just pop up with, oh, this ain't working, because now I know that you don't kind of fit. And it's not superficial shit like, oh, he gotta make this much or he gotta look this way. Like, I'm really more about how you treat me and where do our values align? Like, if they align in those core areas. I'm big on family. I'm big on community. I'm big on, purpose, ambition. Like, I'm big on you having a passion for life and people. Even if you don't necessarily, because I don't necessarily like being around people, but I still have a passion for people. So stuff like that, like we have to have some common interests in order for me to progress into something else. And if I feel like you talking about shit that I just don't care about, like rap beef or some street shit, like we're not gonna match up. We gonna.
What about video games?
Video games. If you're in, I don't mind a guy that plays video games, but if that's like your life, then you childish. I'm moving around. But I mean, that's just me. Like everybody got their little thing. Like hell, the other day I was twerking in my goddamn room, dancing in the mirror. Like everybody got their little out of. But that's not something I'm gonna be doing every day. I'm not finna be going out every night. Like it's just certain things that I'm not gonna do. Everybody got to have their little outlet of something that they like to do though. So that's not like a big deal. But if that's like your daily thing, like you're going to spend 6-7 hours on the game, I'm trying to get my funds off the game. I'm not finna be having no man that sit on the game for 6-7 hours at a time. Like absolutely not.
I know niggas like
I want to speak to some stuff Zen was saying. So when the one size that fit all, like the Band-Aid preachers, you got the herbalists, right? The people in that field where if you're sick, take this herb, it cures everybody with your illness. Like that's that Band-Aid preaching, And now you got the dating coach guys with the same Band-Aid preaching. So if I was to do dating coaching, because I look at myself as a solutionist. So when I was looking at the apps and I was talking about the women with their unrealistic standards, it wasn't really for me because I'm doing what Arande said. I'm just bye. But as a solutionist, I want to solve that person's problem. I'm like, dang, if she only knew because you might not even know what you're doing is like, damaging. You'll be, because these women, I'm 43, so these women are up there. They 40, they 45, 48, and I'm like, I'll be feeling sad for them. Like, you're gonna be, single forever. Like with those standards, they just silly. So that's the angle I'm coming from. That's the angle I'm coming from. I'm looking for more like how can we resolve these issues and give a more realistic outlook?
Well, I will say there are some women who have their standards and being single forever is not like a threat to them. Then there are some who definitely want to be in a relationship, and they may be willing to adjust those standards in order to achieve it. So you speaking to those people
over 30, you probably need to adjust some standards if you really want to.
And that's the thing.
Like if you have to have one, you understand what I'm saying? Like then it makes sense. But for some people, like, I got my standards and I'm not adjusting them. And I wouldn't give a damn how hard it is to find, or if I'm single forever, so be it. Like that's right. Like a threat to me.
Yeah. Now I'm assuming that they don't want to be single forever because that's when they're dating that. They're trying to find somebody. And so when I see these,
but they want to act like that. They want to act like they can be single for the rest of their life because you like the nigga.
And look, I want to say this.
They want to act like they can be single. I'm sorry, will you repeat that?
You might get in trouble.
Rescind.
That was a typo.
Instead of at a certain point with whatever you're doing in life, if you've changed other things, like for this example, we're talking about men. So if you changed the men that you've been messing with throughout the years, and you're now in your 30s or mid through 30s, or maybe even older than that, and instead of trying to adjust your ways, you're still trying to find the next man that could fit your perspective, should I say? That's what I mean. I just simplified it in a real niggerish way, so don't take that personally.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
Because I think
So
there's this
point,
thing, I feel like there's this thing out there that, a woman, not man, but a woman must be defined by whether she's in a relationship or not. And that's getting old. She has to have kids, and she got to have a man in order to be.
But that's what you want. That's not what
every woman wants. Every woman does not want children. Every woman does not want to be married.
That's what I just said, sis. If that's what you want. So what we're talking about are women complaining about men not being what they want. So if we were, so that's assume. So if you're complaining about what we're not, that's making me assume, when you're making that argument, that
you want men to change to fit your standard. Now,
exactly. If I fit your standard, I fit your standard, then I'll have kids, then I'll get married, you feel me? So if that's not what you want, that's fine. And usually those women aren't arguing with guys. They're not the ones online talking about, guys are this or guys are that, or guys don't protect Black women and all this other shit. Those aren't the women.
I was just speaking to the fact that there is an air. There's a sentiment in the air overall. Not to take away from what you all were saying, I was just adding to the sentiment that women typically want relationships, and they typically, want to have children. And if a woman doesn't have either one of those, she's kind of looked down on. And that's one of the critiques I have with like the Kevin Samuels, because I know he's got to be extra, to garner the attention or whatnot. But not every woman wants the same things. And go ahead, Amber.
I'll say this. I agree. And to the Kevin Samuels point as well, but I have to say a lot of that thinking is perpetuated by women.
Right.
Like you get into it with a woman, the first thing they'll say is that's why
a man.
And or you ain't where your nigga at. Like, so women kind of perpetuate that and men catch hold of that. So I will say for women, we know traditionally marriage and, having a partner, well, really marriage, and more recently, just having a long-term partner has been a form of social currency. It's a validation. Being desirable as a woman is, perceived as something that you aspire to be. You want a man to want you and want to make you a wife. Like, that's been the goal for most women. And so now we're seeing a change, and you have more women like, well, I don't necessarily need that. I don't even necessarily want that.
Check this out too, right? Check this out to add to what you said. Most women, excuse me, I forgot the point I was trying to make. Keep going. My bad.
Yeah. I would throw some women in there. When you start that comment in, do some women. Just go ahead. Go ahead.
I would just say, like, we're seeing a shift now. So for this like newer generation of women that don't care to have children, don't care to be married, may not even necessarily care to be in a relationship or any of those things, like, this is kind of a new wave. It's a new thing. So for the people that's in that space, we're still dealing with a lot of the old thinking. So it's an uncomfortable space to be in, because
that's what I was about to say.
I don't really mind it, because at the end of the day, in my mind, I'll be thinking like, oh, sis, you don't even know that you only want this because you want to feel validated. Like, you think you're feeling sorry for me, but the whole time I'm feeling sorry for you, because when you get online and you kind of air out your grievances against all men and niggas ain't shit and ain't no good men, especially when me, the person that ain't really even been looking for relationships, I have ran into some pretty spectacular fucking men. I have to say, man, what's wrong with you? Like,
Right.
is it your judgment? Is this your decision? Like, what's going on? Because there's good men out here. Got a lot of good men in my goddamn family.
Hold on, let me say this before I lose it again. Let me say it before I lose it again.
Yeah.
But nah, look, this was what I was just trying to say. Some of this has to be blamed on the quote unquote American, the American dream.
Way.
You know what I mean? Like, we have to kind of give that some of the credit, because people think, I mean, even most immigrants come over here because they're like, okay, we can come over here, we can start a business, I can start a family, I can get a wife, you know what I mean? And I won't be held down by these certain chains that held me down in my country. Like, that whole American dream perspective that came from Europeans, I think that has a lot to do with why, you know, people shame each other for not being in a relationship after a certain point or whatever like that. But yeah, that was my point. Y'all can go
Do
ahead.
men get shamed for not being in relationships?
No,
I wouldn't say men get shamed, but I'm not every man, so I can't speak for everybody. That's why I said it like that. I'm sorry.
No, I know that, but as a man, do you ever hear men being shamed for not having a woman? Or
no,
not?
You get shamed by your parents.
I
You get shamed by your parents, your family. I mean,
you gotta have some.
I think it depends on your background and your race.
Wait.
And
let me go into that little. Wait, let me go into that a little more. When you say about a woman, now is this man known to have women and just ain't committed, or does he don't have women at all? And yeah, so which type of man you talking about before I answer that question?
I've seen both sides of the spectrum right now.
That's funny.
I've seen, you know, some people who are gigolos who they people still like, well, when you gonna give me a grandchild, or when you gonna settle down, or you know what I mean, or maybe you shouldn't be running behind these people like that. I've seen that, and I've also seen like hall monitor type dudes who can't get a girl or whatever, and then you know what I mean, they people are questioning their sexuality and straight, you know what I mean, but they just don't know how to talk to women or something. Like,
I think that's tied to race and class, though. I think that question is tied to race and class. Like, middle upper class, there's more pressure to marry, because I mean, marriage is still a way to kind of secure and protect wealth.
Exactly.
And in the Black community, like even with white people and other, like they're still a proponent of marriage. They're not a proponent of dating, or you know, like they're still hardwired to marry and marry young, marry early. You know, this later in life kind of thing. That's more to me the Black community. And it's also more in the Black community where marriage is like where men aren't shamed. And in some races, they are shamed if they don't have a wife, if they haven't taken a wife by a certain age. It's against their culture. You understand what I'm saying? But it's become our culture for men not to
opposite.
Yeah, for men not to commit. So a lot of times, if you marry and you marry young, you might be more likely, if you're in, you know, a lower or you know, kind of you know, socioeconomic class, you may be more so chastised for your decision to marry.
Yeah. But here's the thing though, and like you know, especially when it comes to relationships and stuff like that, like there's not enough real conversations about relationships as far as like, what is a successful relationship, right? Like the chances of you meet somebody, getting married, living to somebody dying, that's an anomaly, right? So what is a successful relationship, right? Like, you know, is your relationship a failure if y'all dated for 5 years and things didn't work out, you move on? Like, or is that just life? You know what I'm saying? But it's like people, there's too much that people there's so much expectations on where a relationship is gonna go and where it should go. And sometimes it's forced to go in that direction instead of just letting it just go there. And then if it don't go there, you can say, you know what, listen, like, you've been great. Like, I love you, but it ain't really, you know what I'm saying? And then, but we don't, there's not enough conversation on, well, how do you end a relationship with somebody you're in love with? You know what I'm saying?
Like there's never that conversation. It's just like, yo, here's what to do to get a woman, and here's how you get to the finish line. It's like, but nobody ever talks about, well, what about when you don't get there? Well, you know what I'm saying? What if like, cause I met some girls, we dated for a while, it didn't work out. Man, we good friends. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's still a homie. Like, so I feel like, yo, that shit was successful.
Yeah.
You know
because you live and you learn, and if they truly good people, you can still vibe.
Yeah,
like most of my homegirls. Most of my homegirls to this day, I dated at one point, and they all hang with my girlfriend to this day.
Yeah, I think a lot of the problem though is because I ain't gonna say I don't see them in because I do. I think a lot of the problem with that, like your last piece, is to how to break up and why people again, relationships have become tethered to women's identity as a woman. If you don't have a relationship, you're not a good woman. You're not a desirable woman. It's an attack on your femininity if you're not aligned with a man somehow. So I think with that logic, women take it personally when a relationship doesn't work out. And to me, it's damaging to the self-esteem. That's why you have all this anger on social media about niggas not being shit. Same thing with some of the guys. They take it personally if a relationship doesn't work out. It's like an assault on who they are. They feel invalidated, and they don't look at it as, well, we was just incompatible. They look at it as they've been abandoned or denied something. And it's kind of crazy.
Hey, Amber.
Huh?
How many guys keyed their girl card when it was over?
Man, I don't know too many women that have keyed a nigga card. I don't rock with people like that. But I've had my fair share of cut-ups, and listen. I know a guy that love to tell shit when he don't get his way.
That's some female stuff right there.
It sure is, and my thing is, it's just, you're not emotionally intelligent. You're not emotionally mature. You've been taught to act out when you don't get your way. And to me, women display that behavior more because it's celebrated as something women do. Women emotional, women this. And to me, it's like, no, that's not characteristic of being a woman. That's very, it's very immature. Like, I'm sorry, don't put that on us. But a lot of women accept that, like, oh, if my nigga did that, I would do this. Like, they pride themselves on how possessive and jealous and erratic they can be. And to me, that's just sad. You don't even need to be in a relationship if this is your thinking as to how you gonna deal with a situation. The easiest thing for me to do is walk the fuck away. Like, it's just too easy to walk away. I'm not gonna do all of that.
Listen, I got a 9-year-old, right? Like, I got a 9-year-old daughter, right? And my approach for her was as she gets older, is the same approach like, my mom and grandma did with me. Like, yo, listen, when I was young, they used to be like, listen, man, just enjoy your life. Like, don't really get tired of relationships so early. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it happens, okay, but understand, like, yo, you young and you gonna grow. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of that stuff
my mother told me.
Yeah, a lot of that shit I took to heart, and I was able to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? And live life first. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't have my kids till late. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't realize how important that was and how substantial it was to other people. Was like, yo, man, you could just up and move when you want to. Damn, you lucky.
When you think about it, your kid is like a paperweight. Like, you can't do much once you have a kid.
Oh,
like, if you wanted to go travel the world or like go fuck off for a couple weeks or something, like, you can't.
You want to relocate, but you and your baby mother's not together. Like,
right.
That's me. So that's me right now. I'm so tired of Detroit. It's snowing right now, but I can't go nowhere.
You can't go nowhere. Like, I want to go to Florida. I'm ready. I've been ready to move to Florida. My daughter's here, Georgia. I've been here for a while. Florida's cool, but I'm ready to go to Florida. But I'm like, damn, I can't. I gotta wait till she get out of high school at least.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, that's some of the complications that go with upgrades. Like, shit's very complicated, man. You know what I'm saying?
That's like, why I ain't got no kids right now, yo. Because every time some shit about to happen, my mom always come up in my vision like, "Don't bring home no kid." And I'm like, all right, bet.
Hey, and then another catch 22 is like once you reach a certain age, right? So you start hit 21, 25 and older. Chances are the girl you meet, she gonna have a child. That's just what the statistics are. You know what I'm saying? You gonna rarely meet a girl, say above 25, or a lady above 25 that don't have at least one child. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
So
that's crazy.
that shit is complicated. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I've been in that relationship. You know how hard it is to break up with a girl that got a child. You know, build a bond with it. Man, that shit kill you, boy. Like, that shit hurt like a fuck.
Yeah,
I agree, and that's one of the reasons why I feel like, and I'm not saying that you can't date with kids, but I think that has to be kind of like your primary
focus,
your primary priority, like how you're gonna approach this. Because for me, like, that's a lot of reason why I haven't been interested in dating, because it's just I can't have a revolving door. I know one, I lose, interest easy. It's hard for me to get to like somebody. So it just doesn't make sense. Like, okay, what's the probability that this will be something that lasts long term? And how likely are you to have multiple boyfriends over the course of their life if you get out here and you get to date? You understand what I'm saying? And then I don't necessarily feel like it's fair to entertain someone and then cut them off for something that existed prior to this relationship, right? Like, I can't say like, oh, well, my kids, but it's like, but then you had kids when we started fucking around while you was playing with my emotions. If you wasn't, you understand what I'm saying? Like, so for me, it's just been easier to kind of just not even really entertain it, because I have children and I'm raising young men and I want them to kind of know what a healthy relationship looks like, what boundaries look like. The men in their life are permanent fixtures. You understand what I'm saying? Like, there's no temporary anything. Even like my ex that I dated, even still, he's still a permanent kind of fixture for them. So to me, I enjoy having amicable breakups, because at the end of the day, we worked then, we just didn't work out. There's a possibility we could work again, but you kind of fuck that up when you get into this back and forth. I don't like starting over. When I like somebody and I vibe with them, I like you and I vibe with you. It's something that brought us together. Maybe over time, the things that kind of was a deal breaker for you, the things that were a deal breaker for me, maybe those things are iron themselves out over time. It don't have to be today. And that's another thing. Like, I think a lot of people feel like, oh, this relationship is the best I can do. I'll never find anybody better. Or, I'll never, like, they kind of feel like they're going to miss out. So they try to force it, and they try to, turn a situation that ain't into something that is.
You say for me, like, and like I said, my daughter's 9, my son's 15 in June. Like, I don't have time to get into something serious. Like, I don't have any desire to. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just, it's the emotional baggage that come with that shit. You feel me? I like it just, my little thing, I kick it, and then like all my time for my kids. And then me, myself, sometimes I like it just chill. I don't be wanting to deal with nobody. You know what I'm saying?
But you got somebody you could call though. So I know you got somebody.
That's what I'm saying. I just keep it like that. You know what I'm saying? That way
but
I set the rules. You feel me? Go ahead.
Yo, that's what I think certain dudes get, like once you over 30 and you like in your 40s or whatever, like with guys, rather than them being criticized, like how we was talking about earlier, like you guys get criticized. Like I think some of those guys, people accept them being who they are. Like they just fuck with people here and there, and they keep it moving. Right? Because I got an uncle like that. He in his 60s, mid 60s. He probably 70 now. Shit. But I mean, he been a bachelor. I ain't never knew this nigga not to be a bachelor. I mean, I seen him with women throughout my life, but yeah, it wasn't never nothing crazy. Like, you know what I mean? So
good times and fun. You know what I'm saying? And I keep it a buck though. I don't be trying to front. Like, I keep it a buck. You know what I mean?
Yo, I realize, if you keep it a buck,
bro. Shit.
If you keep it a buck off the rip and just let a female know where you at with it, like some of them gonna turn you down, but a lot of them is really going to accept the fact that you was real about the fact that you need company from time to time, and you know.
They have to, because
So,
if they get tripping, they could be like, "Yo, you knew what it was."
yeah, but
Yeah.
that's
Never
how
get
we get
around
ready.
it.
Yeah.
That be working for y'all, because I tried that, and some niggas just, man, you be
I
like,
mean,
man,
nah. I mean,
why you
See,
getting
look,
grand?
you can't.
Amber, everybody gonna do that. I mean, you know how it is. It's always
Hey,
gonna be a
Amber,
couple
Amber,
knuckleheads. That's just how.
Amber. I don't think you should just tell a dude that. I think that you should feel a dude out for if he like that and see if he'll tell you. Because if he tells you and then you agree, and then that's cool. But I think if you tell him, that might put like a sour taste in his mouth, pause, or something like that. Feel me?
Or challenge, like, yeah, okay,
I
I
mean,
see.
that's
Yeah,
fine
yeah,
with me
yeah,
if
like
he
a
got a
challenge.
sour
Yeah.
taste in his mouth, but it's the challenge part for me. And I don't know. I just think a lot of guys have ran into women that say one thing and do another, that they assume
That's a fact.
that
That's
you
a fact.
are the one that is saying one thing, but you're gonna do another. So and I be
Yo,
like,
I had a
what?
whole ex-girlfriend like that. It was the worst. It was the worst. It was like it was like I was competing with my homeboy or something. She was crazy. It was just crazy. So yeah, nah.
So when you're upfront with the women about, you know, where you stand in terms of being involved. Sorry for the bikes in the background. I know y'all hear that. This is NYC.
Yeah.
Anyway, so do you ever run across, you know, the women that say I'm okay with it? Do they later on down the road typically reveal that they really wanted more?
I've experienced
I again, like I told Amber earlier, for me, if they did, it was on deaf ears, because once I let you know where I'm at, you know, whatever feelings you got, you trying to relate to me, that's just, you're speaking Spanish now. I wouldn't even care about any of that. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm telling you straight up, I wouldn't even care.
Right. Yep. That's why you gotta
I've had that happen. I've had that happen.
Yeah, I'll just shrug my shoulders and just keep talking like you. Like, okay, so how's the Yankees? You know, I just change the subject.
But nah, I think with me, it was more so the fact that the females got jealous of me, of it seeming like I'm spending more time with another female than them, and they know, and then they try to get more time with me, knowing that, you feel me, you know, I got other friends, that type of thing.
So they weren't honest when they said they were okay with it. Is that what you're? Is that
No,
what?
no. What I'm saying is like they started out okay with it, knowing everything that was going on, and then as we got closer,
They started developing
it
feelings.
became more of, oh, can you hang out with me every day instead of every other day, or can you hang out with me? You know what I mean? It just became more and more, and the next thing you know, now they liking pictures with the other girls, and like it just became real competitive.
Messy.
I want to say from a woman's perspective that, and I don't know if Amber agrees or not, but I think that they wanted it all along. They were just hoping that maybe they can ease you into it, but their intentions all along, they weren't being authentic and they weren't being honest with themselves. That's what I think.
Right.
Well,
I
I'm
agree
gonna
with that.
say this.
I agree
I'm
with
gonna
that.
say this. I've been in a situation where it started out as nothing serious. We both were like, oh, we ain't looking for nothing. And I really was in that space when we like, nigga, I'm just chilling. I ain't looking, I ain't on shit. But I'm also not the one to change up. If that's what I said, that's what I'm gonna commit to. You understand what I'm saying?
You're a rider.
So I'm not gonna bring it up like, oh, but now you doing this, now you doing that. I allow him to kind of move that boundary more and more and more and more. And then it got to the point like, okay, what we doing? Then it got to the point of, even in us kind of being more committed, I was still like, I kind of want more, but I'm not gonna press. So I just got to the point where in my mind, okay, I will. If this don't happen by this date, then I'm gonna just call it a wash. And
exactly,
that's how I move. I'm not gonna pressure you. I'm not liking pictures. I don't even communicate with guys that I deal with publicly on social media. I don't do that.
Right.
So for me, I'm just like, you know. So later on down the line, I find out he like, well, shit, I really wanted to do that too, but I didn't know if that's what you was with. So, you know, I'm like, oh, well, shit, I wasn't finna say that because I wasn't finna pressure you into shit. Like, so we was, it ended up.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I
so
was just about to say that's the bad
coming
side
out
of
later
it too.
on because we maintained that friendship. That's something that we both wanted, but neither one of us felt comfortable kind of forcing that other person into that. You understand what I'm saying?
I feel you.
And I feel like that's the bad side of trying to like hold it down and be solid sometimes, because then you risk not completely communicating and missing out on something. You feel me? Like, I don't think it's a bad thing when females like how in the situation I was just describing, how they started getting a little bit, you know, in their feelings like that actually showed me like, okay, now I think these girls are getting a little bit more serious. So it does.
No, but did that make you move the dial? Did that?
But here's the thing. Like, we definitely openly communicated how we felt about each other. But that conversation as to what does this mean for us next, it just never happened.
Mm-hmm.
It was just kind of like we was both expressing ourselves, hoping that the other one was going to step out there and say, okay, well, because I feel this way, I wanted to go here.
That's what I mean too, though. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, you waiting on the next person to be like, boy, is he gonna say it? Well, is she gonna say it? Like that. I get that.
But if you as a man already know that you are not looking for anything, does it even matter that she's catching feelings? Because you said it was kind of good. It's really not kind of good because now she's got some kind of trauma attached to her, letting you know how she feels and she starts acting out.
Well, the thing would be right, because 9 times out of 10, chemistry with somebody is mutual. So like at some point, you being the man, you kind of have to, you know, weigh, is this a girl who's just becoming obsessed, or is this a girl who might actually, you know, who I might actually be compatible with? And I think 50-50 is on either side of the spectrum, because a lot of times it just could be a girl that gets obsessed, or not even obsessed, but maybe she just wants to be the winner out of the girls that you might be talking to. Or
absolutely,
I don't know. It's just very combative when it gets to these females against another female. A lot of times, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like a lot of times with dudes, like
I've been guilty of that. I've done it. It was just a flex, just so you know.
Just a flex. Like I could get that, nigga. Like, you feel me? But a lot of times with dudes, I'm gonna speak for myself. And Sosa, you can chime in, or Unbiased, you can chime in too. But like, if a girl choose another dude, she just chose him, and I'm moving on. Like, I just walked away like nothing even happened. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it's easier just to walk away, because it's like whatever. But for certain females, if they already had something that they was working on, like no, nigga, I'm not walking away, nigga. Like, you know, my pussy smell better than hers, nigga.
We have to hold women accountable for being authentic. Authenticity is very important. And it means if you know you want something and you know this person's very clear, that's not where they're going with it, then, I mean, you got to be mindful of that, because otherwise you're going to catch feelings and all other stuff is going to happen. Because like you said, as a man, and I think a lot of men feel that way. If she chooses somebody else, you just keep it moving. You know, no sweat off your back.
Now, I will say, as far as like just because a nigga got another female around him, that's not like driving me to be like, oh, I'm a winner. I only flex when a motherfucker think they finna put me off a nigga, period. Don't come to me about no nigga you talking to, about your baby daddy, oh, he my baby daddy. Don't do it, because now I'm gonna show you something. And I wish I could say I've matured, I'm out of it, but no. Like, if it was just if it was just some shit that I just kind of like found out, because one thing I don't like is I don't like a lying ass nigga. Now, if I knew about baby mama, you know, ex, whatever, I could deal with that because I'm aware, you know, that this is going on. But when a motherfucker just pop up out the blue, claiming that they talk to you or whatever, and I don't know, I'm already, you know, on my way out the door. But it's when the motherfucker like, hold on, pause, ma'am, pause. Let me sit you down. and show you who really running this.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you. The best thing that I ever done in my life, as far as relationships and friendships, shit, is be honest. Be honest as possible. Because you'd be surprised how you can say something completely dumb to some of these females, especially you, Unbiased, since you on Tinder and all these other places. You can get away with some of the dumbest stuff if you're honest, bro. I've done it and I've seen it, and it's quite ridiculous at times. You feel me? And honesty goes a long way.
Oh, I love being brutally honest.
It does, but now I'm gonna tell you where it stops for me, because I love when a nigga be like, "Oh, I'm gonna be honest." Ooh, me too. And so if you want me to be okay with your honesty, but you can't be okay with my honesty, it's
right. Oh yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Yeah, you can't do that.
You can't do that. And that's a clown. Because now you don't want to be honest. Like, I want you to be honest. Like, let me know it. Again, I love the research. I love to know everything. So if you could tell me what's going on in advance, I love that, because I can predict you. I don't like people who I can't predict.
Mm-hmm. Well, I like, in terms of how the dial of the relationship moves, I prefer the man to be the leader. And I've told guys that, and they didn't really believe me. But my thing is, this relationship is going to go exactly where you lead it. It's either going to go somewhere or it's not. Now, I had to come to that, as I've gotten older, I've had to come to that. But yeah, for me, what's appealing to me in a man is leadership, because I know that I'm a great leader. So you definitely got to outlead me in order for me to be able to,
but you know what? I love that about women. I love women who can lead. You feel me? Because it gives me more motivation to be great. You feel what I'm saying? Because when you're the only person,
do you mean lead in her life, or do you mean lead the relationship?
No. I mean lead in her life.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean lead in your life. Like for example, like if I'm like, oh, I need to go take these classes for let's say I want to get certified for something online or whatever. And your significant other is trying to get certified too. Them taking that initiative for themselves instead of waiting for you to do it too is like, that's good, because now you feel like everything's not tied to me. We do shit at our own pace for our own benefit. You see what I'm saying? It's not about just me benefiting and now you want to catch up to mine. Like, it's kind of just cordial.
Or dialing yourself down to wait on me to move, so you don't feel like you finding her out.
Right, because there might be an area where I'm procrastinating, and you stepping up in a certain area might make me not procrastinate in the next area. You feel me? It kind of gives us motivation to where, as though some men, I'm just speaking for myself, but some men might have to step out there for themselves first, and then they might see action from their significant other, and it's more empowering to see a woman who can do that without a dude. You see what I'm saying? And then when the dude comes, he's just adding to that versus to, supporting that.
Right. It's inspiring too that you view it that way, because not all men do. I've had the experience of some men viewing it as inspiration, motivation. I've also had some men viewing it as competition. Like, it wasn't coming from a healthy place. Like, they felt like they had to beat me. And it's like, nigga, this is not a race. Like, live your life, be your best. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like,
this my point in saying what I just said is because, look, coming up, I relied on my mom to fucking make doctor's appointments and to do shit that I don't just normally think about. You feel me? So just having a woman that can take initiative to think about shit like that. You feel me? When you're not, maybe you might be focused on something else, or maybe it might be something else in life. Like, I don't know. I'm just trying to give examples. I'm not trying to like hone in on one specific thing because it's not really one specific thing.
And like, let's say y'all talking about purchasing a home and it's just in talks
Right.
now. You go ahead and contact a realtor and, you know, get
Right.
the ball.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Like
so way
niggas
down the
need
road
that.
in the relationship though.
Right.
Because
But I'm saying
what I
it's
was
those
saying,
are good roles.
initially, I need for the man to show me where he sees the relationship going and actually make moves to do that. And then once those things transpire, then all the other things you're talking about, yeah, that's kind of like that's kind of like what comes with the treasure of being in a relationship with a woman. I mean, we do come to the table with something, right? And part of that has to do with, you know, supporting the person we're in a relationship with, you know, looking out for their best interests and all of that. But I still need to see that you are actually leading the relationship in that direction so that I can, you know, so that those things can be shared. You understand what I'm saying?
Now, quick question. Is that something you kind of hold off to? Because I'm naturally a resourceful and helpful person. So like, we ain't even got to be serious. We can just be cool. Hell,
Right.
I'll be on here and somebody will mention something. I'm like, oh, well, you could just like, I'm just that type of person.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I know some women kind of.
I am too. I am too, Amber. I'm very. That's why I said I know how great of a leader I am. So I need you to outlead me because of my experience. So I've had experience where men will see how resourceful I am, see how ambitious I am in my own life, and really want to like utilize that to like, you know, want me to use that energy for their purposes, right? And so a lot of that has to do with I was just choosing the wrong men. But because of those lessons, I said, okay, then I know in terms of narrowing the playing field of who is going to be in my pool, my choice is to be with, I'm attracted to men who are just natural born leaders. They're not looking for me to lead in their life, especially not in the beginning. And then, I'm just going to have more respect for you at that point. If I'm out leading you, it's not going to work for me.
So it's like,
even a natural born leader ain't a leader in like all fields of
right.
Right.
I'm saying like because even a leader got people around him that assist and help, and you know what I'm saying, in that leadership.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't do it by yourself. Now, you can't do nothing by yourself.
I will say this. I think I understand what you're saying, Tiffany, because I've had the experience on both sides. Like, but I'm just naturally who I am, right? So I'm gonna say certain things. Like if you tell me an idea, I'm like, oh, this, that, and the third. Now, if I'm not doing nothing at the moment, while you talking, I'm Googling. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you.
So
I feel you, girl. Been there, done that. Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, though, I've had the experience where because I showed that strength, it became expected. And it's a difference between you expecting it and appreciating it, right? Yes. So like I got a baby daddy that'd be like, oh, I want to do this. Look up. I'm like, who the fuck you talking to, nigga? I ain't your assistant. The fuck?
Exactly.
You look it. I mean, but because I will present myself as helpful, and I had to have a sit down conversation with him and let him know, listen, I'm this way, but I do what I want to do. You don't call me with no motherfucking task list, nigga. I got my own life that I'm supposed to put together. So who the fuck you talking to? But then at the same time, it'll be, you know, maybe another person that I'm, you know, talking to or whatever. And I'm like, oh, this, that, and the third. And it's like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. And I'm like, oh, well, you know, if I get a chance, I'll look up some shit. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't mind assisting, even if we're not in a relationship or none of that, but it's gonna be on it ain't like you finna give me no list of to-dos. Like,
this is gonna be something you felt like doing and you did it. Like, I hire like that.
Then that's a whole nother story.
But baby, I do it very sparingly these days. Very sparingly. You know, because I just like to see men.
I've only had one experience like that though, where it was like expected. Other than that, most people kind of take the help and appreciate it when it's just offered. They didn't expect it or ask for it, or you know, they might ask me, well, what you know about such and such, and if I know something about it, I'll tell them.
Right,
you know, but it wasn't like an expectation that
like they was calling you every Tuesday to have this discussion about.
No, we're not doing that.
Right. Yeah. I've had a couple of experiences like that. So I just dialed it back. That's just for my own sanity, you know, had to dial it back. And so that I can see the type of man that I want, because he's out there. Right. And so I think and how we show up either as men as women how we present ourselves to the world, we start to attract, you know, what it is that we desire. You know, that's how I look at it.
Let's talk about how, not y'all, but like how most women portray themselves to the world.
Okay, i.e., go deeper.
I mean,
you talking about Philly, or
I'm talking about like 28 and under. The 28 and under women, I feel like a lot of these women, and I'm not on the market right now, but I feel like a lot, just me watching, I feel like a lot of these women are like trying to be guys in a way.
Okay.
Like
trying to be what?
They're trying to be guys. Like they're embracing the rap culture. They're embracing when I was growing up, you know, you had R&B, you had more genres.
Yeah,
and
bro, I wish I could get a woman to listen to rap back in the day.
I'm gonna say that. Like, I think I know where you're going, like, but I'm not really big on the whole masculine, feminine energy and what things are definitely male and definitely female. Like, the world is changing.
Look. I'm talking about this. This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about females making stories. They got their middle fingers in the camera. They all they shaking their ass all wild and crazy. Like,
but I don't think that's like them acting like men. I think it's just childish behavior. Like, you understand?
Well, that behavior is a complete turnoff for me.
For real,
like that's like a whole certain subculture.
I don't disagree with that
culture.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with that. I agree with that. I agree that has to do with immaturity. But what I'm saying is that I see a lot more women from, you know, under 30 who are doing that, and they think that it's fine, and they're trying to find they're trying to settle down in the next 4 years, for example, and it's like, how does a dude who I'm watching your stories and shit, and I'm seeing you shaking your ass, I'm liking you shaking your ass and shit, and it's cool, but other than that, I'm moving off your story. It's like, it's no substance there, even if there is substance.
But then, here's the thing though, like, the newer generation of guys have just as little substance. Like, I think you're thinking from your mentality,
I agree.
And you're looking
I'm agreeing.
So it's a new wave of guys. Like, these women are behaving this way because they see other women behaving this way, getting things that they desire.
Right.
They're getting the rapper. They're getting the dope boy.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I only can speak from my perspective, but I see a lot of those 28-year-old guys like doing big things, like even more successful than guys my age and a little younger, a little older. Yeah, because I'm like impressed. I'm impressed at these young dudes, like, because, you know, first in my generation, you got a nice car, nice house, you selling drugs. So that's my first thing, like, oh, this nigga hustling. But yeah, these dudes just getting money legally, and they found ways to do it. And I'm just like one of my guys, this dude owned like $1 million building. You dig? He's 28. He's the exact age you just said. Matter of fact, he helped fix my credit for real, not no other stuff, but he helped fix the career. For real. But this is a guy that I rock with, you know, and 28, and a lot of the financial advice I get from this guy. So these guys are really, really doing the bit. I don't know how the women doing, maybe so as well, but the guys definitely are very. I'm impressed.
A lot of the young ratchets is making money, like, and here's the thing, like, and I don't even want to say really ratchets, because at the end of the day, I look at it like, there was a point in time in my life when I was young, I was living life, I was having fun, I was turning up, not in the same manner as which they do now, but I had my fun. So culture looks different now. You know, the younger we get, the more open they are to things. A lot of times I'll be out of touch because my 17-year-old, he's just so different than his peers. So sometimes it's a shock to me when I go on social media or I go on the internet and I see this, because I'm like, damn, this is what they doing out here. But then I also try not to judge, because I know how previous generations looked at us when we was having our fun and doing our thing. So bottom line to me is, yeah, the women are changing, but the men changing too. What used to be called whorish behavior, or you can't turn into a hoe into a housewife, hoes is getting wife now. it's the thing to do now. So yeah, women is out here putting themselves out there because it's not keeping them from shit. They living their best life. Matter of fact, they having threesome, foursomes, swingsome, whatever the fuck, and they enjoying life, and their partner is cool with it. You understand what I'm saying? So for me, it's like it wouldn't be attractive to me. Like just like a young nigga holding guns and putting his middle finger up, throwing up gang signs. That shit so childish and juvenile to me. It low key disgusts me. But some women are attracted to that, especially young women. They think that that's like a show of masculinity.
But the standard though for what a hoe was 20 years ago is not the standard for what a hoe is like today.
Bro, if you look at Facebook,
I mean, what is
15 years ago? Look, if you look at Facebook 15 years ago, and the biggest hoe that you know, quote unquote hoe that you know in your neighborhood, her display picture or pictures that she had on her Facebook probably didn't have any pictures of her ass like that or nothing crazy. But like these days, like if a girl don't have a picture of their ass on there, it's kind of wild.
This? And she wasn't. Let me just say, she wasn't even broadcasting her sexual exploits. The men was. Now it's women broadcasting. That's what I'm saying.
But let me say though, listen though, but back then though, like you know, as the society changed, you know, it's more accepted for women to have multiple partners in a lifetime. As we're back in the day, it would have been more of a stigma. Now that it's not much of a stigma as it was, 20 years ago.
Bro, but I look at that kind of like how gay men are nowadays. Like people been gay forever, but like the fact that you have to be, well, not have to be, but the fact that a lot of these men choose to be more flamboyant and more female-ish, it's kind of it kind of blurs the line, because if you, let's say, and I had my girl father explain this to me. He was like, let's say you spend time around these people, like you having female mannerisms from a dude will kind of blur the lines in your head to where it's like, this is a female to me now. Like now you got DL dudes going out here who not comfortable coming out as being gay, and they just like, I like this one tranny, or I like this one, you know what I mean, who just been around them so much that now he perceived them as a female. Like it's
right.
When you break it down like that, it's kind of crazy. Like that happens.
But do y'all agree that it's some people that are more resilient to social influence, and there are some people who are very, very impressionable? Like to me, I just always looked at it as there are just two types of people. There are people that kind of create their own ways, and society may have some influence here and there. And there are people that are mostly influenced by society, and a little bit of it is them. You understand what I'm saying? So like, no matter where society goes, you're going to see the bulk of people going towards whatever is popular, because they don't have an identity. They get their identity from society, not from themselves.
You just said a key word. You just said waves, right? Go ahead, so.
Yeah, I would think it'd be more smaller as far as the influence goes, especially when you talk about, I'm talking in terms of sexuality, right? Speaking from a male perspective, like, as a heterosexual male, it's hard to see other heterosexual males become impressionable to the fact that they may switch lifestyles. You see what I'm saying? Like that, like it's one thing to hide it when you will be ridiculed or persecuted for it, or you don't have an outlet to express it, and then versus what you would do if you actually have an outlet to express it or be free, so to speak. And I think
I'm speaking more to formative though, like as you're being developed, not necessarily as a grown man that's kind of like
sexuality, like so
sexuality or just who you are, period. So just think about when you were coming up, like right?
Sexuality, except because we don't blur the lines. Turn to sexuality.
Okay.
That'd be different.
We'll deal with sexuality then. Like, so when I was in high school, middle school, lesbianism was being, kind of touted as being a popular thing to do. So during my more formative years, my peers were engaging in that thing because it was the popular thing to do. Not necessarily that it was grown women who were in their 30s going out here and trying it for the first time, but this new generation was coming into a society that was now kind of normalizing this behavior. So you've seen an influx in lesbianism. So same way to me, I think we're seeing an influx in homosexuality, not necessarily that it's 30-year-old men that's like, oh, let me try some penis that I ain't never tried before. But it's these younger guys that it's being normalized and they're like, well, this is society and it's okay. And even if, let me try it out, let me see if I like it, they're being more experimental because society is more accepting. Do you understand?
Yeah, but I
get hold on, let me see something. Because when you said originally you said like these things happen in waves. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm getting at and what Sosa was ultimately getting at, I think, was that, you know, the wave, like this stuff has been around, but the wave of it happening right now is more so like everybody's dibbling and dabbling a little bit. Like the thing, like it's becoming to a head to where as though, you know, kids are now changing their bodies as teenagers, and their parents don't have any say in it. Like it's becoming to a point where as though it's like becoming written in laws. And I think right now that's a little bit too far. You see, that's just my opinion, but you know what I mean? Like,
oh, I agree. I don't think children, but I agree with that for homosexuality and heterosexuality. I think children are exposed too early to sexuality, period, one way or the other. And so even in our, like when we was coming up, you seen more heterosexual relationships because it was all in the movies. It was all, like, it was just, we were indoctrinated with that ideology early on. And I didn't know at the time I was being indoctrinated, but as I get older, it was definitely messaging in what we watched about how we should establish our relationships, our intimate relationships. Same as kids are being indoctrinated now with, yes, it was. I mean, to me, my thing is, homosexuality occurs in nature amongst animals. So it's not something that humans just ain't gonna do. Yeah, they're gonna do it.
Well, the way that I looked at it was like in that perspective that you coming at it from is just like, you know, humans, in order to procreate, to have a family, quote unquote, like, you know, there's a man and a woman. I didn't, you know, even though people I mean, back then you had download dudes too. I mean, it happened, but I mean, if we're depicting a family, how else are we going to depict it besides like this? Like, I don't know if that was complete indoctrination. To me, it kind of seemed like a default.
But what I'm saying is, it's one thing when you're watching an adult show, but why are you indoctrinating children with the idea of family and marriage and, you know, romance? Like, why are you?
Well, you can't forget this too. A lot of shows, even in the early 90s, they never depicted man and women sleeping in the same bed. A lot of times it was twin beds. Like, it was just implied that, you know, they had sex. It wasn't like in your face.
No, it wasn't in your face, but it also was definitely obvious that they were in intimate relationships. You had them with the hearts, you know, when they kiss, or every time they're around each other, they have the hearts.
Yeah. I think that's a default. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you. Like, I just think that was kind of like a default. I don't think that was like being indoctrinated. I don't think that.
I don't think that it was intentional. I think it was just cultural. Like, this is just the way.
Right. But is it not cultural? Is it not cultural for man and woman to have sex and procreate? And
it is, but doesn't culture change?
Yes, it does. It does, and it has changed. Nothing is wrong with it changing. I'm not saying anything is wrong with it changing. I'm just saying that men don't have to be women. They don't have to act like women. They can be a man and still be gay.
I agree, but that wasn't my point. My point is that I think it's too much, period, to expose children to sexuality so early on, whether it be straight or
No,
gay.
I agree with that.
You understand?
100%.
Like to me,
May I read the definition of indoctrination?
go ahead.
It says the process of teaching a person or group to accept a set of beliefs uncritically. So yeah, it is a form of indoctrination when it's constantly around, you hear it, you see it, it's indoctrination.
I mean, but it's also about
Passively, but
also,
indoctrination nonetheless. Go
but
ahead.
it's also about, tolerance. If you live in a society where this is happening, right? Because okay, we look at it from their perspective, right? Because I remember when it was a thing for dudes to catch gay dudes and beat them up. Like that shit was that was like a big thing that was going on before they made it an actual hate crime. You know what I'm saying? Because they were under attack. So as a society, we say, well, how do we teach the society to be able to live amongst each other with individuals who have that perspective? So I'm saying, and then like just from the African American perspective, right? As time goes, you say, well, I want to see myself in movies. Why we ain't got no black superheroes? You know what I'm saying? So that same thing will also resonate into that community, because they're gonna say, well, how come we don't see gay people? You know what I'm saying? Or even with race relations, you see more black and white couples on commercials now.
Yeah, we're seeing that just excessively. That's just excessive.
Yeah, it is excessive to a degree. You could say that, but it's also to condition the society to be able to tolerate and live within a society where this is the norm. So they want you to see that and not be offended.
Right. Can I say something on the TV? Okay, go ahead. I just want to say something.
I'm sorry.
All right, so
excessive because they're playing catch up, because kind of society advanced before the imagery. You understand what I'm saying? So I think they're trying to play catch up, and that's why these images are everywhere, because they're trying to kind of rush the process that should have probably started a while ago when these things started becoming more prevalent and more popular.
Right. I think that when it comes to like the television programs and the commercials, what I'm seeing is that white male and female relationships get to stay intact, but the black man and woman, it just don't really exist. So when you see it, you kind of like salivate at it. When you watch Queen Sugar, it's just an all black cast. It's just so refreshing. And then so you'll see like these mixed race couples in the television and the shows and on the commercials. And then when you see the black woman, she's typically a lesbian. So I think there's like a fine line between teaching a culture and a society to be open to accept people, and then there's a fine line between that and just being over the top with, representing certain ideas and just completely negating.
Planting seeds.
Right. It's too much.
Just when you see the black woman, she's lesbian though.
That's a lie. If you look at a lot of these shows, you'll start to see it. Now that I say it,
I would say this: even if she's not lesbian, she is definitely more single, or more quote unquote what you would call masculine. It's not a variety of and that's my biggest problem. Not that these things are being represented, but it doesn't really reflect society and how it truly is. It doesn't reflect the true variability of society. So when I see certain roles only being played by certain people, or a character kind of being like, okay, it's a new name, new show, but pretty much the same character from this show, like, to me, that's like, okay, it's a message here. You're trying to guide people to think a certain way, even with homosexual relationships. And I'm surprised I guess maybe because gay people are just happy to be on screen, but there's a caliber of gay people that are not flamboyant gays, but that's how they're presented all the time. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you got to take consideration that the people that are making the films, right? They're not necessarily they're not in lockstep with the government. You know what I'm saying? It's that, you're getting different directors that's getting a chance to display something, and they're just displaying it. You see what I'm saying? So
And
it's
I'm not
like,
saying that this is a government thing. I'm saying even sometimes, because the writers are individuals, right? So I think people bring their personal biases or their preconceptions about the way things are to their writing, and it just reflects. So I don't necessarily think that they're showing us, we want you to think this way. They're showing their thinking, and it's influencing others people thinking. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, but that's always the case, even before they were in films. Like everybody brings that type of, everybody brings their biases, especially to their writing.
Right, but
most
how
of
you
them bringing their
get away from that is with diversity, though.
Yeah, but
that's why it's good to have conversations like these, because when you write, you're only listening to your perspective, and then you get other perspectives after you submitted your writing. So, you know, if that first writing got more likes than the last one, then I mean, people won't truly hear your perspective because it gets critiqued, and then you change your perspective. You know, just like how we have these conversations.
Yeah, and it brings, like, you know, what just like how you say, well, I want to see this. That's what happens next. Somebody go, well, why aren't we showing Black women this way? And then somebody gets there and puts a pen down, and they bring you that. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. But, like, you know, but it's hard to see a true picture of a society, you know, through media, because, you know, media is about, you know, attention. You know, it's about, it's media's about selling.
Well, I will say, I don't think it's hard. It's hard to see other races through media, but white people get represented. Represented any and every kind of fucking way that they are in real life.
As far as you know, from your perspective.
No, they are.
Just
you can't know that because you're not white.
Yes, I can, because they're fucking human. Like, they're human just like we are. There is no, and that's the thing. Like, it's not that they live such a different life than Black people or Asian people or Spanish people. No, they live the same fucking lives that we do. It's just they have the variety of showing the different facets of their lives that they live. We don't have that.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. We talk about cultural norms, right? Do you think, I'll just pass this question for anybody on the panel. Do you think that, in general, white women are as aggressive, or either more aggressive or equally as aggressive as Black women in general?
Yes, they can be.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to know what his meaning of what he determines as aggressive.
You say yeah. Amber said you say yeah.
Yes, and sometimes more so.
Tiffany, you say no.
I agree.
I agree either equal to or more so. You can't, because everybody sometimes more. You know,
yeah, but I'm wondering what made you pose the question. Yeah. Like, what is your reference for what is aggressive? Can you give an example?
Okay, well, I'm just saying, like, how in certain cultures, the female, especially, and definitely you see a lot of Asian cultures, well, the female is a lot more submissive.
Okay.
And right? See,
you know why that is though?
But what do you mean by submissive? And here's the thing.
Have you been cultural context matters.
Yeah,
why those women are like that.
Real quick though, what do you mean? Do you mean in relationships or just in life in general? Because
I'm talking about just in life in general. I'm talking about as far as being boisterous or maybe more.
Here's my question: how often? No, real quickly though. I just want to know, because
hot topic.
Outside of me, let's step away from what's being displayed on television. Let's step away from that.
I say television. I'm not talking about television. I'm talking about in real life.
Yeah, in real life. Have you been on social media and ever commented under anything about Black issues? Anything? Hell, I was on a news thing earlier about George Floyd when the verdict came out. Do you know who was swarming the comments?
Yeah, forget.
Can I chime in for a minute? So I've been listening for a little while, and my name is Breck. I think that white women are much more aggressive than Black women because they can afford to be. And it may not come off as loud and boisterous, but I do think that white women hold much of the control in this country and period, as far as what the standard is. So I think that white women definitely are much more aggressive than a Black woman can ever be, especially in this country. And when it comes to relationships as well, I mean, I look at a lot of interracial relationships where there are white women involved, and it seems as though, and this is just my opinion, that they're running these Black men, which I really don't
I don't
understand.
see that. Let's
In
get
a way
let's
that they
get
would
some
never
male. Let's
allow,
get the
in a way
male.
that
Let's
they
get
would
a
never
male
allow a
perspective.
Black woman to run them.
Let's get a male perspective too now, because I want to hear Zid. What do you think, Zid?
Quickly, can I add something to what she was saying?
Hold on, let's get some.
Hold on, real
Don't
quick, and then
tag
he
me
can,
in,
real
yo.
quick, and
Don't
then
tag me in.
real,
Unboss
no,
tag,
no,
yo.
hold on.
I'm
real
tagging
quick,
Unboss.
real quick. I just want to add something, then y'all can address it all. Just piggybacking off of what she said. Not only are white women, deemed to be not as aggressive, but for some reason, even when they're explaining the exact same behaviors as Black women, Black men are less threatened by white women. Can y'all give some feedback on that?
Okay, but first let's deal with one before we because I want to get let's get some male perspectives on that.
I want to ask why when you brought up the Asian women being submissive. I mean, you got to put that in context of their culture. They get shunned. Families get shunned for having female children.
But listen, I did put it in context. I said because I said in Asian culture, right? Because we're talking culturally, they're normally submissive. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but why? But why is it like that?
What I'm saying is that because all nationalities of people have a culture. Even Black people, African woman culture may be different than African American female. So how she responds or how she responds to her mate may not be the same across the board just because of women.
And then I want to talk
that
about
they might be submissive because being otherwise will have them, beat, killed, and brutalized. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but let me get this off.
Black women.
So let's get hold on, lady. Let's get some.
No, I'm saying after y'all done, I want to come back around to Black women in submission when y'all done. just put a pin in that. I want to come back around to that. Okay.
I got you.
Let me get this off right quick before I forget, because shit be slipping my mind. But but listen, I was gonna say equally. And the reason why I was going to say equally is kind of along the lines of what Sosa was saying with the culture. Everybody is a little different because Black women assert their dominance in their own way, and so do white women. You see what I'm saying? And white women are definitely, some of them are definitely as aggressive as some of your most aggressive Black women, but but a lot of Black women aren't aggressive. So it is 50-50 to me. If you want to ask me, from my experience, I haven't met every Black woman in the world. I haven't met every white woman in the world. You feel me? So on my experience, it's more equal. And yeah, I'm gonna say it like that because I've definitely seen situations with white women where they overassert their dominance and they put white men into some crazy predicaments, and a lot of them niggas end up killing. It's what you see a lot of these killings and
turn the ID channel.
Just turn on the ID channel and you'll find
when you see it interracially, like a Black man, Black woman, in your experience, is the white woman more dominant than the Black man?
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna say in both roles. I'm gonna say in even both roles. The white woman over the man and the white man over the woman. White man over the Black woman.
Yeah. If you in an interracial relationship and the significant other is white 9 times out of 10. I do see, Ray-Rays with they little Beckys, but these bitches ain't offering.
Yeah, once in a while, right?
And Ray working at, and listen, Ray working at Amazon and shit, so he ain't offering nothing. So I've seen those situations too, but I'm talking about like your successful people who get their little interracial couple, 9 times out of 10, the person of the opposite race is more dominant as far as and I'm talking about more dominant as far as financially. I'm not talking more dominant as far as the relationship.
No,
I'm talking about
not finance.
I'm talking about listen. I'm talking about strictly can this woman live off this nigga? And 9 times out of 10, most women want support. They want comfort. You feel me? They want somebody they can live off of. Even if they pimping a nigga, even if they, you know what I mean, taking a little 5,000 a month and pocket it and spending it on another nigga, they want somebody that's secure. They want security.
I'll talk about you pull
Now,
up to the homie house.
But can you address?
Hold on. I'm gonna come back to it. But actually, this. I'm talking about you pull up to the homie house, and you like, hey, let's do it. Let's fit it. Hey, come on, ride out with me. Hit this little spot, whatever. Right? And one situation, the homie got a white girl. Another situation, the homie got a sister. You're saying that the turn up is equal.
Nah. Nah, it's definitely not equal. It's not equal. Nah.
No, that's not a fair, because
that's not a fair,
I'm assuming that man
I don't think so
is
either.
dating. I'm assuming that man is dating a certain type of woman. So if that man is into boisterous women, then he might have a boisterous white woman as well as a boisterous black woman.
There you go, Tiff.
I mean, if the white woman's a boxer, the black woman's a boxer, then I mean, yeah, they go throw punches. I mean, come on, man. Like,
I want to address a few things. Right? I want to address a few things. First of all, I will agree that financial dominance 9 times out of 10 comes from that white counterpart.
Of course,
I think that's a large part of the draw why people enter into interracial relationships that nobody wants to address. But as far as in the relationship, it has been my observation that Black women are more dominant in the relationship over their white male counterpart. That's been from my observation. Black men,
not financially.
Yeah, not finance. Finance is different.
As long as you don't fuck with the finances, you can do whatever you want.
But
you could poke white men in the butt and all types of crazy shit.
Not financially, but as far as the direction of the relationship and what their goals are, I think Black women dominate in the relationship.
White man to let you smash other dudes while he watch all types of stuff. As long as you don't fuck with his money, we good.
Wow.
I'll say for Black men though, it's a little different. I see it being kind of, I'm not gonna say 50-50, maybe like 40-60, where Black men kind of have a warped perception of what dominance is though, right? So like Sosa just gave the example of him being able to go out with his boys without no turn up.
I'm saying with the two has the bigger turn up, the biggest turn up.
But even way, that was your example for submission. Yeah. Like if she don't turn up, then
No, I'm saying they both turn up. I'm talking about the levels of the turn up.
The level,
but you were still tethering that to submission, right?
No, I was just trying to give an example of just control of.
Like basically, who would have like if I was about to go out. If the homie came over right now and I was about to go out with the homie and he like, yo, let's go hit whoop-de-whoop, and you like, yo, babe, I'm about to go out. Like, who's gonna have a bigger problem? Like, who's the which one of those is gonna have a bigger problem?
His example was submission, though. Levels of submission, all right? So we're talking about
don't put it on just submission. I was just trying to, that's what I said, I swayed.
Ain't that what this conversation started about?
No, but we kind of swayed, and I was just trying to give an example because people
I think he was just asking me a question.
Yeah, just trying to get a general perspective.
Look, like my girl, she can come to me with that type of stuff like anytime, and it's like, okay, all right, whatever. Like, okay, have fun with your homegirl. Right?
Wait a minute, because now I'm confused. So that example was to highlight that both of them turn up, but white women turn up less, and that was to prove what point?
Nah, I'm saying I didn't give a direction of who I thought turned up more. I just want to get a perspective.
Yo, she trying to trip you up on your laces, bro.
But no,
because they both could turn up, right?
They both gonna turn up.
I'm saying they both could turn up, but
she might be nice. Okay.
But listen, in one
like,
situation, that dude can still be like, "Psh, look, hey man, look, come on, bro, we out.
We still going out, and then
Yeah,
the
we
other
still
one
going
gonna
out.
be like, nah,
You know
man,
what
I
I'm saying?
can't.
Like, yeah, she be mad, but she mad when I get back. You feel me?
But hold on. But and
That's
him
wild.
being him still going out means what? What does that signify? Him still going out. That signifies what?
Him
No,
having
it just
more
signifies
control.
a dysfunctional
So him
relationship.
being more
That's all
dominant,
it
right?
Yeah, him having more control of the relationship.
Him being more dominant. That's what you
I
saying.
wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say that because that nigga might be punished when he get home later. Like he might not can come out for the next month or something.
This is
So
very
they don't
simple,
really know.
and I feel like I'm jumping through hoops to say something that I already said. You saying that means he has more control. So you're saying that more control is kind of equal to more dominance.
In that
I'm
situation,
not
yeah.
trying to
Like
say
I'm not
nothing
like
about
you can't
dominance.
just. I'm just saying now one situation doesn't represent in totality. I just gave examples.
Look,
You know what I'm
look, Amber, you obviously not dominant as a man if your woman is sitting up there cussing and fussing at you if you try and go out with your homeboy. Like
but here's
it
the
should
thing.
be
Like,
it should be fine.
Yeah, it's gonna be like, hey, look, man, like, bro, you know better than call me,
that is
man.
a black perspective, though. I think that's a black perspective that dominance means that your woman don't tell you that you can't go hang out with your friends.
Well, no, I never said it was dominance. I never said it was dominance. I never said nothing about dominance.
Neither did
or control, or even control.
Sosa was just saying.
Let's take away dominance.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying leverage. That's why I put that
He was
example.
just saying,
Leverage.
he was just
I
saying
said
who
both.
would
I
be
said
the
both
easier
females.
man to go
Both
through
females
that.
have an issue. Both
Yeah, they
females
both
turn
want
up.
exactly. They
I'm
both
saying, so I'm
want
not
to turn
saying
up,
that
but
the turn up and a white girl don't. They both turn up.
right? Who's going to be the easier one to make up with at the end of the
Who's gonna be like, yo, man, look, bro, we still. All right, look, man, meet me at the spot. I'll be there.
Yeah, it's like I knew what he was saying. I knew what he was saying, but it was on some nigga shit. Like sometimes we gotta do some nigga shit. You don't have to explain everything word by word. Sometimes to understand what we saying. And I know for other people who don't know us, we may have to explain it. But you feel me? Like I knew what you were saying. So
listening to everybody here now, I'm so glad I'm no longer in that dating pool. Because I can't relate to none of this.
Hello.
I can't relate to none of it. Because my fiance, she was the one that was talking earlier. She ain't about to do none of that stuff.
Hello.
The turn up, none of that.
Hello. I don't care. Bye, sir. But either way, I want to get to the point I was making though. I was trying to make. So at the end of the day, I feel like how Black men perceive dominance, control, leverage in a relationship are on a lot of trivial things, right?
Right.
And white women will let those small things go because ultimately they're pulling the major strings.
Yes.
You know, they don't care.
Okay, so then you agree then that
but
the man will have more sway.
but that does not mean that they're more submissive. Actually, they're more dominant because the larger.
No, that doesn't mean that they more submissive. We're not saying that they more submissive by not bitching more than the other one.
No, Sosa started out saying that they was more submissive. He said that they was more submissive.
Can I say something real quick?
Hold on.
Let's be clear, Amber. I never said who I thought was more submissive. I only posed the question and asked, who do you think is more submissive?
No. You posed the question and you were given the answer at the same time. So you don't think that other races are more submissive? Right? It was a leading question.
We all agree that culture.
Amber, are we all homies? We all homies, right, Amber?
We all homies.
We homies, right? Did you not just ask that man what he meant?
I did.
Thank you.
But
it was
not
rhetorical. Show him that respect to say that
it was rhetorical.
Shit,
we can go watch the playback and y'all can see if it
all right. But Amber, sometimes we might say the wrong shit, Amber. But when we clarify, because we having a conversation, we can clarify what we mean. You feel me? The first thing that we say might not come out right. You feel me?
Okay.
That's what I'm saying right now.
Yeah, because I'm trying to put it in a framework that you can. Because every time I say that, you say, "Well, Define submissive. I said,
Well,
well,
what
okay,
do you
hold on.
think
First, you got to
submissive is,
define
Sosa?
aggression.
Why don't you
Well,
tell
hold
us?
on.
Why don't
You
you
know what I'm
tell
saying?
us your opinion is?
Let me just wrap this up, and then like it's nothing personal. I'm just trying to make my point. But so yeah, I'll let whatever his last statement was pertaining to, he didn't mean it that way. He never said who was this, who was what is what, regardless as to what I feel like was implied by that. I'll let that go. But what I do want to say though is, because this is a conversation that happens very frequently in our community about how Black women are aggressive, they're dominant, they're not submissive, and they compare the Black woman to the white woman as to how they're submissive, and why more Black men are going toward interracial relationships because white women are more submissive. However, I will say that a lot of what is not talked about is that white men don't go into relationships expecting to be the dominant one. They prove themselves to be the dominant one. And that is where I think a lot of Black men do not address the conversation of submission versus dominance.
How would you know that, Amber? How would you know that with a white man goes into a relationship wanting? You can't know that.
I know what they display on television shows and interactions.
See, you influence the media.
The same way you're drawing conclusions based off of what you see, right?
I was talking about experiences. I ain't talking about media. I'm talking about that's why I gave an example of an actual personal experience. Like, you go to your homeboy's house, what would that be like? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm sure all of us got a homeboy
You asked a hypothetical situation. You said, which one do you think? That wasn't like, have you ever dated a white girl? Yes. Oh, so when you try to go out with your homeboy?
You don't have to date a white girl. No,
that's a hypothetical situation.
No, you don't have to date a white girl to have experience with a Black person that that's dated a white girl.
Actually, I think that you do, if you're going to speak from a place of knowing. If that's what you're saying, these aren't your experiences, these are your observations. Same way I'm making my observations.
I know a homeboy who dates a white girl. I also know
I have interracial marriages and couples in my family. What is you talking about? Like, I know these people too.
No, but what I'm saying is that, and that's fine, but when you make a definitive statement as white men go into a relationship looking for this, you can't say that.
White men, I can say it, and I will prove you
you
wrong.
Can't say that.
Typically, white men go into situations, and I did say typically earlier. Typically,
guys, we are friends. We are friends, guys. We are friends. Let's sing the friend song.
So do you think that I have not had white coworkers that talk about their life and what their husband wants and what they have to do for their husband?
Right. That's called an anecdotal fallacy. You just say you can't
know.
We all talking anecdotes right now. We all talking anecdotes right now.
I laid it down as an anecdote. I laid it down as an anecdote.
And again, this is from my observation. Observation.
But I'm saying, I didn't say white women do this.
But what I'm saying is, when I
Black women do that.
Sir, when I initially made the statement, I said typically. You chose to hone in on that and have a problem with it. Typically, yeah. From my experience, that's how it is. Typically, yes.
Okay.
Guys,
your experience might be different.
That's can I ask a question real quick? Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat.
Peace.
Can I ask a question real quick? Guy watching on here for me on the wild.
Watching on him.
Man.
What's popping, my dude?
We still didn't get Sosa's feedback.
I got the hype. I knew that would get across.
We got the whole family on here tonight, bro.
Hey, lit. Hold on. What's aggressive? Hold on.
Yeah, Sosa. He's still ain't
submissive. I know that nigga ain't submissive.
I'm sitting in the parking lot like, damn, that's 360 degrees of ammunition. Like, they is slaughtering the guy. Unbiased ain't doing shit.
Nah, he over here sitting back laughing. Nigga drinking a pop soda.
I had to hop
nigga
on.
probably on Tinder. He on Tinder and shit right now. He bullshitting, bro.
So King Sosa, you're gonna tell us what you think? You think who do you think is more submissive or more aggressive?
More aggressive. We're really going down a rabbit hole. Can we take some steps back?
I can tell you what my experiences
No,
are.
let him talk. Let him talk.
I just hopped on. But I'll hop all the way to the back of the line.
No. Let Watcher get his off, so.
I know it. King Sosa is the one who posed the question. Yeah, we're dying to hear from Sosa. We're dying to hear from Sosa.
We gotta let everybody get their time.
Yes, still said.
Y'all
they
trying to save them. It's all right.
That's ridiculous. What if Amber, you ought to know all I'm trying to do is I'm going to bring it all back, but I'm just trying another angle because the road we're going down is not working. I feel the females have some valid points and Sosa has a valid point. And Amber has a valid point, but we're all trying to needle it down the same way. But I think there's better ways of expressing our points without making them seem like they're antagonists against each other. Because I have white male friends and I listen to the way they speak about their spouses and the dynamics of their relationships. And I hear how they run shit. So it's kind of, I have a different perspective, but then again, I have black homies who are dating white females. So I mean, like, there's more perspective than what we're trying to needle it in. And I think everybody has a valid point. I feel if I take 2 steps back and ask a specific question to my brother or to the sisters, we may be able to express that instead of trying to hammer him down on a point that you see he's not going to stand specifically on because he's trying to be more vague.
Now let me the homie, yo. We all homies.
Yeah, we all family. I love
we
you.
still gonna be homies after this shit.
Yeah. And the first thing you always that I also learned watches that you it's best to not posit your position.
Facts.
Because it's not to influence you from my perspective. I want to know your perspective. See what I'm saying? Right. So you don't gotta know. So you don't know if it's counter to what I think or not. I just want to know your perspective.
Right. Just because
it allows the conversation to grow.
Just because you asking the question don't mean that you coming from that angle.
Yeah, right. Like sometimes we are able to have a 2-hour conversation instead of just saying, "Yeah, I really agree with you."
But listen, even when you respond,
where it is neutral, and there is a way to ask a question where it's leading.
But Amber,
that's true.
But that is true. Even when you respond,
though, we rusty.
Yeah, even when you respond, though, right? But listen, even when you respond, it's the same thing with Zen respond. I'm still going to challenge your position, just like I challenge Zen's position. I say, okay, bro. So
I've never had a problem with the challenge. That's all I was doing was challenging your position and how you phrased it.
Yo, Amber, you can't knock us out on the first night back.
I ain't got no position.
We just can't let this happen, yo.
But
you gotta be on the first night back.
Sosa.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm saying. You may not have a position, but the way you posed the question, it was definitely a leading question. You understand what I'm saying? Tone, the word choice, like
what word choice?
Can I speak real quick before we narrow it specifics?
If you have a black woman and a white woman and the homie come through to pick you up, who finna turn up more?
No, like, I ain't even do it like that. I did not do it like that. See, you misrepresented. I said Zen. Because the reason I did that, Zen was saying financially.
Hold on, really quickly though. Maybe you didn't notice, but there was the implication that someone had to be turned up more. You understand what I'm saying? Automatically, these things are not.
That's why I kept explaining to you, like, because when I first posed the question to Zen, he made a good point. He said, "Well, financially, it may be different." I said, "Okay, well, we're not talking about." I said, "Well, let's talk about." I said, "Financially, I agree. So let's talk about socially." So I gave an example. I said, "Well, both females turn up." I said, which individual, from your perspective, will be able to still be like, man, I'm finna go out?
Yeah, he was just saying in that situation, which female would be less likely to let you go out in that situation versus about to fight you if you go out.
So that's more. I don't think you can. I'm trying to phrase it all different ways, but it all boils down to the same thing. Like, I don't understand what we're doing here.
I mean, you calling it submissiveness, and we not calling it submissiveness.
But that's the whole thing. That's where this whole conversation segue out of. And then he said, who's more submissive? You said that they're more financially dominant, and then he was like, "Well, no.
It's
What
segued
I
about?"
plead the fifth.
No, it's
I plead the
segued.
fifth on the submissive word. I didn't hear submissive. I plead the fifth.
It segued from aggression. And
That's what I heard.
Then it went to submissive. And then I was
Right.
like, well, I said culturally, that's why I said in certain cultures, I said Asian women are more submissive. So then I gave an example. So we could just base the decision off just the example alone versus who's more aggressive, because both people are going to be aggressive. That's why I said take away the aggression part. Now you don't have to deal with the submissive part. Let's deal with the situation.
You know what, Sosa? That was just a bad example. That's what you got chopped.
I'll live with that.
Yeah, it's a bad example.
Yeah, and quickly, I'll say this. Like you said, you don't posit your position, right? But you do, though. Because when it was something you agree with, you said, and I said, I agree. But then the other one, you was like, exactly. Like, so you agreed with his sentiment that.
No, I agreed because the point that he was making was different from what I was trying to get at. That's why he said I said it's no type of. I understand the financial part. That's why I said I could admit that part. Okay, you're right about that. You know what I'm saying? So there's no need to talk about that part, because based on the society we live in, financially, white males, white females are more financially stable. You know what I'm saying? So I can't really, you know what I mean? So that's why I talk about social, made it a social issue versus a financial issue.
He made it a hood nigga issue.
But here's what I'm saying, and I don't want you to think like I don't have no problem with whatever your position is. I was just asking the other question and posing what I thought, adding some commentary from my perspective as to how Black men often view this, not in general, just some.
No, I get that. I understand what you're saying.
But what I'm saying is, it started out as which one is more dominant in the relationship. And he asserted that financially they're more dominant, which led you to say, well, what about socially, right? So you gave that example. So my only thing was that was an example that you provided to highlight dominance socially, right? Because that was the whole thing. Okay, well, let's look at it from the social perspective. But it is dominance, right? Because we were looking at dominance from a financial perspective. Okay, now let's look at it from the social perspective. But when I say dominant, y'all like, oh, well, no, we don't mean it like that. But that's what we were talking about, though. So you did mean it like that.
Yeah, because dominant, you can't. I mean, because I was trying to, because you can't. Even though the person has more sway, more control financially, that doesn't mean that person is more dominant. Because the other person could be, the person that has more financial control, to be more smitten by the person that doesn't.
Right. That's honestly
could just be like, nigga, I'm out.
You make the money don't mean that you spend the money. Don't mean that you dictate where the money goes.
And I know
this
that
is the question I was trying to ask.
Right.
Because when
I know
you guys
it doesn't necessarily mean that, but what I'm saying is the social thing was coming up because you wanted to know the perspective. Okay, so from a financial perspective, they're more dominant. From a social perspective, which one is more dominant? You understand what I'm saying? Like you were asking
more sway. Who would have more sway? Social.
Right.
Because you talked about we talked about direction, and you said it's from your position that the white female, white said has more. I think Tiffany may have said has more control of the direction the relationship is going. Like somebody gave that example about direction.
I did, yeah, and she agreed.
Yeah, so not necessarily dominance, just direction.
But so would you consider leadership? Because that I would consider that leadership. If she's controlling the direction, she's the leadership, right?
I mean, in certain situations, you definitely do find white women leading the relationship, but the husband is the breadwinner. You do find that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we talking about too on the opposite side, where there's a white man and there's a Black woman. Like 9 times out of 10, the white man might lead the relationship financially, but he's not leading the relationship dominance. That's not even a word, but he's not the dominant one in the relationship. 9 times out of 10, it's a Black woman. You feel me? Like that happens. We acknowledge that for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So I was just saying, because y'all was acting like I was adding something into the argument that wasn't already there.
Nah, you was definitely adding the dominance thing, and we wasn't honing in on that dominance
y'all was
thing.
talking about dominance though.
I mean,
like,
we might have been talking about things that might have seemed like dominance, but like we just illustrated with this example of you have white men that are in a interracial relationship, whatever the fuck relationship with
are
a
y'all
black
not
woman.
tracking? Or what's going on?
What's up?
Never mind. We can move on because
Yeah. I was just trying to get away. We were just trying to get away from determinate dominance because that would lead to a whole another like.
Yeah. Like we wasn't even trying to go down that
Thank you,
rabbit hole.
Sosa.
But the fact that you was saying that, it was kind of leading us down that rabbit hole, and it was like the question he was asking wasn't really about dominance, because both women in either situation will bitch, and your problem as a man will still be the same whether you could go out now or go out later or whatever. It would still be the same. It's just
Zen,
Can I ask these questions?
Here's real quick. I'm not saying that it was a good example, but I'm saying that was the intent when he initially posed the question. We were talking about dominance.
Okay, well,
we already said
Amber,
it's a bad example.
I
We already said it's
apologize
a bad
if
example.
I made you think it was that way. That's not what I intended it to be. So, like,
You know,
I
I
did
don't
not
mind
mean
going
to go
back
there.
and catching the playback and giving you a timestamp so
Look,
we can
we
do.
said it was a
I'm
bad
saying like you
example.
don't even have to play it back. I'm saying like if that was implied or if I implied that was not the direction that I wanted to go. That's why I'm saying.
Hey, Sosa, you didn't finish your question either, so that kind of messed it up too, because you never really finished your point. You brought up the who's gonna turn up more, and then it got kind of wild from there. So you never finished your point.
It was it really was no point. It was just to see the like I just like I'm into psychology. That's just my shit. And I just wanted to see what the response would be. You know what I'm saying? So I could just gauge it. I just like to see I like to see the party. You know what I'm saying? And it was a good show. You know what I'm saying? That's just it. You know what I mean? That's all.
Yeah, okay. I guess I missed the majority of the damn conversation. That's
Yo,
just
watch
weird.
it. Add your 2 cents, bro. Add your 2 cents. Because we ain't let you get yours off.
My guy. I really just wanted clarity to see where the conversation was going and then trying to get it to the point where Amber and I think the other sister, and I think it was the homie Branch can clarify their points. So I think I'm just sitting back, listening. I can see where everybody was going, but everyone was getting diverted.
I think it spun from white women are the same as black women. Now I don't agree with that.
Okay, stop right there. Okay, stop right there, because that's a very, very general statement right there. White women are the same as black women. That makes no fucking sense. So how are we gonna narrow it down? Can we clarify it a little bit more? Are you talking about?
Yo, Amber gonna do it.
Okay, now don't run with the conversation. I just want clarity so I can.
No, I'm not gonna run with it because that's kind of simplified. It stemmed from me saying that white people have the same. We were talking about imagery and representation. So we were talking. I said white people have the same experiences as the black people, and they experiences are portrayed in variability in media, whereas ours aren't. We're typically portrayed a few ways. So then when he said, so you think even in like relationships, white women are the same as black women? I said, yeah, they do the same shit. Like, not that they are exactly the same or they are entitled to the same things in society, but at the core, personality wise, triggers, yes, the same.
And I would argue that couldn't be possible based on our experience versus their experience and how they relate and interact in a society where their position in society is more cemented than an African American society. So I would think that their reaction would be different, even socially.
All right, perfect. All right, free. So there we go, right there. So now that's what I would want to look at, because it seems as if we're talking between black women and white women, whether it's social, whether it's in relationships, whether it's financial, whether it's the power in society. You're talking specifically in the social dynamic and how they interact with society. For the first example, because I mean, we can't use 7 examples because that's what was messing everyone up. You can always throw in a relationship example. I'm sorry.
Yeah, socially. That's why I didn't want to go financially. We already know because we're, they're the dominant one. So
right, but it's whoever has the finances, because there's a lot of white women who are making 16K at Walmart, and there's black women who are law firms. So, I mean, we have to be careful when we start speaking in those absolutes and using those analogies or trying
in general. In general.
Okay.
Just dealing with socially.
Okay. So in your position would be it has to be different.
Gassed up.
Nah, cause I'm just trying to clean off the bullshit off the table so we can have an intellectual point, because everybody have valid points.
This first night back, baby. We gassed up.
For sure. So if we're gonna speak on socially, so what's one situation where it's just clear cut? Give an example that
no. You give me your opinion on that.
Oh, so I'm just trying. So coming from trying to understand it, you would explain to me. You want to know. You're going to say that it is, and then you want everyone else's opinion on it, whether we agree or disagree.
No, my opinion is that I'm saying that we are different. That's that's my answer. Socially, our interactions and how we relate is going to be different.
All right, and is that an opinion? Is that a claim? Is that a stance? Because I mean, Amber has a position on it.
Stance. That's my stance, because I gave you why. I told you why.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to walk to. I'm trying to get to that why, to put the why on the table, so we can talk about the why.
The why is culture. The why is culture.
And what example?
Can I ask really quick? Can I ask really quickly though? Are we talking about who they are or how society responds to them, who they are? Because those are two different things.
That would be still the same thing, because
their
social reaction would be based on how society responds to them.
So you think that they have different actions and different reactions in society? Because I'm talking about actions.
No.
Right?
No. I'm
saying actions are the same. Reactions from society's perspective is different. I will agree there, but I'm saying actions are the same.
Well, no, because your action is still going to be dependent upon your position in society. That's why you act out that way. That's why she'll pick up the phone and call the police.
That's not necessarily true. I think your action can be influenced by your reaction, but that's not necessarily always factored in.
I don't see how that could. No. Like you.
That's like saying that because there's laws, people would never murder. Because if you murder,
that's something different. I don't want to use that analogy. No, I'm saying
people are always going to deviate from what's normal.
The way that you behave is based on your social interaction in that society. So that's going to be your action and your reaction.
I disagree.
Okay, so can we pause real quick? Sheesh, goddamn. All right, so what's on the table right now, the differences between Black and white women, and one person or one view is that it's pretty much the same, and one view is that it's different. In general, before we go specific, is that a general?
Of course.
Template?
Yeah, you already know.
Okay, all right. Now, when we're going down one level, one surface level deeper, Sosa's position, that not necessarily that he's making a claim or arguing for or against, but he's just saying it's different based off of.
Oh no, that's my position.
Okay. God damn, bro.
Okay, we don't got to even muddy it. That's my position.
Okay, so that's your position, and you substantiated it by. Give me 2 points, 2 specific points that you substantiate that we can all look at and be clear cut.
Because your behavior is based on the interaction you've had in that society, right?
Okay. Let's keep it within the example, because when you go back to you and let's keep it back to the woman or the specific. Give you an example.
We want to deal strictly on the female, on a female perspective.
Whatever work. Let's narrow it down, because when we keep, that's what fucks up the conversation, because people back out into broader topics instead of keeping it specific.
Well, because we were into we're dealing with we're talking about as far as relationship goes. Then we'll deal with relations.
Okay, there we go. Okay, in relationships. All right. Now continue. 2 points. So I'm sure Amber has, and Amber, I'm gonna ask you for 2 points on why you would say it's the same, and I'm sure she'll be able to just bang knock it out. Just 2 quick points, just to substantiate your point of view. And again, it's not a debate, no argument. We always change it. We can sharpen it later.
You don't want a point. You want an example, or you want me to give an example?
If you can give a point, just it can't be too general.
Because my point
the example will help us build the conversation. So we can walk it forward.
Kind of like I laid down as far as behavior, but I'm talking about an example would be shit. Like, all right,
let me do it. We're doing it backwards. Let me give an example of a situation between a white woman in a relationship with a black dude, and then Amber will tell me why she says it's exactly the same, and then you'll tell me why the dynamics of the relationship will be different. Is that something that we'll be able to clear cut? Because we can't.
Go ahead, bro. Go for it, bro. Go for it.
Okay, all right. So let's say we got a middle-aged white man who's 32 years old, graduated from a university, went to a black university. You know what I'm saying? Let's say he went to a black university.
32 is middle age.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead,
How old are you?
Hey, whoa, that's irrelevant. The brother got it though. The man got him as
petty. I had to be petty.
I'm welcome back, right? Mm-hmm. So I guess okay. So let's say he got his master's and he dated him a sister who just graduated. Let's say she's in her 20s or whatnot, no children. They want to buy a house, and now everyone's looking at them on the outside. She wants to, let's say they living in the middle of the United States. He wants to move back to Connecticut. She wants to move down to Georgia. Now everyone's on the sidelines saying that these dynamics of the relationship are horrible. The white man's gonna be running shit, the black woman's gonna be running shit, and it's different dynamics. In what environment or what scenario, and let's start with Amber, do you feel
I'll go first.
Okay, there we go. All right, my man, there we go.
And we'll get a guideline, right?
Let's go.
A white female, right? Coming from her position in society, right? Say, right? In most cases, she's from a family in general that has more income than the African American one, right? So, so even when it comes to a relationship, right? She may be less concerned with her mate being stability when it comes to her mate.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. I'm with you.
Right. So she would be able to burden more than if it was the other way around. Right. So just even based on that dynamic alone, her interaction may be a little different, or should be a little different. And I'm saying it would be different. That's one example.
Okay.
As opposed to, if it's not too much, can we clearly state how you would expect a black woman to respond and how you would expect a white woman to respond? Can we be like concise?
I just get the preciseness. What I only dealt with, I dealt with stability. She would be able to the pressures, right, of her dealing with somebody that was less stable, right? So we're not dealing with even a response. I'm talking about her ability to even be more acceptance of that would be a response than if you're a African American woman who's in a position that's not able to, right? So you would agree to. So in that example, just that example alone, would you agree that the stress level would be higher?
In his example, was they moving? What was they moving?
Don't gotta be moving. I mean, what do you mean moving?
But see, that's what I was trying to explain to you. I was trying to put in the dilemma. Go ahead.
Can you repeat your example briefly?
No, I had Sosa went with a different example.
Man.
Like I don't know how many ways I can explain it, but
Sosa, you can't explain it from the mind frame
you think you're explaining it, but you're being vague. You understand what I'm saying?
You wanted me to give my example. I can't give an example.
No, I didn't want you to give your example.
No, he didn't want you to give your example.
Yeah, he said he would give.
Let's move the conversation
Yeah, y'all. We can just move
Let me
it on.
say,
I think
let me say this. I think it'll be helpful. I think this will be helpful.
On this one point, like I don't even remember what
I just
we
want to be
talking
helpful.
about at this point.
Let
man.
the voice of
Just
reason.
give me 30 seconds. Just give me 30 seconds. I think this will be helpful.
Let's go, brother.
So when people speak respectfully, you got to speak from the standpoint of the listener and how the listener's going to absorb it. So you have to super simplify your point under 30 seconds. Period.
Okay.
All right.
When your speech becomes a whodunit where we got to figure out what you may have been trying to mean, or you got to come in and explain it, that's when it gets thrown off. You as the speaker, you got to make that. It's kind of like a 3-second sale. You got to get to that point the hardest, quickest way, simplest way you can. So let's do it again.
Right.
Did you hear the example that I gave?
I'll give an example, if you don't mind.
Let him give an example. Shit, I want to know what the fuck he's talking about. I mean, specifically address the situation. What do you mean?
That's all I want.
What could we have said cleaner and let us know, address it, and maybe we can simplify it for you, and maybe that will help the listeners.
The reason why I hopped on was
are you
for
talking about
clarity.
me?
Yeah, whoever was just talking. Whoever was just talking.
So here's the thing. You guys' version is your version, but let me try it in my way. Okay. The way I'm an international dude. Let me qualify myself. I'm an international dude. I came from a hood, but I'm corporate now. The reason why I make that comparison is because what I'm about to say is not about me or anecdotal. It's about how the world operates. These white chicks are indoctrinated by their fathers, sons, and uncles with family thinking. Are they perfect at it? No, they're terrible, but that's how they indoctrinate them. In our community, we're indoctrinated with bust the nut, stay single theory.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That's
Thankful.
to the point. That's very simplified to the point. When you a black dude and you interact with some of these white chicks or these family Latinas, they're operating under the assumption that you have also been indoctrinated with some family concepts. So they're more likely to give you a chance, segue to you, even if your homeboys know you a fuck up. This woman has been indoctrinated, so she can't see the fuck up aspect about you. It's amusing to her. Later on, when you're not able to lead her to a drink of water, now it becomes a problem.
Hello.
Let me get on the sisters though.
That's
the problem
all right.
is the problem is with the sisters though. Sisters come from a plantation way of thinking, where the guys in her grandfather's life have always been in the dirt and she's always been on the throne because that's the way Massa wanted it. She many times is not consistent like these white and Latin people. You feel me? So she comes from a standpoint of, hey, black man, you supposed to do this and you supposed to do that. And the black man said, well, why would I do that when you're clearly not operating with a family mindset like these other women? And that's where the confusion comes into play with black dating.
But
So are you saying the black men in those cases are always operating from the family perspective?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, both of y'all were talking.
I'm
Both of
asking
y'all
the
were talking.
question. You made the statement that the black women aren't operating from the standpoint of family because of how we've been indoctrinated. So are you saying that black men have been indoctrinated differently?
You said bust a nut.
Black men,
right?
black,
so in the relationship with one another, they're
both
dysfunction.
expecting something that they have not been conditioned
right
to do.
exactly
Right.
dysfunction.
But that's exactly
That's exactly what I said.
That's why he gave.
But I said that earlier though.
She did.
Because you got to understand.
But hold on, but then he just agreed that because of the social condition that they live in, they are conditioned to operate a specific way. So the way they interact, their actions in that society is predicated upon right upon their social
right
upon their social behavior. That's
but here's what I will say though, because I think that's a general thing, and I do think that is more common. I don't think that is I think we believe that is more normative than it actually is, because
Facts.
I do know a lot of people that are indoctrinated with the idea of family, and they do support that.
Okay.
And that. What
Let
I
me-
will
let
say
me
though,
fin-
because
Go ahead. Go ahead,
I
finish.
want to get back to where we were and what we were trying to highlight, or at least exemplify. So for me, when I say that that Black women and white women engage in a lot of the same behaviors and actions,
Bring it on back.
they just get a different reaction from society, right?
They don't get my props. Give me my props.
So what I will say is, like, for example, Watcher brought up an example of a guy who's fresh out of school, maybe bright career ahead of him, gets a business opportunity that relocates his family, right? So the response from, say, if he has a Black partner or if he has a white partner, right? Now, for me, I think that a Black man would bring this opportunity to his Black woman, even if she's just as
See what you just did?
Let him finish, please. Don't cut.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Even if
bookmark
bookmark it. I think a Black man would bring this opportunity to his Black woman if he was with a Black woman. I think he would bring this opportunity to her, even if she was just as stable or established in her career, right? He would present this opportunity of, hey, I got this opportunity to move cross country. If she does not submit and go, I think it would become an issue in that relationship dynamic, from my personal experience, observation. However, if it was a white woman, if she was just as affluent or just as established in her career, I think he would be more hesitant to present this opportunity, because he would consider her thing as just as important as his. And I also think that if she decided not to, it would not become as big of an issue as it would with a Black woman. Now, the actions are the same. However, I do think that the perception of the value of Black women, what they offer and what they should be willing to take, is different from a male perspective in that relationship. I think that the reaction is a little different.
Amber, the thought exercise continues on. Now, if it's a white man with a Black woman, your opinion on how the dynamics will go?
I think a Black woman with a white man would definitely follow his.
Why did you leave out present?
I appreciate your honesty. And a white woman and a white man.
Yeah,
white woman and a white man. I think a white woman would follow his lead.
If you make all,
why did you leave out present? You left out present. You said the Black man present, but you didn't put the white man in a servitude standpoint toward the Black woman in presenting anything to her. Why?
I didn't.
Why did you subliminally do that?
I didn't bring the white man into it. Watcher did. So
I did.
I know, but in your answer, you didn't say anything about him presenting to see. I think look. Let me do my Kevin.
That's not fair.
Right.
No.
Before you assign that motive, you got to let her finish it.
That ain't fair.
All right, I'm gonna write down my notes and wait my turn.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
but really quickly, I just answered the question that was asked directly. I didn't feel the need to go through a diatribe of how to phrase it. What you just asked directly.
All right, but listen though, if you make all things equal, then the reaction should be equal to. But we're talking about a society where we're talking about a society based on statistics, and all things aren't equal, right? Right. Our interaction with the police ain't the same as the white person interaction with the police. So you got to put the cultural norms and the society you live in into the dynamics of it. Otherwise, you lose the process. You lose the answer to the actual question because it's not your case study is flawed.
But that's what I was doing though. I was saying just the same way as a black man can do the same thing as a white man, but the consequences for him are greater. Sometimes lead to death. It's the same thing. It's not that they're doing something way different or way out there. It's just the threat that they're perceived as a threat. Same way I feel like we don't acknowledge that we perceive each other as threats. Behaviors that we would accept from white people in a relationship or otherwise, we don't look at it as threatening as if a black person does the same thing to us. So that has nothing to do with the action. It has to do with our perception of their action. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're doing the action reaction thing. I'll just tap out on the action reaction because if you think that the action can be independent from the reaction, like I just can't. I mean, so we'll just agree to disagree on that part of it. But I'm just saying, like in the dynamics that we live in, right? An example that I gave up, like in the same example that the brother ran down. If you're from a situation, a more stable financial situation, there's going to be certain things that are afforded to you based on stability alone. Versus if you're coming from a position where things may not be as stable. Now that's not. I'm not speaking of absolutes. So nobody will say every black woman or every white. That's not what I'm saying, right? So, but I'm saying stability affords you a particular thing. Right? 2-parent household versus a single-parent household affords you a particular thing. Right? So I'm just saying, like, from their perspective, right? And it's also culturally because that's just what the culture is. They're in the dominant society. They are in the threshold of that financial bracket.
But what I'm saying is without financial
you
though.
You gotta let
But
me.
I just want you to understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're not perceived as being more stable. What I'm saying is that's not even necessarily based off of financial thing. A lot of that stability is founded in their race, the perception of stability. That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about the ability to deal with a mate that may not be bringing the income in because she's in a position where she don't need that. She may not need a black man with a car. She got a car. You see what I'm saying? So that type. I'm talking about that. And I'm not saying that black women don't have cars. I'm saying like that's not
even the thing that's like
the situation that you're in. It changes your
like, do we need to go to statistics and shit? Like we really want to start bringing up. Like, goddamn. All right, but go ahead.
Is that important to you as a man that the woman needs to be the financial breadwinner? Because
no. Who said anything about breadwinner?
Oh, okay. You talking about the one that has the most money? It's her.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, is everybody smoking? Let me get a piece of the mic.
Go ahead.
Don't try to run, Sosa.
Go ahead, King. I can't see your name, bro. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sosa gonna bark, but don't bite.
All right. So I go by the name of Mr. Research. I try to drop you research. So when it comes to stats, let's just put this in a button. Black males, the marriage certificates that are filed by the government in the Department of Justice, 83% of black males who file with black wives. But for some reason, our narrative in our community is we're only going to focus on the 12% of dudes that don't. This is where this conversation goes off the deep end. Now I'm not taking shots at nobody. I'm just keeping it 100. This is why I always tell men and young boys, stop getting mad at women. Stop teasing women. Stop expecting them to see you as a human being because you're not. In the example we just gave a second ago, somebody said, hey, look, the black man presents listen to this, presents this to this woman. Now that's not bad within itself, but let's stay consistent. Then Watcher jumped in and said something and then asked the question. And then it came to, well, the white man, he'll just work with her. If our women are still stuck,
I did not say that. I did not say the white men to work with. I said she would go.
I didn't say you did.
Yeah. But so where did you get that?
I didn't say that.
Where did you get that response from? That
which,
he'll just
which
work
part
with
of it?
You said Watcher asked the question about
Mhm.
the white man, and it was said that
And
he'll
you-
just work with her.
Yeah, you didn't say anything about the white man will present. You said,
I did. I
and
never
Miss
asked
Tiffany
the
jumped in with that. Yeah, I'm trying to answer your question.
But-
I mean, do you want to
You gotta
dominate?
let him go, Amber. Gotta let him finish.
You want to dominate?
Just let him go, Amber.
This is the
I
control
don't
I'm
mind
talking about.
dominating. I don't mind dominating.
I know, because our
So-
women are plantation. They like dominating the men all the way back to the plantation
and I can
time.
dominate you if you allow it. So
Yikes.
No, allow.
Amber, let him finish his point, Amber.
No.
Go
Let it
next,
happen.
Amber.
Let it happen. This is good. Please let her free to talk because this is what we have to deal with as black men when we're trying to be logical.
Gaslighting 101. You're not being logical.
You can label it as gaslighting in order to deflect from the logic that's being said.
Well, let's put it this way: we can't understand when multiple people are talking, so we got to talk one at a time.
I was disciplined and I was quiet.
People do have to get it out, my guy.
I was disciplined and I was quiet, but we can't get our women to discipline, self-discipline.
In our recollection.
Amber, when somebody cuts you, I'm
this is the problem.
To chill, and you got to let the brother speak.
I don't have to do shit.
You right, you don't. Amber, you right.
Don't get mad at our women. Don't get mad at our women. This is how they are indoctrinated to feel.
Now y'all know that I don't mind nobody coming with the smoke, but be accurate. Don't give a response that I didn't give. I did not give that response. So let's be clear.
And to our black men, stop being mad because you can't fix this. They enjoy being disrespectful to us.
Ain't nobody mad but you.
You the only one that's not
Here
mad.
comes the second one, gentlemen. Here comes the second one, gentlemen.
I'm not
You
broke.
can't fix this.
You out of order. You are completely out of order and being ridiculous.
This is why I tell y'all, don't get mad at our women. Don't get mad at our women, gentlemen. They are indoctrinated to control us. Look at all the look. I'm still polite to these ladies, and they still being disrespectful.
Polite. You're being an asshole.
Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean I'm not being polite.
Sir,
y'all
you're
can't jump right into the
passive
pool.
aggressive is what you're being.
No, I'm just not following your lead.
No, I'm not asking you to follow my lead.
Yes,
but if
you
you're gonna
are,
be a
lady,
leader,
because
be a
I'm having a
leader.
two-person
You act like
conversation,
you're supposed
and you're
to
the
be
third
with
person jumping
somebody.
in trying to control me for her.
Ain't nobody trying to control you.
Then why are you speaking, my lady?
Why
Because I can.
are you threatening
All the
her?
men are looking. All the men are looking at this dynamic. You're jumping in as a third person to
All
defend the
the men are
sisterhood,
looking.
lady, in something that has
so
nothing
what?
to do with
You
you.
got to be new to this platform. You
No,
must
it's
be
not
brand
about
new.
new. It's about
He's
we
very
can't get to a logical
very
place
new.
because our
You're not-
women are
you're not even
constantly
talking
being
about logic.
disrespectful.
You're not even
No,
talking
you're
about
being
logic.
disrespectful.
You just
Because
created a
I'm not
whole
obeying you. That's why you think it's
Who
disrespectful.
is
I'm
asking
just
you
trying to
to
have a
obey
conversation.
anybody?
I'm just trying to have a conversation. You want me
No,
to
you're
obey
not.
and
You're
shut
talking
up
about
because
people
you have decided to
gaslighting.
speak.
You're the one who's gaslighting.
This would flow
And for the
much
gentlemen
better if
out
we
there,
spoke
there's
one at
no
a
such-
time. We could be heard. That shit
Okay,
sounds
look,
horrible when
I'm
y'all-
gonna do
y'all
what
and
most black
lectures
men
like
do.
that.
I'm gonna be quiet and menace myself until they run out of oxygen so we can continue to have a valid conversation.
Hold on.
I want him to continue. I want him to
Hold on.
continue accurately.
First of all,
Okay, look, if he says something to disrespect you, what did he say that was disrespectful to you?
He's being passive aggressive.
But what did he
He's
say?
saying he's making all of these comments, assuming that Amber or I are trying to control the men on this panel. Nobody is trying to control the brothers.
Yeah,
And he
but-
says, brothers, don't get upset with them. They've been trained to be from the plantation. No brothers are getting upset with
Hold
us.
on,
You
hold
are
on.
the only one that's expressing upsetness.
But Miss Tiffany, he already said that in his opening statement. about how the black. So you know the perspective he's coming from. He made an
Yeah, but
example.
he's using that. He's using that to come at Amber and I in this conversation, and that's what's out of order.
I feel disrespected because I'm being misrepresented. Now,
Exactly.
Here's my thing. I don't mind him recalling anything I said. If he needs clarity, I can repeat what I stated. But what I do have a problem with is him giving a response that was never given. Nobody ever said it was said that the white man will work with the black. Nobody said that. He made that
And Amber, that's what he said. That is the very definition of gaslighting.
Exactly. And then he used that. He used my disagreement with that to try to segue and prove his underlying agenda of black women are this, like it's very juvenile, childish, and I don't have no problem with him stating his point. Just be accurate when you're talking about a response that I gave. Y'all know I'm like this no matter who on the panel or what we talking about. So it's nothing personal, sir. But when you talking about something I said, be accurate. I'm right here. If you need clarity, I'll repeat what I said.
All right. I said, so that's fair, brother. If you misquoted her, no problem. Just ask her. What did you say?
I didn't misquote, sir. I didn't misquote.
Yeah.
I didn't misquote. I mean, look, I'm going to talk to you brothers and not even address them because I think it's safer. You guys can take critique on the chin better.
See?
Black
you
men,
see this?
black men tend to take critique way better.
See this?
So let me critique you, ma'am. I thought you were finished talking.
What are you critiquing though?
Okay, ma'am.
And who
I
gave
thought
you
you
the
were finished
authority
talking.
to critique anything?
I'm just saying he's just saying that it may come off to you as a little more personal. So he's just gonna have the conversation
It's gonna be personal if you're talking about.
I'm not even gonna mention women or mention you and the other lady because y'all want to control what I'm saying. So I'm gonna leave y'all totally out of it and just talk to the brothers about brothers.
Clearly, he has to
because they can take critique on the chin.
And I'm gonna talk to my brother real quickly, and then I'm up out of here because I don't got time. Sosa. Yeah. Now,
more control. I still can't speak. Okay.
Me and you cool or whatever. But here's where we finna have a problem. Because I understand
now she's trying to control you. Wow.
I'm finna tell him where we finna have a problem.
You finna tell him what he better do if he still wants to stay connected to you. I
understand. So what I'm saying is I have a problem with you hear what was being said. Was he not recalling a conversation me and Watcher had, and then he imposed his response in place of my response? Now to say that, let him finish what he's saying.
Let me respond to that, Amber, and I'm just gonna be honest with you. I really didn't even hear your response. Like I knew the response, but I didn't hear the wording to know if you did say present or not. I'm just being honest. I just listened to overall.
Take present out of the equation, because I didn't even pose the question.
I'm saying I don't even know if he did or not. I don't even know if he did or not. That's what I'm saying. I'm just going off what you said. And I'm going
anyone else on the panel? Did anyone else on the panel hear me say that white men will work with black women? Did anyone else hear me say that?
Wait, anybody hear you say what?
When a Watcher posed the question, when he reversed it, he said, well, what about white men and black women or white men and white women? Did you hear me say that the white man will work with the black woman?
Nah, I mean, I don't remember. But is that impossible?
On the phone, though, right?
No, it's not impossible. But to refresh your memory, what I said was that the black woman will follow the white man. I also said that the white woman will follow the white man.
Oh yeah, I heard you say that. Yeah. I definitely recalled you saying that. Yes.
Which was the main point.
Exactly. So
timestamp it. Timestamp it, boss.
I sure.
Yeah.
I will.
We're gonna bookmark that one.
But that point is really
but she definitely said that.
Contention was the fact that they felt that the white man was being uplifted because the presentation part, and if she was able to explain that was irrelevant, that was her point. She can rephrase it and put it in there if that made us feel better. But I think it was easier to harp on that, and then the pettiness ensued.
So let's continue with the dialogue because I think this is actually kind of entertaining.
Okay, let me ask Watcher why. So what you just said, and just educate me, Watcher. What you just said is when someone took the time to put present to the black woman into context and then you're saying, okay, we just easily omit it because it wasn't applied to the other to the other side of the logic. It was
pause,
just
pause,
omitted.
pause. I need to understand what you're saying. You're saying we just easily omit it.
So when you just said,
okay,
watcher, when you just said she could have rephrased it, but she said take it. You said take that out of it. So when you say take that out of it, you're omitting, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to understand from you because I am new over here. I mean, I'm just trying to have a conversation, but maybe I'm not understanding. Why is it logical to make a presentation of the black man as presenting to anyone, but then using other men as not presenting at all? And then if I point that out, that there's an inconsistency there, why do we take that out? Because the strength of my argument is, why are we even framing, everybody been to college, why are we framing the conversation like the black man must present? Because that didn't happen by happenstance.
Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question. Okay, let me answer the question. If we're under the guise as if the goal was her to say that, as if framing was the main point, as if the presentation was the quintessential lynch point of the argument, then of course we'd keep it in. But if she is willing to say that is not my point, I didn't intentionally mean it that way, I was just answering a question because he interjected. You know what I'm saying? If she's willing to say it, then to me that's irrelevant. It isn't like she said that subconsciously, like she has no idea what's going on and she just bit into the system.
Watcher.
Yes,
can I
ma'am.
just address that? I didn't even ask the question. I did not rephrase the question initially when it was asked that, so are you saying that if a white man presents it to black, you said, well, what about white men and black? I just simply responded. So I didn't ask, I framed the question because I was bringing up the scenario. So in my scenario, I use present for both the black man with the black woman, the black man with the white woman. You wanted to know what my thoughts were in regards to it being reversed.
For the complete example, correct.
So I did not say present because I did not ask the question. I did not pose the question or the scenario. He's hung up on that because it means something to him.
Okay, well then, Amber, let me stop right there.
Can we just delete that whole part of that conversation?
But see, the whole point to him, he feels, but we have to understand his point. Because what he was saying is that the point of it being deleted has some valid point. I'm curious of what his valid point is.
Because he's talking from a psychological perspective, obviously.
Right, and I understand that, but if she's willing to say that was not her objection, she didn't even get a okay. If he wants to stand on that and keep the conversation on that point to make an overarching point, I understand it. But if he just wants to stand on that point,
but he can't even have that smoke for me. He got to have it for you because you posed the question.
But Amber, what I said
for Watcher too. You got smoke for Watcher too.
Y'all can bring the smoke over here.
No, I didn't. No, you can't. You can't suggest that I have a problem with Watcher. Let me do that on my own. You can't. You can't try to create that. I simply asked the brother a clarifying question because, ma'am, may I speak with your permission?
But you're creating a problem
with your permission, ma'am. May I speak? Let me pretend I'm Watcher for a minute. Can other people use the microphone besides you?
Problem with me based off a question
oh my God. But I'm the one gaslighting. Okay, go ahead, ma'am. You have the control.
Because it's creating a problem with Watcher, but you're creating.
No, ma'am. Your lack of mouth discipline is creating this.
No, your lack of logic. You have a problem with me over a question I didn't ask.
I'm trying to move past you and speak to the brothers, but you won't let that happen.
Well,
Mr. Research?
Yes. They do have. I was trying to say something disrespectful. Let me.
Why? Not. See why? I haven't said nothing
because you want to speak to the brothers. They have platforms where it's all.
Because, ma'am, you're trying to control other people. You tried to control Watcher a second ago. All the brothers saw it. You try to impose something between me and Watcher that I didn't do on my own.
You're speaking for all the brothers, and who's trying to control who? You're speaking for all the brothers. All the brothers saw it. You need some cheerleaders. Is that what you came here for? You on the wrong
look,
platform.
I do need a Tiffany because Tiffany jumped in to help you. So you're absolutely right. I do need one.
And I didn't ask for Tiffany's help.
Yo, you are so out of order, and I'm just trying to ask
come
none of
on.
the brothers who are regulars on
Yo,
here
oh,
or checking him. Y'all are just
You're
letting him
looking for
sit on the
help.
panel and
We
go
friends.
buck wild. This is ridiculous.
Tiffany.
No, this is just having a discussion, ladies, and you.
You're not having a discussion. You're being
No, I'm not having the
disrespectful.
discussion you want me to have with your permission.
No,
Come
the
on,
point
Amber,
is,
Amber,
you are.
Amber.
Can I speak? Can I just speak?
You've
The
been
point is,
speaking. You won't let
admitted-
nobody else speak
let me
but
No,
you.
that's Tiffany. That's Tiffany. That's Tiffany. Go ahead.
Unbiased. Listen, you admitted that you're new to this in this space, so you clearly haven't even read the room. We don't talk to each other like that. Is brothers and sisters over here? You're bringing a whole nother type of energy into this space, and it's creating a disruption. And I'm shocked that none of the brothers have caught on to that, or if you have, y'all not saying nothing.
Wow.
Y'all letting him
I'm
steer the
trying to
energy
say
of the
something right
space
now,
into
but
something
I'm
that
just
is
trying
not
to
what
get
we do over
everybody
here.
under control. I'm trying to say something right now, but I'm just trying to get everybody in control. Everybody's a little out of, you know what I mean? But yeah, bro,
People gotta be able to
definitely
read the room.
I read the room, but I'm just trying to give everybody a chance to speak because everybody can speak. But at the end of the day, we might disagree. So I'm trying to say that I disagree, and I'm trying to calm everybody else down and moderate what's going on right now. But still, everybody still needs to get days off. That's just a respect that has to be had online when you talking through mediums like this, because we can't talk over each other.
That's fine, but y'all don't see how he is alienating the women on the panel. Y'all not
I'm
seeing that?
agreeing. I'm agreeing with you,
So
and I'm trying
why
to
don't somebody
address
say
it.
something? Why are we the only? Because we're speaking
I'm
up, so we're
I'm
we're
literally.
looked at as being the ones
You
trying to be in control.
listen. You talked over me before I could even get a chance to speak to the guy. And I'm trying to let you talk so you can get yours off because I agree with you too. I'm just trying to let everybody talk. We can't talk over each other online. So it's hard for me to insert my opinion when I disagree with somebody right on the spot because you're not going to hear it clearly on the playback. So I'm trying to be aware of this as I've listened to, like, we've done this shit hundreds of times. So us arguing back and forth is very hard, but I do agree with you and I'm on the same point. Dude does need to relax. My guy, the researcher, you gotta relax right now. Like,
Okay, I will change the
Can I
subject.
speak
I
now?
won't even bring it up.
Zen
I'll start talking about giraffes. My apologies.
No, bro.
No, it's good. It's good because I'm a guest over here, and this
My nigga,
I gotta follow. I gotta follow the
I
narrative.
didn't
I'm
even
good.
finish talking. This is the fucking point that I'm trying to. This is the same point I'm trying to relate to my sister. I'm trying to relate to you right now. Like, you niggas won't just let somebody talk, bro. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to articulate my full point. I'm not saying that I'm trying to rule the fucking podcast, bro, but everybody has to get some room to talk. Even when people don't disagree with you, you still have to give that common courtesy up to let somebody talk and let them have room to disagree with you so you can have a dialogue with them. But don't be just calling people out because you disagree with them. Like, don't downplay them like that because we not about that over here. We not trying to create that kind of atmosphere where we just bickering back and forth like some immature ass children. Like, that's not what we want. That's all I'm trying to say right now. You feel me? Like, when I'm saying just fall back a little bit, just fall back a little bit. Feel me? You still accepted over here, my nigga. Like, just go ahead and talk your shit, but like, let people say what they gotta say. And
shit, man. Fuck it.
Nah, but go ahead. Don't let me change shit up. I'm just trying to calm shit down. I'm sorry.
No, I'm with you, my nigga, but I feel like I've been trying to calm shit down for the whole 30-40 minutes I've been on, trying to get narrowed down to talk to a specific point. But then we were going back and forth. And then when the brother and the sisters had their beef and I'm trying to square it down and calm it down, I'm being shot down from both sides.
That's
So when I
that's the
decided to
point
step,
though. We was having a conversation, and when we start bickering back and forth
I
about
ain't
little
shot
shit,
nobody down. I ain't shot nobody down. I just
I
y'all
ain't
know.
nobody say you did. Nobody say
Yeah,
you did. So let's
I'm
not
just
even
I'm
go
just
into
saying.
that no more. Let's just
Yeah,
go back into the conversation of what we was
Yeah, that's
talking
what I'm
about,
saying. Like,
and
I
let's
I
not
would
still,
get
love to.
personal.
Can
I
when we
still
go
want
back
to hear.
in,
That's why I
when we go
said,
back in,
can
can
we
we be
just leave?
accurate though?
That's what
Can
I'm
we be
saying. Let's just leave the present part out, right? Can we skip that part, researcher? Because I still want to hear your argument. Like, even if I disagree, I still want to. We have people on this platform we disagree with constantly. This is nothing new for me, at least. So I still want to hear the point that you would try to make, but leave the present part out because you feel like you're misrepresenting the statement. But I think we were at an overarching point about the different social norms and how we interact. And you would talk about, I think you would talk about marriages and about a narrative. before we switched, we were talking about the marriage percentages of Black male, and then it kind of spiraled from there. So go ahead from that point, and then just give you, you know what I'm saying, break down what you was going with.
Look, I'm thanks to Zen and Sosa and to everybody, two ladies watcher. I'm gonna switch it up because it's yeah. I'm just gonna switch it up just to spin over something else. Dating as it relates to the Black community, we as guys have to do better in vetting the people we interact with, because they can poison our children. They can poison our outcomes, even if it's white women. Our narrative as Black sons is always going to be, you didn't do enough for us. You didn't do this. Back in the days of the Pullman Union, I think that was 1440 or 1410, they created the first Black Women's Economic Conference. They did that for their sisters. Before the right to vote, Black marriages were 4 times what they are now. So when we introduced the conversation you guys were having about white women or just women in general, there's an inconsistency on we men being seen as humans. We are not seen as that. On the hand, I love women. I just try to teach guys not to get angry, because you have to understand, in this community, you as a boy, you're always going to be disrespected. You're a number 4 in your family. Your father, many a times, not all the time, but many a times, is going to tell you, and I did not have this experience, this is just what I've seen because I counsel dudes. Your father will tell you his wife comes first, his daughter comes second, he, the father, comes third, and you, the son, comes fourth. When King Sosa, you look in Jewish communities, it ain't even close to that. The boy always comes first, even if he's the youngest. You look in Latin communities, there's something called machismo. And our women don't want that type of information to get to the Black man's ears, because they want us to only have the conversation they want us to have. And I'll end on that.
And I'm gonna let my sister respond because I
Where you
know
from,
they
baby?
are dancing in their seats.
Nope,
And
Hey,
not
hold
no
on.
more.
Where you from? Hey,
I'm not.
bro,
I'm
where
not.
you from?
Yeah, I'm not trying to let none of that get to me, because I already see what he's pushing, and I'm not with that. Like, that don't describe me at all. So I'm gonna let him have that.
Can I?
You know,
A
let me ask
realist.
you.
A realist.
All right, go ahead, Zen.
Where you from, bro? Where you
I'm
from?
over it.
I'm originally from Cali. But I left America at 19. So I was overseas doing music for 4 years. I lived in Romania, France, England, the Grill, came back to America, was in Sac, Oregon, and then did
But where you from though? Like, where you from?
I'm originally from the Bay Area, California.
How long did you live in Oakland?
Yeah.
Oh, I've been in the town. I've been in the town since I was a kid. I was born in the town.
town.
Yeah, I'm born in the town.
Hey, EPA, East Palo Alto over here, boy.
Oh man, I used to hang out in East Palo Alto. Man, I look 8 blocks the most violent 8 blocks I've ever seen.
Hey, settle down. Hey, that's enough.
I'm just keeping it 100, man. I'm from the hood. I'm from the hood.
They don't know all about that.
Hey, but listen though, let's. I want to extrapolate that, right? And I'll give it to pose a question to Ms. Tiffany and Amber. As far as his the example he gave as the black son being number 4 versus the other communities, do you think that is substantial, or do you think that's some bullshit?
What do you think? You're as a man, what do you think? Because I can't speak from the perspective of a man. So,
I mean, he just gave the example. I'm talking about based on the example he gave.
I think I won't say that is completely wrong, but I think that is rooted a lot in religion, in the order of things there. For me, that's not how I order my life. For me, I think it's kind of ridiculous that your husband or wife comes first.
You mean the head of the household thing, as far as that's what you mean? The man should be the head.
A man should be the head, or that they're primary. Like, the whole argument of who eats first. Who plate you fixing first. Like, to me, that's ridiculous. Kids come first. In my family, kids come first. We're the adults. Our job is to guide them. So if anybody's going to be without, it's going to be you, the adult, not the kid.
To me,
as far as there
argument
being
is so
this,
petty, yo.
Huh?
That argument is so petty to me.
It is.
Like, why is that
it's very
even
petty.
Like, who cares? Like,
but people do. People do.
I
and
agree. I think it was petty. I just didn't want to chime in because I kind of see what the agenda is there. So I'm like, you know what?
But I'm not to diminish his argument, because it is a very real thing, though.
It's the culture.
Right.
It's the cultural.
But I'm just saying, like, more level heads like us, like more. I mean, just from the reaction that we just had in this few seconds, like, I could tell that most of us don't give a fuck about that. Like, we don't agree with that. Like I think more level heads out here don't give a fuck about minuscule things like that. That doesn't mean who gets the plate first. Are you serious? Like,
right.
I'm just trying to provide for my family. What the fuck cares? You see what I'm saying? We all trying to eat at the end of the fucking day.
Right. Could be wrong. My God, could be wrong. And who is it? Whoever made that point could correct me. I didn't hear it. But I didn't know if he was speaking more of a overarching point with regard to like the culture and the society norms and what's raising our boys and our daughters, and just the foundation of whatever type of code that we're putting forth in comparison to other cultures and the codes that they're putting forth. Now, again, eating a big piece of chicken, we can all make it comical and petty or whatnot. However, I'm just trying to see if there's an overarching point that can lead to a deeper conversation opposed to nitpicking around the edge.
There is an overall point.
Get cut off. Can I finish my point before I get cut off? Everybody loves to get cut. I gotta always get wild and start talking over people, regardless if they're my brother or my sister or not, to get my point across. Fuck.
But watch her.
Fuck. No, Amber, because you're the main one who keep doing it to me, and I always give you that pass.
But watch her again,
sister. But I'm not gonna let you finish your point because I feel like I should finish my point. But sister, again, I'm not gonna let you finish your point because I gotta finish my point. But sister, again, I'm not gonna let you finish your point because I gotta finish my point. But sister, again, I gotta finish my point. But sister, again,
go ahead.
Please. If he makes an overarching point and we disagree with it, at least it's all out on the table and we can understand his code and we can say that shit's wrong, I disagree with it. But whenever someone's trying to make a point, we cut it off with, and it's petty. Like he could have, the presentation, that was a petty cutoff. And then just like now, we're cutting each other off with the petty stuff instead of holding it like, man, 5 minutes ago, you said this and you were wrong. I wrote it down because I didn't want to cut you off, but I'm going to say it now. This is like, I would say high school, but I don't even think high school conversations and debates are more fruitful.
Watch her.
Yes, ma'am.
When I responded, I said, I understand what he's saying because I do see that. And I think it's more tied to religion because that's the order of things. I gave an example of the plate, not diminishing his entire argument because I said, I understand. Zen chimed in and was saying, yeah, I think more level heads just don't care about minuscule shit like that. It wasn't that the argument was minuscule, but that the logic of order of things. And I even said, in my family, kids come first. So I'm not diminishing what he said or minimizing what he said. I actually agree. I just disagree on what the foundation of that is. I do want to add, however, that if you look at how our family dynamic is now, as far as women being majority head of household, right? A lot of times I've heard this on Clubhouse conversations. Women would say the opposite of what he's saying. A lot of women feel like if they have a brother in their household, that the brothers are prioritized over the women, that they are made to be servants to them and to serve them. And that is shaping how they go out and view the world in their relationships with men. So I just wanted to add that. I think that both men and women have their perspective on this. I think men feel like women are prioritized, their last, you know, in their upbringing. I think women feel like they're last in their upbringing, depending on what their family dynamic is.
Amber, you gotta choose your side, yo. That's it.
Yeah,
You gotta choose your side.
Let me just say, like, that's why
Amber's too smart for that.
What I'm saying is, like, before it even deals and goes in other direction, he laid down an example. The example was that the father will tell the son that my wife comes first. Right? So we're talking so that's already from the male perspective. This is from father. This is the father talking to his son. Right? And I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Like that's, I mean, I think most African Americans pretty much know, like, hey, look, man, that's my wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think a lot of people as kids heard that. You know what I'm saying? Like, my father wasn't around, but I've heard that from other fathers. Like, hey, look, man, that's my wife. You know what I'm saying? She come first. You know what I'm saying, but I think the overall arcing theme of it, because you could say it's religion. Of course, it could be. Religion is culture. That's just what religion is culture. It could be somebody else's culture, whatever. But it's still culture. So I'm thinking, like, okay, if what he's saying, let's just say what he's saying is true, or let's say even if it's not true, how in a household, how would you raise a king, right? If the ideal you want a black man, you want a black king in the end, how do you raise a king? Do you do it from that dynamic, or do you do it from a different dynamic?
A king, but if it's the father,
don't take it literal. Don't take it literal. You please generalize what I mean. Don't spin it in another direction. Just go ahead. Go ahead.
If it's in his example, the father did say it. So how did the woman end up being to blame? Because the father is the one that told his son that he come last. So how's the woman to blame?
I didn't blame the woman. I said it's from. I said it's
no,
from a male perspective.
but in his scenario, he went into a diatribe about how the woman don't want us to know. They don't want us to have power and all of this. Like, but it was the father that told him last.
Because he already laid down his premise as far as how the black woman still has the slave plantation mentality. I thought we understood that was his premise. He laid down at the beginning. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just like, when I'm talking to somebody, I'm just dealing with their perspective, like independent of my own.
So outrageous.
So when he speaks to me, even if I disagree, I know where he already laid down his perspective, so I know where he's coming with it, even if I disagree.
So the perspective is, even with fathers in the household now, that women are dominating. So they're dominating in households where they're head of household, and they're dominating in household with the fathers. Is that correct?
He's saying that based on the society that we live in, he laid down the argument how males are pushed to the back. I know we've heard it. I'm gonna give you the blackology argument, because we've already heard this argument before. We know what. I think Unbiased to speak to this. It was the black women's the women's liberation movement. Is when the black woman, right? They started giving assistance to the black female, right? And telling the black male that she cannot stay with the female. If you know what I'm saying, like we know where the argument comes from, right? It's not like it's brand new. He may be saying a little more uncut. You know what I'm saying? But we know the argument though, right?
Right. I'm just trying to sum it up from a male perspective since you seem to understand.
Agree to something? We gotta agree on something and then move from there, basically.
Zen, can I speak to something you said if you don't mind?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So to answer your question, and one of the ladies in the chat room, what does it have to do with dating? Let me take the chat room first and then go back to Zen. If you have the dynamic in our community where the boys are perceived accidentally, let's put that word in there, accidentally as less than in all situations, even amongst other boys, then you're going to have a percentage to where the rest of the planet is operating dating and family in a totally different dynamic than the way the plantation boy is thinking. Because the plantation boy is used to, let me holler at her, let me run some game on her, let me lie to her if necessary, but it's always times 20 what these other dudes are doing because they don't have to, because they've been indoctrinated with a bar mitzvah. That's a Jewish term for boys. They've been indoctrinated with a machismo. That's a Latin and Portuguese term for boys. See, the plantation boy don't have that. So let me go over to what Zen said. Everybody got their own perspectives, Zen, and you know, everybody's theory is what it is. I'm just talking about the topic. The reason that it matters though is because the child ultimately, as a boy, before he even starts dating, he's already looking at things as 50-50, 50-50, 50-50, 50-50. So the reason it matters, per my perspective, doesn't mean I'm right, is that when many of these boys, and I was never like that, but for many of these boys, when they get out thinking 50-50, 50, it don't matter who got the first chicken. Then when they're in a dating scenario, see how I bring it all around to where now they're being told they have to have chicken first mentality. Now they're being told it ain't 50-50. They have to be that assertive, that's a daddy's chair, that a daddy get the first leg of chicken, like Chris Rock said. So so it does matter to those dudes who are now confused after being told not to be that way. Now, when they hit in the dating scene, now it's like, okay, so lying is better to get set. Okay, well, I don't need to be honorable. I just need to lie like all my homeboys are doing. What are your thoughts, Zen?
You said you was from Cali, right?
Town business.
Yeah, you sound like a Cali nigga for sure. Like you sound like a Cali pimp. You got everything down pat.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Is that the answer?
No, I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer. There you go. I don't have an answer.
I just think I thought, like I said, I wanted to see what the what the pushback was. Like Tiffany coming back. Yeah, like I said, the argument you made may be a little bit more, like I said, a little more more blunt. But the perspective is already that perspective has already been kind of like echoed to a degree. So and sometimes when I honestly though, and I'll be completely honest, sometimes I totally disagree with it, and then sometimes I would be lying if sometimes I don't feel that. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's gonna be, but as a black male, I'm always going to be somewhat insensitive to the black female because I don't know what it is to be a black female. I can only speak from the black male perspective. See what I'm saying? So
I hear that.
I always end up stepping in a pothole. You see what I'm saying? Because they're going to present their perspective that's going to be unbeknownst to you because you're not a black female. You know what I'm saying? But I do, like this, I think we've had all types of conversations where there's different dynamics going on in the society that we live in. And sometimes it's polar opposite. Versus what I'm saying, like far as black men and black women connect in some areas. So I do feel that aspect.
I mean, that's the fact. I mean, it's not even a question. You know what I mean? Their opinion matters just as much as ours. But I mean, you know, we have to be vigilant on speaking our own opinion as men and not try to speak too much up for the women, which is why we got Amber and Tiffany on here giving their opinion. But I mean, to his question, I mean, I can't answer that. I mean, it's so vague. I don't even know what we really talking about. So.
You could pose the question over here because I don't want to dodge. I don't want to play 50-50. I'm going to just shoot that shit straight down the middle from where I stand at because I have a different stance. I was raised in a certain family, however, but I've raised my own family and I run my family and we make our decisions based on skill set and strengths. Certain skill set and strengths that my wife possesses over me, she gonna make head decisions over that. Certain skill set and strengths that I possess, I'm gonna make those decisions over that. So I don't think it's just a clear down the line, authoritarian, machismo, man ran world, but I do, and I want to wholeheartedly agree with, and I would have to say I'm more than 51% under the guise that we have real structural issues with the dynamics of our families and the way it's ran, and it's evident whether you want to use this conversation or not, or we can just look out into the world that there is a difference and an issue between the black man and the black woman with regards to roles and identities and respect with each other and loving each other and all that shit down the line. And I believe that's in.
Go ahead. I thought you were going to go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, and of course, it's in everybody's relationship and all these other races, but I don't want to hear anybody bring that bullshit up because we're not talking about everybody else's and we don't give a fuck about everybody else's. We're going to speak on our shit if we're going to talk about it. And it's like we have big issues with people trying to replicate what works in their family without regarding or understanding that shit's not going to work for the whole. Some people, yeah, I'm independent, or I'm a strong black man. I don't need no woman. Sounds stupid as fuck. But it's cool for women to say the shit.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
I woulda, but I gotta say, as a matter of record, though, you said I run my family.
Yeah.
You said that.
And right. I bet you if my wife was right here, she would say the same damn thing.
Man.
What are you talking about? But this is what I'm talking about. This is the pettiness. I want to pick one point in your argument, and then I want to try to make that seem like it's more point and disregard everything else that's been said. That shit's been happening all night, bro. But it was funny. That was funny. But how valid is that? Now, is that really the dynamics of my relationship? Is that an overarching point that is something that I'm subconsciously that I'm unaware of and that's speaking to my culture and the way I run my shit?
I'm just saying.
Or are you making a joke?
Let's just sit. No. Okay? What if you did run your family? Is that a bad thing?
No, I claim I run my family.
What if your wife? Hold on.
You brought it up as if it's something wrong, and I want to understand why you brought it up.
I don't think he meant it like that. Watch it. He didn't mean it like that.
I didn't bring it up to say nothing was wrong. I brought it up because you said you run. You took it as it being something wrong.
No, I thought I heard you. My fault. I thought I heard you laugh and you brought it up as a point of contention. As something that I
said. No, he's not.
I'm laughing.
Because I just felt like you said you run your family. Like, what's the big deal with that? But when I said you said you run your family, you moved away from the statement and then make it more a dual versus I run it, as if it took away from your white position by you saying I run it.
I don't feel that. You may interpret it that way, but guess what? I don't have those insecurities and I don't need to backtrack shit. I've been with my woman for 20 years, bro. So any little petty nick thing, anything that I run this shit, that is my wife, that is my bitch. What the fuck do you need me to say? Oh, my nigga, you're subjugating the
Can I
woman to what you're
segue?
doing. Nigga, stop with that.
Watcher, can we segue?
Can I say really quickly though?
Fuck, man. I just hate the pettiness. Whenever we keep trying to get to an overarching point or move on to something, I just feel like it's little petty gotcha shit that we keep doing with each other, whether it's man or woman, East Coast, West Coast. You sound like a California pimp. What is a fucking Baltimore pimp?
I know I didn't understand that either, but
that's the shit that we're doing because we have to qualify and quantify and try to subjugate and compartmentalize to get an understanding to move on to a point instead of finding conclusion or finding closure. It's just easier to be petty or, oh, you're making fun of my nigga. I gotta hop on the cab and save him. Oh, I don't like the way you're doing this. All right, come on, man.
Can I say something right?
First of all, the pimp culture comes from West Coast, dog. Let's not.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
What do you mean?
Can I say something right quick?
Yes, you are.
Go ahead, Miss Amber. Go ahead, Miss Amber.
So what I want to say is, I don't think it's anything wrong with a man running his family. I don't think it's anything wrong with co-leadership. I don't think it's anything wrong with a woman running it. Like at the end of the day, it's about your preference. And that's, to me, all it boils down to. Be in a relationship that makes you happy. If you happy with your man being the head, then find a man that wants to be the head. If you happy with co-leadership, find a partner. If you're happy with your woman running it, find a woman that wants to lead. Like my thing is the one size fits all, and people thinking that their preference should be everyone else's preference. No, everybody is not like you. Everybody is not striving for your outcome. If that's your outcome, that's fine. If that's what you strive to be, do, experience, go for it. If it's not, then don't. Like it's none of your business what other people do in their relationship.
Let me say this, Mr. Watcher. Oh, wait. Okay. Let me say this, Mr. Watcher. Let me offer a solution. Let me stay on the solution side. That way, we don't do this other thing. Here's what. Being from the hood, I was shocked when I first heard this, and I heard this from white people making statements about the Black community and our inconsistency on family matters. And here's how it relates to dating. We as guys, we have to really come into the understanding that how we've been doing it for all this time ain't working for our daughters or our sons, period. Post stop. And only less than 20-30% of our daughters and sons are actually benefiting from how we as guys choose to date. Now, at the end of the day, we as dudes, we don't have no programs from the government. We don't have nothing to really assist us. When we make a mistake, it not only damages us, it damages this kid. And many a time this kid got to start over. So I think what I was getting from what Mr. King Sosa said was that how good it feels many a time for a guy to even slightly feel like he is the somewhat de facto leader of a group he calls his family. And I think that in this community, as a solution, we tend to make jokes about that on TV, make jokes about that, about the father on political channels, on cartoons, and it seeps into this guy who is out there trying to date. And many a time, these dudes, they only think about their penis, Mr. Watcher, to the point where that's all dating is to them. They never get to the point of my family. And I think that's what that's what I felt when you said my family. And I think that's what I heard Mr. King Sosa. I don't think he was trying to get you in a gotcha moment. Can't really speak for him, but I felt the same thing, how great it is for a person or even a woman to say, I nurture my family.
I said for the record, that I run my family. Like, the fuck is wrong with that? But I'm saying when you had to bring your wife to say, yeah, well, she said she run her family, it's like, then it's a co-op. Then that's different. That's different than a perspective I thought you was giving. Because some men run their family.
No. I disagree. No.
Now, we disagree with what? First, let me hear what you disagree.
No, because when you put it, when I heard the phrase as if it's like I ran my family, and when it was posited or put back to me, I thought it was phrased in a way of like, oh, you subjugating your wife, or you getting that? Because we've been doing gotcha all fucking night. So I had to make sure I clarify, like, no, my wife runs shit as well.
Niggas
my
have
wife
not
has
been
her
doing
doctorate's
gotcha.
degree. My wife, I mean, I can go down the line running resumes and all that type of shit and what she speaks on. But I mean, like when it comes down to fucking eczema, or her recommendation is gonna supersede mine based on the field that she works in. You understand? So I mean, like I've had so many different debates and conversations with regards to people trying to, because they speak or they project from their own insecurities because they're not married or they're not happy or they don't have a family or on their third or fourth or whatever the situation may be. So they'll try to nitpick and needle or find fault in the situation. And my problem is it's a bigger issue. I try to get to an overarching point. So I don't care about my dynamic in a relationship. It's just frustrating when people don't understand the concept or the necessity for a person to lead, or in certain categories or situations, another person needs to lead. Or when there's a fucking knock on the door, there's one person who's grabbing the Mossberg pistol grip shotgun and going to handle that shit. It's not my wife. You understand the situation?
Yeah. So let me just, I could be a lot less. I don't have to be that. I could be a lot swifter than that. It's just no different than the coach of the team, like Saru in the chat was saying, bro. The coach runs the team, right? But he don't throw the damn football. You know what I'm saying? He ain't the quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, that doesn't mean that like it's not a, like something is some shit is co-equal, but for truly, if we're being honest, there's no equal, bro. There's not really an equal. Somebody is the de facto leader, whether it's the man or the female. So I don't find an issue with a person saying I run my family, but I just say, yo, you did say, for the record, you run your family. You're like, so
it's a beautiful thing.
In other words, you're the head of the household. But then you took that as, like I just cursed, like I talk about your mama. I'm like, yo, where is that coming from? Like,
it's a beautiful thing. The fact it's
no,
a beautiful
listen.
thing.
Hold up. Don't say that's how I took it. I misinterpreted what you were saying. Those are two different things. So the statement
it's a beautiful thing.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but I thought people were trying to.
It's all good. It's all good. I made a mistake when I came on.
My nigga.
But when y'all say run, when y'all
night,
say run, what does that mean when you say run your household? Or
how I used it when I said ran, I was the leader of my motherfucking ship. I'm the motherfucking captain.
You see what I'm
need me
saying?
to put my wife on the phone too? Oh, no. Ain't no bitch over here, man.
Watcher, let me ask you this question though, as it relates to solutions. So what I was saying earlier is like, when I was in Europe, I learned, because I didn't even know there was a bunch of African cultures in Lower Russia. I mean, real African cultures and real soul food that they call something totally different. It's kind of weird. But what I learned was that even whether they right or wrong, to what King Sosa just pointed out, many of them are in the mindset of, I want these children to win. And that's really my only purpose for dating. When I get with the mother, or I don't stay with the mother, or what have you, we have this de facto understanding that these kids must be managers, owners, and supervisors. And I think that as a solution, Mr. Watcher, I'd be curious to hear what your thought is on this question. Do you think that the way it's been going for Black Americans or just melanated people in general, that they're producing equal managers, owners, and supervisors? Because that's when I compare it to other families and other cultures.
Equal to who?
To everybody else on the planet.
Oh, all right, watch you. Go ahead.
Thank you for qualifying that, and thank you for giving me permission to answer, sir. Okay. Let's see. I guess I got to break that up into parts. So you're asking me if no, because I mean you're asking me if I see a particular conclusion, or do I see a certain?
Yeah, like right now, April 2021. So you see Black folks producing the equal amount of supervisors, managers, and everybody else.
Because everybody else is doing it, Mr. Watcher. Everybody is using that philosophy of family to benefit the children, not necessarily themselves. You got Indians and Pakistanis having arranged marriages. They don't even love each other. Their whole thing is to take over a county, take over a city, put their children in position for the sake of marriage and dating, so they can become our supervisors and our managers. So dating is that serious, and I am still on the topic of dating, chat room.
Yeah, you could say owners though, because a lot of the companies they supervise and manage, they actually own.
Right, but we've been here longer. We've been dating for longer, and it seems like our situation just come down to you black men ain't nothing. You black women are only good for sex. And what are the children doing every 10 years? Starting over. Every 10 years, starting over. You know, you got immigrants that don't even know what it feels like to be in an apartment because they stand with their family till they 30, 40 years old and going straight into a house. So I just don't understand. When we talking dating, and I'm staying on the topic, when we talking dating, it's our responsibility as dudes to vet better. I got legacy. I got land. You know what I'm saying? I got a 27-year career in medical. I date chicks all the time, but I tell them on the third date, I'm not just going to allow anybody into this circle to mess it up. I'm not going to do that. And I could have got with a white woman a long time ago, but I like very dark women. So I go out of my way. I then holler at chicks in different states. So my question again, Mr. Watcher, are we producing per capita in our dating outcomes what other people on this planet are doing? And if not, aren't we setting these kids up to be workers for these people who are managers, supervisors, and owners?
It's a great question. I'll entertain it for conversation. However, got to be honest, it is loaded, and there's no real way to overgeneralize a statement like that, knowing that these relationships are doing this particular reason and they're doing that because per capita and by numbers, marriage is falling off and the families are arranged and all that type of stuff is falling off as well. But just for the point of the conversation, because I get your point, I can acknowledge that and I can stay within the conversation. Hell yeah, I think that we're actually, if we were trying to be systematically all together, we're at a disadvantage if we wouldn't have adopted that type of a strategy. I do see the benefit of it. They are in the system that is structurally designed to benefit them. So even if we were to mimic it and copy it, it doesn't necessarily guarantee success, but I will agree that you'll put your children, your quote unquote legacy or your future, your hereafter in a much stronger position if you were to bite that bullet and choose someone that was more compatible, or even be more blunt, if men and women chose someone who was really down for them, in opposed to running around there trying to experiment and convince and persuade people to be with them year after year, after cheating, after infidelity, and all these other type of situations. Did I dodge it?
No, that was on point. Understood.
So are we saying that because the relationships are different and the dating outcomes are different, that we're producing less leaders than we were before when we were together? Is that what we're saying?
I don't know if that's what he said specifically. He's saying because there's different dynamics of what we had back then and what we're doing now. I think that where he was going was more so, if we were to adopt that type of a style, would it be beneficial in comparison, looking at what the other nations are doing or other cultures are doing and how it's benefiting them? And if it is a race and it's an all zero sum, when there's 10 jobs and they're getting 8 or 9 of them, we need to start changing whatever we're doing to get into those 2 or 3 jobs. If that's where he was going with it, I could be off.
How about this? Let me answer her question this way. Right now, many, not all, many of our black daughters are fighting your black son for a man job. She's not even allowed in the office anymore like it used to be. You see the black daughter fighting for security jobs, construction jobs, warehouse jobs. That's happening. When her mother and auntie used to be in the office in more feminine jobs or what have you. You even got women who have the most attended college attended women when go ahead.
No.
Yeah, the warehouse job. When you say warehouse, like Amazon is pretty much warehouse. So I wouldn't see that as a man's job.
Picking up boxes, 10, 15, 20, 30 pounds all day.
Even construction, like operating machinery is a part of construction. That's solely for men. That's a man's lane.
Times change.
I mean, these
the warehouse. The warehouse. Because I know because I've been. I spent a lot of time in the warehouse, so I know. I'm telling you that you got picking and packing in the warehouse. You got shipping, receiving. You got things like that in there that a little 7-year-old can do. So I don't know if that's a man's job, but I give you, it's maybe more the physical work. Brother, trust me, what I do right now, there's no women at where I'm at. And no woman's fighting to do what I do. Okay? Like they never had women there because it's very physical. So if you want to say quote unquote man's job, what I do is a man's job, and there's no women in line to do what I'm doing. Zero.
And that's not necessarily leadership.
I mean, is that because of more automation going on in the workplace, or is that because there was just never ever women there?
No. For you, you're right. More automation for other jobs, but mine is so physical. No, ain't nobody doing. Ain't a woman in this right here.
I think the conversation. I think it was more aimed towards. I think too the difference is that I think he may have a different perspective when it comes to gender roles. So I'll give you this, right? And I kind of saw this today. Like I said, it's a society we live in, and I know you can say it's not a male position, it's not a girl position. That's society we live in, right? So don't pin me down to what. But just on a casual glance, right? I saw police officer pull up, right? Both of them were female, right? It was not a big deal. And a lot of security workers actually were female, right? And even as a man, and even though I know that, women can do whatever, but as a man, I'm thinking like, man, that's a dangerous job for a female. I'm like, man, a dude can just easily overpower. You see what I'm saying? To a degree, even though times have changed, you know what I'm saying? We're not being cavemen. But even when I looked at it, I thought to myself, like, man, suspect could easily just overwhelm her and just overpower. I'm like, man, that's. And in my mindset, maybe in my male chauvinistic thinking, I thought to myself, man, I don't think that's the job.
Hey, good evening, folks. It's Haskell, man.
Hello.
Hey, my boy.
Hey. Man, I didn't know the Watcher was like that, man. I thought no
Here we go. You knew this motherfucker had to start. Go ahead, bro. Chest open, chin out. Go ahead.
No, seriously, Watcher. I always thought, like from our previous conversations, I always thought you were more of the egalitarian type. I didn't know your views on the dynamics of relationships were more.
No chauvinist.
No, seriously. I thought,
okay. No. What did I say that changed it?
What did I say that changed it? I run this house.
Yeah, but just you saying unapologetically, like, yo, I run this family, and like that's what it should be. And the fact that you didn't equivocate on it, you ain't try to waffle. It's just like, yo, that's what that is, and that's how it's supposed to be. Now, look at Sosa.
Sorry to disappoint you.
No. What you mean? You see it like how I see it.
No, first of all, Watcher's on one right now, yo. He think everybody taking shots at him.
I'm playing, bro. Damn. Damn.
Nah, I can't play tonight. So
hey, Zen, check this out though. Look at what Sosa just said a while ago, right? And look how he was on pins and needles, like walking on eggshells, trying not to be offensive, when all he was saying is men in general are inordinately stronger, right? More powerful than women, right? So like that's biology. The fact that a man nowadays, like for you to even make that statement, that's like you're a misogynist. And That's how
they trying to cancel you, Haskell. They're gonna cancel you, bro.
Man, y'all done shot up my man, the researcher.
I can't be canceled, dog.
But the thing is, though, like that's a male idea of framing dominance as something that is determined by who is stronger physically. It's a convenient one too, because yes, men are naturally physically stronger. However, that's not the only way to dominate. Dominance is not just about physical strength. So if you think that men are more dominant naturally or natural leaders because they're physically stronger, but women are better critical thinkers and strategists. Like,
but did not
that's
did
just
I
what
say
it
that
is.
Hold on, but
earlier?
listen, but
Did
the
I
You know
example
what?
I
That's a great
gave,
point.
but hold
That's
on,
a
the
great point.
I
example that I
said that
gave though,
earlier.
yeah, but the example that I gave was police and security guard. These are
Yeah.
positions where,
Yeah, I know. I'm talking in general, not specific to
I'm saying,
that. I'm just saying the way we think about dominance as
No,
by
because
gender.
earlier I said that white women are a lot more strategic in how they handle their men with their finances. You feel me? Like they are way more strategic in that.
Even when you look at
They insert
even
their
when you look at
dominance.
even when you look at what he said about the police, let's reafframe it. Then you don't have other demographics of daughters in these non-strategic roles like the security. When the last time you saw a Pakistani really doing that? You might see a couple of hundred, but this ain't what they do. They're trying to be managers of Black women. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to be group leaders of white women. You look at even us. Let's not take us dudes off the table. We'll sit and work at a job like I'm a manager, and I try to tell dudes all the time, especially on YouTube. I helped like four dudes become a manager, and they didn't think they could. We don't realize that these other demographic of people are strategically dating in an effort to make sure that their children are in control, while our children, through whatever mechanism we've been doing for the past whatever many decades, is obviously not working, but we're sexually feeling good through these dating measures. And then in an example like a Watcher, we as single people, I'm single, I put myself on the block. If we're not careful, our bastards will be relying on the only person or only group of people they can, the Watcher type of people, the people who have structure, the people who have family, the people who have dynamics to support the bastard we made through erroneous dating. And I understand it sounds like talking in circles because, when we from the block, we don't think like this. We think, man, that's some bullshit, man. But guess what? Our kid ain't benefiting. Now he got to go to Watcher because now he dating Watcher's daughter, and Watcher got to teach him structure all over again because he didn't get it from our bust it down dating community. That's the point I think is being had.
Word.
Am I on? Yeah, I was saying that earlier in terms of what is the overall kind of goal or standards that we approach in dating. And if it's not purposeful, then we end up having, a lot of these broken relationships, broken communities, children not being raised right. And all of this stuff comes as a result of not really having any solid values and standards just across the board in terms of how we approach dating and relationships and hooking up and all of that. Not to say that everybody has to go into it wanting to be married or wanting to have children, but it's clearly a problem, in our community.
Yeah,
so I have a question though. So
and I can respond to that before we get to different questions, because I wanted to say something real quick, then you can just jump in. Right. And I just want to say though, when you look at the dynamics, right, culturally, right, you talk about Indians, right? They have more of a traditional relationships are set up, right? And a lot of other cultures, even Asian cultures, right? When you look at the Europeans, their dynamic is finance. So a lot of cases, who they marry determines who inherit wealth. So their ideas, their ideas and even their family ideas of who they date is very, they're into it more. because they, well, hold on, I'm not going to leave my inheritance to that person, versus an African American who, right, not all, but majority who don't have the financial stability. They're not, the dating is not as intense because it's not like they're protecting an inheritance. There's no cultural role to put them into dating like that. So we come into dating through high school and dances and clubs, and we get who we, you see what I'm saying? So there's no structural in that sense. You can go ahead, Amber, you can go ahead.
Yes, it's for sport. It's for sport. But I did want to say or ask the question, because I definitely understand different family dynamics and how that can impact and influence. I'm not a proponent of that is the problem, because of course we know that problematic children come from 2-parent households as well. But I do want to ask that if this difference in relationship dynamics is a result of absentee fathers in general, or are we saying that because the parents aren't in the household, the other parent isn't in the household, even if they're active in their child's life, that child still has a warped understanding of family dynamics?
Let me answer in 30 seconds. Latin women are the most baby mama in the entire world. So it can't be that. It can't be that. I defend Black women all the time in some of these because I talk in several different type of panels, African, Jewish. I was on a white panel the other day. I defend Black women on that all day long. Latin women are the most married out and the most baby mama on the entire planet. The difference is they're more cultural. Going back to Sosa's point, and if you want to call it religion, then put that in there too. They're more structured in that I'm not going to keep my child away from their father because the child needs to benefit. They're not going to use as many mechanisms from the government or whatever the case may be. Sorry, I went over 30 seconds.
Hey, can I interject real quick? I want to say, fundamentally, when you talk about all of those groups, fundamentally, when the brother alludes to there being culture and structure, fundamentally, all those groups are patriarchal, right? Even if it's not necessarily like so much stated, like just out there. Fundamentally, all those groups are patriarchal, and in my opinion, that is the building block then to creating family and culture. When you talk about Black people, when we talk about those other groups, there's a general reverence for manhood, right? Those women generally aren't looking to compete with their men. And that is the starting point of culture and family. It has to start there. If it doesn't start there, you're going to have decadence. You're going to have failure. There isn't a way around that.
You know what? To be fair, these females want leaders, though. We have a responsibility, even from the dating process, to where we got to pick females that benefit what we already doing. And the problem is, we got too many dudes that we know that are low achieving, even by hood standards. You feel me? So you don't have a lot of dudes that's trying to buy bricks to get to a point where he can open his own rim shot. You got dudes that have fallen in love with the block, and then they going out here to infect these daughters. So on the flip side of that, to defend women even more, we as dudes, there has some level of shame come back to the Black male community. Because
no doubt about it, brother. I want to say something about my own personal development, and I feel a lot of Black men, right? I'm Jamaican, so the dynamics are a little bit different, but they're very much the same. I remember when I was younger, I used to look at it like, yo, my woman should be able to contribute 50-50, and why can't she go work also? And so in many ways, it's not only the women who are acculturated this way, right? In terms of taking on this crazy dynamic that we have in our community, the men also are like that way. You know what I'm saying? I know it took me until later in my development to form this this philosophy that I have now, where I say, yo, I'm the man. I need to put the onus on myself to be a leader. Most of our men don't have that mindset. So no, it's not just the women.
Which is what I was asking earlier before y'all came on. We've never really got into it, but there's an expectation of, and maybe not you all, but there's an expectation that I'm the man, I'm the dominant one. I don't have to do anything to be dominant. I just have to simply be born a male and grow up. And to me, that's a problem, because for my critical thinking and my ability to strategize, use reason, that would seem ridiculous to me to put someone in a position of leadership over me purely because they are male and not because they are competent. When I'm competent myself.
Question. Is it possible that could be because many women don't celebrate the achieving dudes here in this community, or many women give low achieving dudes man status? Because amongst men, we don't. Amongst men, we know who's a worker and who's an earner. We know who we don't even want to hang around. But for some reason, to what you just put on the table, Amber, then that's a conversation grandma needs to have with the female community on why they elevate the work with me brothers. We never asked y'all to do that.
Well, real quick. So I don't want to say I disagree with you. You're a male, you have your perspective, man, whatever. But if I was to say I disagree, because I've seen men who are different but hang around guys that do bum shit. Now, if I say you're not a man because you don't hang around other men that's like you, then I'm wrong for saying that they not a man because I'm not a man. So how can tell another man that he not a man? You understand what I'm saying? But from my experience, that has not held true. I have definitely seen men who move different that still have bum ass friends, and
that's different.
And they don't address the bum ass friends as being
but that's totally different.
That's different because we're not dating him.
Yeah, he's our homeboy from 8th grade. He's the dude that never got it right. That has nothing to do. And then on top of that, even when we separate from that dude, because many of y'all women, y'all really need to look at what type of friends he do have. You know what I'm saying? I mean, many a time these dudes, he ain't got nobody honorable on his team because of how he gets down. But many women know that. So the question I would throw back to you, isn't it time for grandma to get all of y'all women together? Kind of like Miss Ivana Van Zant has said, hey, women, the standards ain't there the way it should be. And then you making these bum dudes relevant in the game.
Hey, what's your name?
Can I chime in?
Facts.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I chime in? He's saying, isn't it time for grandma to step in and whatnot? Well, some of the things that our grandmothers dealt with in their relationships are not things that women today are willing to compromise. And I've been very clear that I do prefer the man to be the leader in the home, but not at the expense of my well-being. Meaning, I don't expect you to abuse me physically, emotionally, or psychologically. I don't expect you to have like 4 or 5 mistresses outside of the home. So yes, leadership, but with the right kind of leadership. So I don't know if our grandmothers at this point should be the ones giving us that information, because they typically would have put up with certain things that today we just wouldn't dream of putting up with. I do agree that obviously there's been information lost in our growth and development. I think the best way for a young woman to learn about men, it would be from her father. Right? I think that the father is supposed to be present enough to teach his daughter, what a good man is.
Tiffany, if I may ask a question, speaking particularly to the issue of fidelity, right? When we talk about our grandmothers and great grandmothers, and you look at the things that they were willing to sacrifice and put up with, particularly if the man was performing and producing, particularly infidelity, right? Many times they would be oblivious to it, impervious to it, look the other way. And modern women, as you have stated, they are dead set. They're not going for that shit, period. When you look at your grandmother and your great grandmother's willingness to put up with that sort of thing, how do you characterize it? Do you look at it as they were, I don't know, weak or too deferring, or versus? Hold on.
Let him get it out. Ladies. Good God. Let him get it out.
Yeah, hold on. Because I'm a male and I'm obviously biased, when I look at those women making those sacrifices, I look at it with a great deal of adoration, right? So reverence, right? So for you guys, when you look at those grandmothers, do you look at them as they were weak and too deferring, or do you hold on? Let me set up the juxtaposition. Is it A, they were too weak and deferring, or B, they were the ultimate family people who made the ultimate sacrifice for the greater good?
I'm gonna go with the second half. I'm gonna go with what you said second. When it comes to my ancestors or people who come before me, I have great reverence for them. I'm saying they did what they had to do in the times that they were living. There was a time in our country that, it was very important for a woman to be coupled with a man because she was protected that way. That's just how the world was set up. So,
and it's no longer that way.
Yeah, it's a little different. I'm talking about women.
Wow, okay, that's interesting.
Hold on, Haskell. Let me get it out. There was a time in let's say America, where women couldn't walk down the street without, being accosted by men. So there was a reason why it was important for women to be married. It was really a true form of protection from other men. So when you talk about our grandmothers and that, and the third, I don't have nothing but respect for them. But what I'm saying is they did make those sacrifices, but how did it affect their well-being? How did it affect their mental state? How did it affect their psychological state? And I don't think that anybody, man or woman, should sacrifice their mental or physical well-being just to be in a relationship. And in this day and age, we just don't have to do that anymore. We actually can be in relationships that honor who we are as men and women. And I think that's fine. I think if a man wants to be polygamous and the women he's with wants to be polygamous, then do that. But all that other stuff is, I think it's a little problematic. But if you're a polygamist, then hey, go for it.
Here's the problem with that, though.
Hey, hold on. Let me hear Amber. Let me hear Amber, please.
I think that it's a fallacy that women today have a problem with cheating in general.
Let's go.
I think the problem is that they have a problem with other people knowing that they're being cheated on. Back then, didn't know grandma was getting cheated on and that granddaddy had a whole family around the block. It was private. It was something that was kept to herself. It wasn't publicized. A lot of women say they have a problem with cheating, but I think that's a false thing because they continuously remain in a relationship with the cheater. Oftentimes when the relationship ends, it's not because they called it quits. It's because the nigga did. So at the end of the day, for me, I think that women today are more sensitive or maybe a little less sensitive, you could say, because who knows how grandma would have took it or responded if everybody at church knew granddaddy had a whole family. Who knows how they would have responded then. But what I do know is women today, they respond as an attack against the woman, not the man. They will continue to remain in that relationship with that man, all the while saying that they don't want a cheater, but their actions are saying something else. They really don't mind. They just mind that other people know about it.
Right. Wow. We're not a monolith, right? So yeah, you're definitely gonna find that out there. But I hope that answered your question, Haskell.
Yeah, excellent answers. Thank you.
Miss Research. Where research?
What
All
about
right,
grandpa?
so before we jump over to grandfathers, which is cool to jump over to, does anybody know how you mathematically track women back in the day who were going through it compared to now?
Nah.
I don't think that's
That's why.
possible. Yeah.
That's why when we introduced this, women back in the day were going through it based on what? It's 4 times the marriages as opposed to white people. That's tracked through the Department of Justice. But we are willing to have these conversations in our community about this fantasy of women were hurting more so than now. The women of now don't have a track record. So I can fool Haskin all day long with a long speech about women back in the day were suffering. Okay, show me how you track that. Because that's the same thing as when they say, you black guys are out here dating all these white women. Well, the marriages don't prove that. So just because you saw it in Wisconsin and then you flew to Texas and saw it, don't mean it's happening to that degree in Oregon, Seattle, New York, New Jersey. I mean, so we end up getting into these things sometimes where the narrative is our ladies are always in some victimhood and the guys are always the result of it. How is that even possible? Okay, show us the data. Show us the data. The other thing I'll say is in regards to when I said about grandma, because we switched the whole conversation, and I tried to jump in to just say that. When I said about grandma, I said, isn't it time for Ivana Van Zandt or grandma or somebody to sit down and talk to the women about self-accountability? And then we switched it to the woman is hurt and these guys.
Yeah, but brother, if I may, I want to say something that's gonna come off real chauvinistic, like that.
That's why I want you to come out. That's why I want you to come out.
Listen, I think we as men, that's where we err, right? In my own personal ethos, for my 39 years on the planet, all the reading I've done, relationships I've been in, observing other people's relationships, I don't believe, or a matter of fact, let me say, I know women as a collective do not have the ability to recalibrate their collective, like what you're talking about, where you have this kind of, where you have a mother hen, where you have a mother hen that says, okay, this path that we're taking, we're going to completely reroute. They do not have it in them. What women are fundamentally is women are reactive. They react to power, right? So whoever the prevailing power is and the constraints that prevailing power enforces, that's where women go, right? Right now, in media, especially, it's encouraged for the woman to be independent and you can do whatever a man can do and da-da-da-da-da-da. Iyanla Vanzant can't fix that. The only thing that could fix that would be somehow, some way, men, right, our group particularly, somehow coalescing our power, right, and enforcing that change. That's what women respond to. Shit. Power, that the period. Women ain't gonna never get together and say, yo, you know
that's
what?
That's not just women, that's people though.
I agree.
No, facts.
People respond to power.
That's facts. That
the
is
reason,
facts. But hold on. I will say, especially women, and I'll give you 2 examples, right? Both men and women, when you talk about black men and black women, we basically endure the same indoctrination, right? I want to use 2 examples. 1 being the Christian church, 2 being not being proud or satisfied with our type of physical characteristics, like our hair, right? Our men used to use conchs and what you call it when you straighten your hair? You cream it, or I forgot relax it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Our men used to do that a lot more than they do now. Our men used to go to the church a lot more than they do now. But men have an intrinsic self-corrective thing inside of them, right? Where they could say, you know what? This church shit, this some bullshit. We out of here. And you see over time, men in little by little, you see black men move away from that foolishness, right? Who are the ones who cleave to the black church more than anybody? The woman, right? Who are the ones who still relax their hair and all that stuff more than it? The women. The men went away from the con. So women don't have the ability to self-regulate. As a group, collectively, they don't.
Haskell, I'm gonna challenge you on that, and I'm gonna say that I don't necessarily say that women don't have that ability, but in regards to religion specifically, if you look at the way the doctrine is structured, it's structured for men to be the powerful one, for women to be the needy one, the one that needs to be validated by the man. So if I'm powerless, and in my mind, I've internalized that I'm powerless without a man, then how am I going to come to the conclusion that, hey, wait a minute, this is bullshit. I've been indoctrinated that I am powerless. I don't have the power. You understand what I'm saying? Men are not conditioned to be powerless. They're not conditioned to be that. They're conditioned that you have the power. You are made in God's image. The woman come after you. So him taking initiative is in him, even in the culture of the religion. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I got you. I mean, it goes back to our nature versus nurture argument.
But I don't think that's, yeah.
Well, no,
but I don't think that's a nature thing. I think it's more of a nurture thing.
Right. That's what I was saying, Amber. I'm more of the opinion that men being more wanting to have power and all that stuff. I believe that's just a matter of nature. You believe that's a conditioning or a nurture thing. So yeah, I want to hear from some other folks. I don't want to take over or talk too much.
So I'm not going to say it to the panel. I just said to the chat room to answer a couple of questions in basically what they both just said. So the reason I don't go down that path that Has went down is because it leans to the women argument of it's you men who have to fix us. So here in America, Mitch McConnell and Ronald Reagan wrote 4 policies that would make that impossible. They changed the dynamic of female power over men in 1985. It is too easy for any woman doing well or not doing well to flip the script, go to the government, and without putting down a dollar, get $1 million lawyer on her behalf against every man on this panel, even if we never dated her at all. That's policy here in America. So when I stick to the part of the women is because clearly Arab women got it way worse. Chinese women got it way worse than our black women.
Oh yeah,
I can go down the list of several women who have it extremely way worse than our women.
African women, particularly West African.
But to Haz's point, and why I don't agree with Haz going down that route, why I stick to grandmama, and nobody has to adopt my way, this is just my theory, is because if I constantly put the new black boy, the newly born 18-year-old black boy, in the thought process that he has to overcome these Ronald Reagan laws and this system to get her to understand, then he's going to be in decades of defeat until he realizes what I know now. She in America has more power than him because all she has to do is go lie on a piece of paper.
Right. But research.
I don't even let me finish because you guys talked for a long time.
We did.
So I don't even put my young brothers in that situation. I volunteer for Big Boys of San Francisco. I volunteer for First Time Fathers of Atlanta, and I volunteer for Families First. I through Zoom or when I fly out there, I sit down with young black boys and I try to tell them it's not about hating women. It's not about being angry. You're angry at the system and what we as men have allowed to happen. So therefore, you have to treat some women as if they can poison your life. You got to look at it from the standpoint when a woman does not operate like that, she's a beautiful person. Get with her, whether she got bumpy face, fat, or whatever. Because if she's going against her sisterhood, destroy the man mentality, I want to control you, I want to speak, shut up, I'm black man, I'm talking. If she's going against that, stop teasing her for her pimples. Stop teasing her for her funny looks. She's actually a good woman that you might want to get with. And in conclusion, the grandma, it's to the point, man, where you as a dude, you can't, we can't apply this philosophy no more of we men, because that's their argument. They control these Ronald Reagan laws. We don't. So that's just my thought to the chat room. I ain't trying to convince nobody on the panel.
Well, I want to see this researcher.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Mama.
There was a comment made, and I never got to respond to it about my soliloquy that I made to Haskell. I know that there were more marriages. I'm saying there's a lot of great things from, you know, old school traditions that I think are of very great value. I'm just saying in the space of being coupled with a man in marriage, I think that humans evolve, right? So we get to the point where we realize whether you're a man or a woman. So I'm not making this about the women. I don't think men should be in relationships where they're being psychologically or verbally or physically abused either. So, and I'm not saying that all of those relationships with our, of yesteryear were like that, but a lot of us can know in our own families, we know what was going down with grandma and grandpa. Let's not act like we don't know that. So, I mean, those may be anecdotal, but those can also speak to, what was going on across the board. So we don't have to live like that anymore. That's all I'm saying. Yes, the numbers were higher in marriage, but at what cost? And women and women had to be married because it was for protection purposes. I get it.
Right.
So now the thing is, you can say what cost, but you don't know if the cost was negative or positive. I think that's the point he's bringing up.
Right, and that's what I want to say.
You can only speculate.
I mean, we can speculate, but if we know people, all right. So if we all know driver's seatbelt, we all know people in our personal families. I do. I'm not saying I'm the only person that I know. I've had conversations with numerous of associates of mine that have the same story. And I'm not saying it was everybody, but it was, it was enough.
Well, Tiffany, I think what he's saying is, he's saying you don't know the cost, maybe unless it was expressed to you that this was like, oh damn, I put up with some bullshit that I shouldn't have put up with.
That's what I would like to. That's what I would like to hear from Tiffany. Yeah. Like, give some examples of what these women express as far as what was the toll that they had.
It would only be anecdotal.
All right.
Because we as men. We as men, we got secret stories our fathers and uncles done went through. And what if they tell us, man, that just deal with it. So we got our stories. We can do hundreds of those. But
right,
but
and
anyway.
that's why I said neither men nor women.
I wanted to finish real quick.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Just real quick, like for me, it matters what the person got out of it. If they felt like there was a cost, and what you are willing to sacrifice or give up or overlook. Like, to me, different people get into marriage for different purposes. Like, if my purpose is to build a strong legacy and foundation for my family, I may not care that my husband steps out. If I want someone to love me and only me to the end of my days, and I'm looking for a life partner and a soulmate, then I may feel differently about that. You understand what I'm saying? And I think a lot of times we assume that we know what people want out of their marriage.
Right. So Tiffany, if I could, I mean, because Sosa is saying it's anecdotal, but really anecdotes are fine in this context, right?
Yeah.
So I would like to hear in particular some specifics about what these women were saying as far as the toll psychologically and all that stuff that they had to take.
I mean, the best I could say is that
And I can only speak from the perspective of I got to preface my disclaimers because I don't want any of the men on the panel to think that I'm not considering that men too can be abused, men too can be. I get it, and I don't think that's right either. But I'm a woman, so I'm going to speak from the perspective of a woman. So, women in relationships, we know that we have issues with being treated a certain way within our relationships. That's not something that the men in our generation just learned. That's not something that y'all just started doing now in this generation. That's obviously something that's been a certain characteristic that has been
get into some specifics though.
Well, what I'm saying is I haven't interviewed 50 elderly women about their relationships. I haven't.
No. Give me some specifics about.
Let me just say, for instance, I have a cousin who's 90 years old, right? His wife died about 10 years ago. And she was stay-at-home wife. She did everything. She did everything that quote unquote a woman is supposed to do in her marriage. And when she was in the process of dying, she had like some kind of cancer or something. The way that my mother or people in my family have to come to the aid of them because they're elderly, to take care of her, to look after her husband, and just the conversations and how he treated his wife, and his wife was not in a position to do all the things that she used to do anymore. She just wasn't really held with the same regard because she couldn't cook like she used to, but she did that her whole life. So this woman has passed away, and this same male cousin who's 90, now the way he's treated other women, like maybe my mother or my aunt, who kind of have to step in to take over certain roles because his wife has passed away. Very disrespectful, very condescending, to women that are in his family, but because he feels he's the man, he's the head, he's the patriarch, then he has the right to be demeaning, disrespectful, and you just got to put up with it. So that is one example, right?
Okay.
So I'm just saying that y'all, I hope y'all not thinking that women didn't go through things like that in their relationships. I mean, clearly all of us have heard these stories, and just because a lot of times our parents don't tell us what it was like to struggle. They don't tell us about the things that hurt them. We know that just from our parents. Forget about our grandparents. That don't mean that there wasn't harm caused on both sides. So I'm saying that women today don't have to settle for that. Another one. My grandmother, I remember her telling me a story like you couldn't get a bank loan without a husband. You couldn't buy a car without a husband because you needed the husband to sign paperwork.
Wasn't that culture though?
I don't know. I guess that's just what the laws were.
I think you're trying to equate going through something with culture. That was the culture at the time. That wasn't them going through nothing.
Yeah, but I think
so you know what?
Our because of the culture, they went through stuff that they may not have gone through.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
But respectfully, it's interesting that what we're doing is.
But I got my hand raised. I got my hand raised. It's been raised for quite some time. You done? Can I?
All right, Amber. Let me say something. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna let whoever was speaking finish, but I didn't want to get too far away from what she was speaking on because I got another example.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I want to hear your example, Amber. I'm really intrigued.
Well, my example is to highlight kind of how people can take up an offense that ain't theirs and that they don't fully understand. So my grandfather, he had 11 children, sick wife, my grandmother was still having children even though she was sick. So there were a lot of kids in the neighborhood who fathers either left the home, had passed away. So my grandfather was a real staple in the community. Handsome man, good looking with a sick wife. So the rumors and the assumptions were that he was sleeping around because he fixed washing machines and dryers and, he worked on cars. So the assumption was he was sleeping around with these women that he would assist. They got children, right? So my mama and her siblings, they had resentment for both their dad and their mother, because they like, yeah, you sick, but just leave him. He's mistreating you. But my grandmother never addressed the rumors, never addressed any of these things, right? So now they're older and now they're more, they're more willing to quote unquote confront their dad about what they have been carrying as an offense of a wrong that was done to their mother, only to find out that he was not having inappropriate relationships with these women. He was just trying to be a positive role model for other young men who didn't have one available to them. He was trying to teach, because oftentimes he took kids with him to teach them how to fix the wash machine, the dryer, teach them a skill where they can make money. So bottom line, what I'm saying is a lot of times our perception of what happened or how someone was wrong kind of shapes our idea of how things should be and what we not going to take in the future. And it may not necessarily be grounded in fact. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't situations and families where that thing is not an issue, but it got to a point where they actually have accused my granddad of having an outside child. So he took a DNA test to prove that ain't my child. You understand what I'm saying? But his whole life, he's been fighting his children to try to understand who he was as a husband and as a father. All the while, my mother and her siblings were misrepresenting or misunderstanding who he was. And misunderstanding who my grandmother was, because they thought she was weak and she was needy because she was sick and she didn't have better options. So she took whatever she could get. You understand what I'm saying?
Wow. Yo, that didn't go where I thought it was going to go at all.
So for me, my thing is I'm careful on taking other people's situation and attaching my emotions and my feelings to it, because you never know the full story. All I can do is expect what I expect and have my standard for what I want to see and how I want it to play out in my life. That's all I want to do.
And that's what I would say too, like, and it kind of speak to what the brother's kind of speaking against. Like, we don't really know
the
constructs of what happened at that time period.
Right.
And anecdotes will not suffice. You know what I'm saying? And even if Ms. Tierney, even if you make the argument that Black women marry because they need protection, like
I said women, by the way, but go ahead.
Just women. Like you don't like that that would devalue marriages at that time. I think it was a little more deeper than just protection. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? So I would just say, yeah, let's just, you know what I'm saying? That's why I say we ain't got no data to really,
you know what? Here's funny. So being that we put those on the table, let me talk about some people real quick that y'all know. So Tyler Perry's mom allowed a sexually abusive stepfather into his life, who Tyler Perry complained about to his mom, and he just had to deal with it. When his mom died, his aunt came to him. This story came out real quick, and then it got retracted because Tyler must have shut it down. His aunt told him his real father was the man he used to interact with across the street, and only his mom and her sister, his aunt, knew it. So here's a dude being denied access to his real dad and having to deal with a set. Everybody wonders why Tyler sometimes have these men interacting how they interact on film. He's sitting up here being accosted by a stepfather who he complained about through his own mouth. Go look at his interviews. And his mom just forcing him to deal with it.
Yeah, I never knew Tyler.
We got a lot of anecdotal. Let me give you another one. Your boy, I keep calling him T every time. The dude who plays football.
Terry Crews?
No, he plays football. He got in the Hall of Fame.
Terrell Owens?
Terrell Owens. So Terrell Owens, same situation. He's sitting up there with his mom, his aunt, and his cousin living in this house. His dad is across the street waving to this dude every day, and he don't even know it. He don't know it until the guy dies. and his mom let's talk anecdotal for a minute, because this is why I said what Sosa was saying. Some of this, we dudes can do this all day long. Let's look at Father of Record. Father of Record says the Watcher dated somebody back in 1999. That woman has the right to go to the government free of charge, ain't got to put down no money, make an allegation that her child is fathered by the Watcher. And if the Watcher doesn't get notified for whatever reason, the government will seize the Watcher's account. That happens to a lot of dudes.
Right.
Let's talk anecdotal. One more time. Let's talk anecdotal. Let's
Don't
take
use the
Zen
Watcher no more. Don't use the Watcher no more. Don't wish that shit. Oh God.
All right, let's put Zen out there. So
use Zen.
Zen don't want that either.
Don't do my niggas Zen.
Wait, no, come on. Let me do my anecdotal. Let me do my anecdotal, because this goes to that California thing he talking, because we are aware. I used to hang out in Brownsville. I understand the difference, but we are aware of these levels of the game. So let's take Zen, for example. Let's say Zen dated somebody back in 2002. Now Zen, he married, it's 2030. Because of the Cosby law, that woman he dated in 2002 got 40 years.
That's crazy.
To make the allegation. No, let's keep it anecdotal.
And researcher, I want to go right after researcher.
Wait, Hab, you was just helping the ladies a second ago. Let the men rock for a second.
This is so.
Let the men rock for a second. Don't cut off the men information, Hab.
Oh, petty.
Didn't Watcher say let's stop doing that, Tiff?
No, I just want to go right. I just want to
go
right.
No, hold on, Hab. Tiff, don't do that. Don't do that, Tiff. Come on, I've been cool.
See what he's doing.
Yeah, but Tiff, I'm not calling you names, Tiff. Let's not go that route.
Well,
let's respect what the Watcher asked us to do.
Okay.
Come on.
I'm not bothered.
Let me just say this. I'm gonna put myself on mute because I got to get ready to go to work.
Yeah, I want to go right after research.
You got it, Haskell. You got it. Huh?
So here's the thing. Zen is now married. This woman from 2002, without putting down any money, can sit up here and make an accusation against Zen. Now Zen got to get money from his wife. They got to hire a $15,000, $20,000 lawyer. They got to fight it, and even when they win, he don't get none of that money back. And she don't go to jail in this country. This is why we as men, to all those ladies in the chat room and all those ladies listening to this, because I'm gonna let all my fans hear this. But this is why we as men just deal with it. This is why we don't go down these avenues, because we know the Arab woman got it worse than the black woman. We know the Chinese woman got it worse. We know we as black men many a times have all these secret things. So sometimes when our ladies bring to the table these anecdotal 10-minute, 20-minute time wasting conversations, it's like, no, because there's more horrific things in the world. So to Watcher's point, let's move forward with solutions, because we can do this all day as men, tell you our pain, but then it's going to get switched back to y'all and what we should be doing. So I'm gonna be quiet now. Go ahead, y'all.
Okay, I'm up. This is
I think Haskell had next.
No, because he's addressing me. He's doing it very slick. And this is what is not cool. Like, I'm not being disgruntled. I'm offering my feedback, and he is still gaslighting what I'm presenting. Yes, men go through stuff. I keep having to say that. I hear you, brother. All the stuff you described is messed up. Yes, for the record, there are toxic women. There are toxic mothers. And a lot of women know that, because a lot of us have had toxic mothers in our life. So we know, and it's a shame, right? I'm not taking away nothing from what our brothers go through, but you don't get to shame my perspective as a woman and how in my view of the world, and say my argument was a waste of time. That's overboard. There was no need to say that. You could have left that whole end of it off of it, made your point, and then let the next person speak. That's what I mean by being petty. And that's just not cool, because we're having a cordial conversation here. So let's just be cordial and respectful with one another. We don't have to go personal. That's all I got to say.
I agree. And if I could just add on really quick, like the biggest problem I feel like is real quick. You said what?
Be quiet, man. Let the women speak.
I just want to try to
go ahead, Amber.
Like when we try to frame the conversation where the woman looks better or the man looks better, like even you don't have to say men have it so hard, but even comparing what I'm cutting out.
Cutting Amber.
I'm cutting out.
You cutting in and out.
Can y'all hear me now?
You in now? We can hear you now.
You working pretty. You working well on my end. I think it's just boy.
Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is like just highlighting anecdotal things, not necessarily addressing Tiffany or Mr. Research, or just highlighting one side of the argument. That's when we get into this gender thing. Like just try to present both sides, maybe, because we know these things exist. So if I was just to talk about all the grievances that women have, that's disingenuous because I know men have them too. You understand what I'm saying? So even when I'm speaking from my experience, I try to lend credit to the male experience because I know that they have an experience. So that's all I wanted to say.
Right. All right. Let me finish up real quick. Let me finish up. And I know Tiff is waiting to speak. I'm going to be brief. All right. So when Tiff alludes to the fact that women in today's day and age don't, they have the volition to not have to endure the quote unquote psychological abuse and a man speaking condescendingly, oh my God.
Condescendingly.
Speaking down to them. What that allows them to not have to deal with that is daddy government. And that's what researcher was speaking to. So as a group researcher, when you look at women, they have zero incentive to do that thing you're talking about, which is come together underneath this grand matriarch and rechart their course. Because guess what? Power is intoxicating, even if it's pseudo power, right? Because they've been given this power by another very elite group of men, right, in the form of the family court, etc., right? And they're not gonna give that up. Why would they give that up? I love having power, and these women, they've had a taste of that now. That shit is intoxicating, man. They're not coming up off that unless somebody make them come up off that.
Very true. So like this is why I try to tell dudes, man, and even the dudes that I deal with on my couple of pages. There was one point in time I had 42,000 subscribers, and the women at YouTube, because Sarah runs YouTube, she's a CEO. They decided they kind of decide who gets to live and who don't, because it's their platform at the end of the day. And what's amazing about that is I went down to San Mateo and had a meeting with them about terminating my page, and they to your point, let it be known right then there, we had a power. This ain't a democracy, and you know what? I respect game. So with that, I don't disagree with what you just said. I totally agree on that side of the theory. I just think that we as dudes, we have to realize that this stuff does exist, and we got to not be mad and caught up in the addiction of being mad and caught up in the addiction of her story constantly being pushed in our ears because we're not speaking our stories. You know what I'm saying? Where's the Tyler Perry 4 Men? Don't exist. So we have to hear their story, have empathy. Notice I'm being balanced, but we got to be protective of our sons and our connection to our nephews. Even though we love our daughters, we got to do that because our boys are suffering from this. Take the woman's word, take the woman's history first at all costs mentality when nobody else on the planet is operating like that.
Miss Tiff, you there?
I think she got it off her chair. I think she.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, she on chill mode. She's on chill
No,
mode.
I'm here. Y'all can't hear me.
No,
Yeah,
I
we
hear
hear
you.
you.
I'm saying you on chill mode. You're on chill mode.
Haskell trying to cue you up.
Hey, because I'm gonna tell you what though.
You
I'm gonna tell
chilling.
you what though, and to speak to that shit, it's like, because I was looking at the whole Deshaun Watson thing, right?
Oh my God.
And I'm like, yeah, he's done. It don't even matter if he did it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's over with, right? And I'm thinking like, I don't know if he did it. I don't know if he didn't do it.
He had to.
I'm like, yo, that shit, like,
wow.
No, you know what he did?
How can you justify? Like, how can you justify?
Hey, Sosa.
This,
Sosa,
like,
you know what he did?
With.
You know what he did, Sosa? And it goes to what Tiffany was talking about, right? What Deshaun Watson did was he tried to do what we were able to do 20, 30 years ago, right? Especially once you attain. Now I'm gonna get grimy right here and give the women insight to how kind of, for lack of a better word, how
Haskell thinks.
No. Men in general, nah.
Hey, put that on you.
That was a good one.
Nah,
look,
check this
we'll
out.
Get you
set yourself up for that one.
No, look, check this out though, right?
Oh, sorry, that was low.
Check this out. When you was a 20-year-old man, 22-year-old, 23, 24, 25, right? You mean to tell me that if you were to attain suddenly, or not suddenly, but if you were to attain an inordinate amount of resources or power, right?
I would lose my morals.
Right. Wait, I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere real grimy, right? Now, if I know that all these women are chasing my on my trail because they know I got $100 million in the bank, right? Yeah, I'm a hook up with you, and guess what I'm gonna do? Just as a something to get off on, right? I'm a defile your face. I'm gonna defile your mouth, right? And I'm gonna send you on your way. Why? Because that's a hell of an ego gratification for me, right? Particularly as a young man, and because I know I got it like that, and I know you chasing me because you a sack chaser, right? So I'ma just do you just dirty. I'ma just defile you. Now it's consensual. You dig what I'm saying? But yeah, I'ma paint your face.
We got it, Haskell. We got it.
Yeah, I'ma just do you. I'ma just do you. You feel me?
The file is noted. It's noted, Haskell. Go ahead.
Right.
Got to get a counselor on speed dial.
Getting off on the explanation.
We got it.
All right, now check it out though. After I do that, right?
You ain't
right?
shit. You ain't shit.
Hold on. I may very well, because some of these dudes are suckers, right? They'll do that to a woman, but prior to that, they were selling them a dream, right? Like, yeah, baby, you know, you the mother earth and da. And then I defile you. And then after that, I don't answer my phone. I don't know you. Man, kick rocks, right? Now, a woman in the 90s or the 80s, that's a hell of a psychological, that's crushing.
True.
You know what I'm saying? But they didn't have no recourse back then. Now, if I'm a woman and a dude did me like that, and this dude got $100 million, right? And you did that to me, man, and I got the recourse to get daddy government on you, I'm gonna get daddy government on you, man. You ain't gonna paint my face and I'm gonna just hold that. Nah. So that's what that is, bro.
Wait. Let me throw this in there real quick.
Real quick.
Hold on. Before you go there, let me just throw this real quick, because this goes to the plantation thing for us as men, though, because we was having this conversation on my channel. It was like, isn't that really why we as black men tease each other about tricking and simping? Think about this. The Asian man, go just to what you just said, The Asian man don't go through most of that. The white man don't go through most of that because his father and uncles are telling him, go to the brothel and think nothing of it. The Japanese man ain't told, when I was living in Japan for a couple of months, hey, all these geisha houses. And they encouraging these, they like encouraging these little boys. Go get a BJ for sure. Yeah, so what, you 8th grade? Go ahead and shoot up in there. Be a man. So when you come out and you're over indoctrinated with a sexualization, now you're less likely to be in those scenarios, because they're not like the American man. You know, the UK black man ain't like the American man. He getting BJs on the dance floor with people standing around, nobody thinking nothing of it. I was amazed when I was traveling through Europe. Like, people is just screwing left and right and thinking nothing of it. I saw a 36-year-old dude date a 14-year-old, and the family thought nothing of it. So I'm not saying that to be creepy. I'm saying to your point, when it comes back to us, we're so, I gotta do the game to get that. I gotta lie to get that. Whereas in these other demographic of men, 80% of them on the planet, they don't have to go through that because they've been indoctrinated with over sexualization from 8th grade on up. Go ahead, Miss Amber.
I have a question though. So, because I'm not familiar with this scenario. So, is it that she consented to doing these acts and she's now suing? Or is it that
we don't know yet? You know what I'm saying? We'll just talk about the fact. I'm just talking about, because we don't know the whole story. Her story is that I don't even think the first person story is not even that he sexually assaulted her. She was assaulted because he asked her to do his groins and some shit like that. Like she's saying she forced him to massage his groin and shit like that. Like, she's not claiming sexual penetration. Like that's like one of her arguments. But then after she came, now there's like 22 women now who come up from ever many years now,
right,
filing charges against you. But I'm saying, like, if you come up from, like, what's proof?
There is no proof.
You see what I'm saying?
There is no proof.
It's just he's done.
This is why women got all the power in the USA.
Just for context,
women got all the power.
Go ahead.
Like, some of these accusations are, he's laying on his stomach, he rolled over on his back, I saw his penis and was offended.
Yeah, and that's legal.
This is what some of these accusations are. Like, he didn't even touch some of them. Some of them are saying, like, just flashing. So, just to put it in perspective, again, I'm saying that nothing happened, but these are the depths of the allegations that some of them are jumping on late, saying that, oh yeah, well, he flashed me, so I'm offended as well.
Yeah, because first it wasn't even a criminal lawsuit. They were just after money.
Right.
Recently, like, a couple came up, 2 of them came up, and now they're trying to say, no, he raped me.
Oh, so wait, hold on. So they're filing criminal charges now?
No, there's 2 of them. There's 2 of them that went to the police.
2 of the 22.
Yeah, 2 out of 22. 2 of them went to the police and said that it was sexual assault, that the sex wasn't consensual, some shit like that. So now the police are investigating to see if there's something there.
Okay, so no actual charges have been filed there, because what I know is everything is civil at this point.
Everything is civil.
Right.
But they're saying that
that's a telltale sign for me.
See, that's why
nothing has to be charged though, because even in Bill Cosby, a majority of his people never even went to a detective and filed nothing, but they were still allowed to get on the stand and make these accusations. The woman in question, she changed her story, different in Canada, different in Boston, and different when this new DA came over. So what I've been saying since I've been on here, you men, stop getting mad at women and realize you're the victim in virtually every scenario. Stop getting mad at it and go get power so that you can have a solution out of it.
Right. That's the only way. It is the only way.
But I will say this, although a lot of women came out against Cosby, which I never really got into that. It was a little asinine to me, the whole idea of it. There were just as many men jumping on the bandwagon with the jokes of Bill Cosby and all these things that reinforce this idea that he's a predator. Now,
yeah, because most men in this society are suckers. No,
and they
really,
love
they really are.
and they love defending women at all costs.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter
most
what.
of them, most men, 90% of men in this society are simps, straight
I
goofies.
don't think it's a defending women thing, because for me, from my perspective, I think it's easy to say that men, oh, they simps, they want to defend women. That's like an easy reach to say, oh, they just simping for women. But what I really think is at the root of that is real niggas really hate to see other niggas win. Like,
ooh, that's true too.
They really hate to see other niggas win, and they fall off. They enjoy that. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, that nigga thought he was this, that, and the third. Look at him now. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of times it ain't got shit to do with the women. Yeah, they could put that up there as the scapegoat, but the bottom line to me is that it's really coming from a place of jealousy, hatred, envy, and just you feel like, oh yeah, I knew he was gonna have his day.
All right, but look, bring it back though. The point that I'm making though is, how do you prove that he assaulted these women?
It's not about proof. You got to get that out your head. It's not about proof.
No,
you don't
saying,
have to prove.
of course, I know. I mean, I know the answer. I'm just saying, like, just from a female perspective, like, do you think that's fair though?
Having to prove a negative.
Yeah, because it ain't, because that whole innocent to proven guilty shit, that ain't even, that don't even matter in these situations, right? But I'm thinking like, it don't even matter when I look at it. I'm not even looking at if he did it or he didn't do it. I'm looking at like, okay, how does he get justice? Whether it's punishment or freedom.
I think fair is an unattainable standard at this juncture. We have not figured out how to make it fair. Because while you do have situations where women just completely fabricate shit for the bad or because they mad that a relationship didn't work out, you also have those people that really did go through a sexual trauma and assault. They did not maybe tell immediately, but eventually they told. Because to be perfectly honest, a lot of times women are chastised, criticized when they do report a sexual encounter, especially when a man is affluent or has something, because the assumption is he don't have to take nothing from you. You would just give it to him anyway. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, we understand. Understand that, but I'm saying, like, how do you?
But that's what I'm saying. There's no way to really do that, right? Because you run the risk of either ignoring a valid claim, right, or you prosecuting a completely invalid claim.
So it's bullshit.
So let me put it to you this way. So let the watcher drop a little bit on, just a little bit. Just put the tip in. All right. If you're looking at this situation, the accusation alone fuck you up. How are you gonna recover from the accusation alone? That's what destroys the people. Just adding 6 or 7 different people with accusations is pretty much how they're destroying this Watson man. Even if all of them are false, the accusations are still there. Like, given examples are fucking anecdotal situations with, let's say, the researcher is accused of molesting 15 7-year-olds. And they proved that he didn't do it after 3 or 4 years. That's the guy that was accused of, is how he's going to be known.
Yeah, but what
so
I'm
how
saying,
do you clear that
like,
up? Is there realistically a way to clear that up in the system?
Nah. And what I'm saying is this: the lawyer, even when it's 20 people, right? He there's no recourse. Like, it's done. He's done. Like, he gonna have to get the money up based on the amount, and the lawyers know that, right?
Now, for me,
and the more people that he get in that lawsuit, the people know. So even other girls who say, yeah, you know what, like, I was drunk when we had sex. We have been out drinking. Yes, you're breaking up.
Now, for me, it's a telltale sign that it's a little bullshit in the game, because you went to
a really troublesome precedent, because that's the new play. Because people is
breaking up.
You breaking up, Pastor.
You have to be telling the truth, when in reality, If you know there's a prosecutor, if I can get one accuser and then I just put it, of course, 20 women gonna line up if they know a potential payday is there. But once you have that force of numbers, you got them.
You're done. You're done.
So
You're done. I'm just saying you break it up. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm in Atlanta, right? The same shit happening with T.I. and Tiny. In Atlanta, like everybody know T.I. and Tiny be tricking with the girls. Like they've been doing menages and like that's like everybody. That's not like a secret.
Yeah, that's old.
But same shit came up, right? They got into an argument with a person that was having another political. It was like a political campaign beef with another girl, with a girl that they was that used to mess with. She said, "Well, they raped me." Right? Then she got on the media, social media was like, yo, I'm trying to find out any girl that was with T.I. Tiny that was got raped. Now the cases, now people are coming out of the woodwork saying, oh, they raped me. Now they're up to like 5 or 6. Because now people are saying, yeah, I was out partying with them. We was drinking, we popped some pills. Everybody know T.I. and Tiny pop exit, nigga. That's, you know what I'm saying? But they're saying, I didn't consent to popping those pills. So it's like, how do you prove this shit? You see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's just getting crazy, man. It's just getting crazy.
Wow. And I'm not sure how they could rectify that, but part of the problem for me is this it feels like a witch hunt to me. When one person comes and then, because it's completely legal and part of quote unquote discovery or whatever, to go and try to find other people that this happened to. And to me, that kind of pollutes, the integrity of what you're saying, because you're going and kind of planting the seed in people. So they never did anything inappropriate. They never touched you, did it. And then eventually it's like, oh, I get what you're trying to do. Yeah. Matter of fact, they did. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. It's weird because I definitely think that it's a problem with the way rape is handled in the legal system. I just have not thought of a way to rectify it, because I definitely agree that there are a whole lot of women. I have boys. Okay, so this is something that I try to teach my kids about even now, because it is women can be vicious. They can be vindictive, they can be malicious, and they can be on straight bullshit out the gate. Never mind the woman who intention was to put herself in a situation that could be perceived as something else so that she could get a bag out of it. That happens too. Like, so
I'm just saying it's an overcorrection that's been made. Listen, here's the thing, right? And if judged by today's society, most of us on this panel are guilty of sexual assault. Meaning, if you ever been out to a club with a girl, y'all had drinks, she got drunk, you got drunk, you went home and had sex. That's sexual assault because she was intoxicated.
Yeah, if she says so, yep.
If I say so, I was assaulted, you saying?
No, the woman says so. Nobody don't give a fuck about no nigga.
You don't get shit, nigga. You bullshit.
What you going through is not relevant. You a guy.
She drove me to her house.
Nobody don't give a damn about no damn nigga, man. Get your ass out of here.
Look at how they try to do Johnny Depp.
I just went to put it on the record.
Yeah.
Every day.
Hey, I'm about to get out of here, but I wanted to get some clarification on something. It ain't to start nothing. I just want to get clarification. Miss Tiffany, and you know what? I apologize if you felt. Now I'm starting off with an apology. If you felt that me saying it's time wasting minimized your situation, okay? So that's gonna start there. But when you kept repeating that I'm gaslighting, do you not see that as trying to diminish what I'm saying that it's time wasting, or do you have a different variation in your mind of what gaslighting is?
Well, I can pull the definition, but in a nutshell.
No, I want yours. Whatever it may be.
Gaslighting in a nutshell is if someone is sharing their experience for someone else to say that it's not quite like that. So if I'm sharing an experience or my perception of something, and then you just diminish it by saying it was a waste of time, or Black women don't really have the same concerns as other women, like how can you speak for us?
Okay, I'm confused. I asked you about gaslighting.
Oh, let me finish. Because you're imposing your perspective on what my experience was.
But my queen, isn't that what you did when you kept trying to convince the panel that I was gaslighting?
No.
No, you didn't do that.
No, that's not.
You didn't try to you didn't try to push the narrative as gaslighting. So it was okay for you to say gaslighting. I just want to get this logic. It's okay for you to say that what I'm saying is gaslighting. But if I say that it's time wasting, that's the difference.
What I'm saying, if I'm making a statement about my perception of things, and anyone outside of that saying that's not really how it is, it's not like that. As a matter of fact, what you're saying is wasting time. You now diminished what. So I'm making a comment. When I'm saying it was gaslighting, I'm just commenting on what you were saying to me. I wasn't commenting on the statements that you were making, because you have your perspective, but then I didn't diminish it by saying that it was wrong. I said you're right. There are toxic women. There are toxic mothers. Everything you said was on point. I don't disagree with it. It's a shame.
Okay, I'm glad we're working it out, because see, my perspective was different. When I was saying what I was saying, you initiated in the conversation saying that, don't y'all see what he's doing? He's gaslighting. But now you're saying that you said that after. So I'm confused.
Okay. No, I wasn't clear that that's what you were talking about.
I just wanted to be consistent, make it make sense for me, because you saying one thing, and now the narrative has switched. So, I don't want to hold up the brother's time, but let's be consistent. When I first started speaking, let me do this. Let me do this. Initially, you came after me.
Who made you the host? You the host?
Oh, now here we go.
Here we go. Say this all night.
Here we go.
Let me respond. I'm sorry.
This is what happened last time with the tag team.
It wasn't going to be a tag team. I wanted to interject.
But you're jumping in as a third person, though. Isn't that tag teaming? Isn't that the logic of tag teaming?
Nigga, Amber off the top ropes on the nigga.
You would know when you've been tag team, baby.
No, but you're doing it though, Amber.
But
let me respond. I'm sorry, Amber.
She can't even respond because you're interrupting.
I'm responding because.
How about you not try to let her speak for herself? She doesn't need you.
I misunderstood a little bit of what happened earlier with what happened.
Oh my God!
That's why
the inconsistency of logic.
I also said he was gaslighting.
Right. Okay. I misunderstood what you were addressing. Now I'm clear. So yes, it's kind of like the reason why I could tell that you were new to the panel is because we kind of have an established rapport in how we speak to one another and just the energy, right? So I'm not privy to every one of these conversations, but I'm privy to I would say 90% of them. And it usually remains respectful, right? Between the men and the women. We're just on a certain type of accord. So when anyone comes in outside of that, you can kind of tell it was a different type of energy. You were saying, see, brothers, this is what you got to do. And we as men, we can't get, because, our sisters got this plantation mentality. And it's just like, we're sitting right here and we're being, it came out very disrespectful.
Oh, you took that personally. You took me talking about the topic of women as personal, and that's why you initiated what
well,
you
because
initiated.
we were having a conversation amongst people that we
were
having a conversation.
You made it personal
that we have a rapport.
You were referencing something I said, and you were misrepresenting what I said, so it was very personal. Yeah, right. I take anything you say about me personal. Yeah, I do.
No. Well, for the record, I didn't say anything about you. I was talking about a topic. You just interpreted it that way.
No, sir. Okay. You were recalling. You were recalling a specific conversation.
Well, I apologize, Amber. I just, I apologize, Amber. I didn't realize. I realized after that you allow people to say what they need to say, and I didn't know I had to go through you. So I do apologize. I didn't realize that you took.
You only got to go through me when you.
I'm apologizing, Amber. I'm trying to apologize.
Yeah.
So I apologize. You the big dog. I apologize.
You only got to go through me when you talk
I
about
do
me.
not. I thought we were having a genuine conversation. I didn't realize.
So when you
I didn't realize. Amber, I didn't even know your name. I couldn't tell between you and the other lady, so I don't know how I referenced you. But you changed the narrative on that again.
But again,
look. I understand. You're some mean girl.
Like that. Sir.
Hey, you finna be late to work, dog.
He muted me, so you can mute him.
I muted you.
Oh, you muted me. Okay. Yeah. So anyway. I thought we was trying to have just a conversation, but I see that you want us to have a conversation the way y'all.
Again, we were on a good note, and then you defaulted to an earlier point in the conversation. And who don't want to have a conversation?
Amber, that's your new name, Big Dog.
Always.
Yeah. Hey, look, I ain't mad at it. Now I understand. This is a valid thing. I'm gonna let the ladies on my channel hear this interaction and let them educate me on whether I was wrong. Yeah, so, thank you,
Amber, Big Dog Evans,
or microphone bully.
Ah, God. Hey, y'all there?
I'm here.
Hey, I wanted to speak to that gaslighting thing though, because that could be tough, because how do you deny a person's perception? So, for example, I find that myself, I've had to learn over the years to kind of soften up, coming from the culture that I come from. Like I could come on real strong, like real aggressive. You know what I'm saying? So, for example, like Tiff was speaking about how men back in the day dealing with her foremothers, right? They would be condescending, right? How do you tell someone that them feeling like they were condescended to is not valid, or they're overstating it, or they're looking at it the wrong way? You know what I'm saying? So, for example, if I'm having a conversation with a young lady and, she speaks over me, and I'll say, hey, you don't speak when I'm speaking. I say it in very matter of fact terms. My voice is heavy. She very well may take that as, damn, this nigga just boss hogging me, So she may relate that interaction to someone else and say, yeah, Clint or Haskell is very, he demeaned me, or he was he was very abrasive to me, and my feelings were hurt. And the person may say like, well, you're making a big deal out of nothing. And technically she could say, well, you're gaslighting me. Exactly. So yeah, I think that's tough, because women, it's about a feeling. Do you?
Mine was very specific. It wasn't about a feeling. So it was about a very specific thing. If we're having a conversation and then someone says, yeah, I want to chime in because a second ago they was just talking about, and then they try to recount the conversation, and then they input a response that was never made by anyone. And I say, oh, wait, that ain't what I said. No, I ain't talking about you. No, you are talking a bit about me, because that was the conversation that I just had with Watcher, and that's not what I said. No, but so now at this point you're gaslighting, because you're going to try to make what I said into something else. You definitely, it was a definite statement. If you want to hear what I said, either play it back or ask me to repeat it. But what you're not going to do is try to change what I said. And I'm pretty consistent with that shit. Now it turned into gaslighting when he then tried to take his error and make it my error. See what she's trying to do? See, she disrespectful, and this is what Black men got to go through.
Exactly.
Sir, now you're trying to manipulate the men on the panel. And the men, they see everything that you're doing. They see what you're doing. Again, you're trying to manipulate. I don't like cheap tricks. I don't like cheap tricks. Just be straightforward. I don't care how you feel about whatever. You could say I made you feel ugly, I've made you feel bad, and I'd appreciate. I don't give a fuck about none of that. But when you call yourself recounting something I said, be accurate.
Period.
Right. So if we could get the conversation back on course, man. I know I'm late to the party, but if I may offer a topic for discussion, I would like to know for each person on the panel, are you currently in a relationship? When was your last significant relationship? Why did it end? And what is your current outlook on relationships?
Oh, damn, you finna put some people on the couch.
Hey, hold on. My pen wasn't working. What was the fourth thing?
He gave a whole hit list.
Yeah. I want to get
his Ricky Lake bag.
Yeah, man. I want to get. Yeah, I want to get out of the theory part of it and kind of course, we don't got to get too personal, but
I want to get into the bedroom. Give me the gossip, the details.
Yeah, Haskell, you kind of faded out when you was on height and weight. What came after that?
You said height and weight.
Who date you and who hurt you?
What's your sign? What's your zodiac sign?
Where your mama's name? Where your grandmama's name?
At what point did she break your heart?
Hey, no, Haskell, but we kind of talked about a little bit earlier. I'll start. We were talking about relations, right? And I was telling, I got a 9-year-old daughter and a 15-year-old. So it's a serious relationship, bro, probably about 5 years ago. You know what I'm saying? That ended with my second baby mom. But I always said, I'm with me having kids, bro, I can't do a serious relationship no more, bro. I'm forever just having fun on my private time and spend the rest of the time with my kids, bro. Unless I just meet somebody who phenomenal, who just sways me. But it's been years, bro, that I've been pretty consistent.
That's huge insight too. Right there.
How about the ladies? I'm
gonna chime in, but I got a quick question for Sosa. Is that because of circumstances around your relationship with exes, or is that just your personal choice that you just don't want to go through the emotional toll of another relationship?
Yeah, it's both that and then just the dynamic of having kids makes that much more complicated, and then just having to go through it, because I got a 9-year-old daughter. You know what I'm saying? And then me having to just bring that dynamic into my household, you know what I'm saying, with my daughter, and then, you know what I mean? So it's like,
I got so much respect for you.
I just want her to get my perspective on life. You know what I'm saying? I don't want her to be tainted by nothing I bring into it. You feel me?
Yeah.
I respect the fuck out of that, because as a man who was out there in the streets, taking them down, seeing what you see, the females that are affected by that shit, and the parents who didn't give a fuck, or who weren't responsible in the presentation of relationships in front of their children. And as a father, I think that's highly important, especially if you have a daughter, the type of women you bring around them or the message you send around them. Because there ain't no excuses, especially if you dogging women in your life and then you're going to try to tell your daughter how to operate. So I salute the fuck out of that, Haskell. I mean, Sosa.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, that's some real shit right there.
You want to go, Miss Tiff?
Huh?
I said, did Miss Tiff want to go?
No, you can go first. You can go first, Amber.
Okay. So I'll say last serious relationship, and I'll put it out there that I've never been in a serious live-in relationship. That's just not happened. I became a mother before, much of anything else. So that's always been kind of a hesitant area for me. But the last serious relationship I was in was probably about 8 to 9 years ago. It ended just because of our inability to communicate what we wanted, and also a lot of my hesitancy to even be open to the communicating that was a lot around what he did for a living. So I just didn't really feel like it was my position to pressure him to want more, out of his situation than what he was, displaying that he wanted for himself. So I just kind of severed ties, moved around, and then, he went to jail or whatever. As far as currently, I'm not dating. Not really. I'm not gonna say I'm not interested. But I just don't put any effort into that department. I don't, it's not something I look for. So if it happens, it happens. I'm not gonna say that because I have kids, I wouldn't date anyone. It's just, it hasn't been a priority because I am a mother. It's not on my list of things to do. So that my motherhood takes priority over that. And I haven't left much room for dating.
Okay. That's it. You done?
Yep.
All right. So I guess for me, I think 2015. Yeah. That was my last serious relationship. Why did it end? It ended because he was a, and this, I know this term is overused, but
don't say narcissist.
Yeah, he was.
Oh my God.
He was though. That's how I learned about what the situation was. Cause I was like, okay, because this was somebody I've known for many years, and just decided, okay, let me give this situation a try. And so he did all the things, all the love bombing, the whole 9 yards. It was very controlling. So I had to find out, well, what is going on? Like, why is he, displaying these traits? And so, but anyway, I knew him for 20 years. After the relationship was over, I can say that I do have a cordial communication with him now, but that would be the last long-term relationship I was in. And then most recently,
you have children, Miss Tiff?
No. Mm-mm. No. And then most recently, I was in a relationship with someone, but he was killed in a car accident in 2019.
Oh,
so
wow.
I didn't really list that one. It was.
Sorry to hear that, Mama.
Am I open to being in a relationship? Yeah, if it's the right thing, absolutely. And but other than that, I'm not going to sacrifice my personal happiness or well-being to be in a relationship. So.
Wow.
But I'm open to it.
Man, I think my story is literally the same as Amber, you, and Sosa. My last serious relationship was about 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And to be brief, she was just trying to be my mother, And, as y'all could tell on the panel, I'm very much, I guess you could, they would call it a caveman, I very much believe in kind of rigid gender roles. So that was never going to work out. But I find it interesting that pretty much everyone on the panel kind of has that same kind of stance. Like, hey, if it comes, it comes. But hey, I'm kind of decided thugging it. So, man, that's kind of, it's a little kind of depressing a little bit.
You over there depressed?
No,
you need to go out, drink wine, and paint faces.
Tell us about it.
No. I'm saying in general, that's kind of depressing, man. Like this, because think about it. Think about it. If pretty much I think a lot of people in society have that same type of outlook. Like, hey, if there's no priority placed on relationships and building, and really those are the foundation for civilizations, for building nations, building groups, acquiring power. Like that's the building block. So if everybody kind of has this stance, like, hey, it's whatever, if it comes, it comes, this kind of laissez-faire attitude, that is kind of sad. I'm talking about on a macro level. It's kind of
yeah, that's scary.
But some people aren't open to it. I said I'm open to it. I'm completely open to it.
Yeah, and I also think it would be sad if we weren't creating new ways to do these things outside of a relationship. Like at this point, you no longer have to just build with somebody that you're in a relationship with. You could build with people you're friends with. You could build with associates. And although it might not all be going to the collective, like, but people are linking up and doing things together on that scale that is beneficial to both them. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
that makes sense, Amber. But at what would you say that it's?
I think it's happening frequently.
I'm sorry.
I think it's happening frequently, more so.
Right, but that's the frequency isn't really the point of trying to find deeper understanding. It's like, okay, the people who are compromising are finding alternatives to survive and make dynamics of relationships work. Is that still a deficiency in opposed to the other alternative?
Well, my question is, what is the point of having a relationship for you? I think it kind of goes to what if you're looking for a relationship, what are you hoping to get out of it? Is it to build wealth? Is it to just have someone to, have as a companion? Like, what is your point?
It's not. That's micro view. We're speaking on a macro view, like in a greater goal, because the whole point, like what he was getting at, is saying like the dynamics of what people are used to is not there anymore. So we're looking at a type, let's say X, and then now people are coming up with alternative ways. So now that's Y. So we're trying to find if there's a difference between X minus Y. Is it better, or it's just another way of trying to survive? Now, when you put it in scales of a society trying to thrive, then we need a code and a set of rules. And then what Haskell was saying is like he's falling short.
Hey, but I'll tell you what though, for me though,
for the micro.
What makes it beneficial for me, right? No, and I'm just saying like, and this helps to the generation as a whole because I have children. I'm so emotionally available to my kids, like at all times. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm not tied down with nothing. So when we kicking it, we kicking it. I got time. What you want to do?
Yeah.
So I'm saying, I'm saying, you know what I'm saying?
You would need a woman who would, you would need a woman who would be willing to come into that dynamic and literally like go along with that dynamic. So the same way like how you're like so available for your children, she would have to like be going in that direction. Like she couldn't ask for much in the way of her own personal you know what I'm saying, attention and time from you.
That would be selfish in a way.
Right. It would take a different
run that back. Hold up. What would be selfish? Hold up.
As far as me requiring that from a partner.
If you requiring someone that though. Can I? Okay, never mind. Go ahead. I just wanted clarity. I think I understand what you're saying, but I was just thinking in general for the audience. But go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to kind of touch on what you're saying and try to tie to what I was trying to say with Watcher. What I'm saying is, like, for Sosa, what's important to him, what's valuable to him is a solid relationship with his kids. That has become his priority, right?
Okay.
It's still it's a relationship, but it's still it's a different relationship, and that's a priority. So to me, it's about how you prioritize the things in your life. Like for me, building wealth, being available to my kids emotionally, physically, that's a priority for me, right?
Right.
So in doing so, I could say, oh damn, I wish I had a nigga that could help me achieve these goals that I'm trying to set. Or I could say it's more than one way to skin a cat. I could link up with my sisters to invest in property. I'm linking with my ex because he already in that, and I'm trying to buy property in the area he in. Like we could still build wealth and do these things that both fulfill my priority, but without the intimate relationship aspect of it. It's different ways to achieve these same goals. I'm not saying that I won't achieve it that way.
So you can use a man to achieve a goal without the relationships and the emotion and all the other type of issues. It's just we focus on this goal.
Or a woman.
I see. But do you recognize that? But some people won't be willing to make that compromise. Like, I can do all that shit by myself or with 3 or 4 other people. Why would I want to just choose one woman to try to make this shit work if I just want to make money, or if I just want to get a bag, or if I just want to get these whips and these houses and these cars? It might be something deeper than that. Because after a while, once all your goals are accomplished, you sitting there with another motherfucker who's just on your team.
Right.
Right. That's why I say it depends on what you want the relationship for.
Right. And that's why I was glad that you did
That's what I was
clarify.
getting. Yeah.
And you did
Watch
clarify.
it, though, like summertime, the issue is that that's what a lot of people want, but they choose otherwise because they think, well, this is what I got to do. See what I'm saying? Like they choose the other route when, like, cause like I know people that are in a relationship and they are miserable, bro. Right?
Yeah.
And they won't get out. I'm saying sometimes it's
but the whole
finance.
point is, how important is that misery compared to category A, B, C, or D that's being quenched?
I mean, when that misery is like, if there's misery in your household, it leaks into your children.
I agree.
You feel me? So it's like you said,
it destroys your health. It destroys your spirit, your soul. You don't want to go home
kill you
drinking
from the
all the
inside
time.
out.
You're doing drugs. You start messing around outside your relationship. Now you got 3 or 4 different kids. I mean, like I see it all the time.
And your relationship is influenced on your children's relationship if it's toxic.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
man.
Yeah, it's like, there's like, I can understand the benefits from it, but it's like, yo, I also have to assess the risk. Shit, at what cost? You know what I'm saying?
All right, so let me ask this question then, because this might, I'm sorry, did everybody answer Haskell's question? I don't want to just hijack it.
Yeah, I think everyone did.
Okay, so then my next question for everybody, what is the number 1 and number 2 most important things to you if you're going to be in a relationship with another person, whether it's another woman, whether it's another man, whether if you're gay, whatever your situation, what characteristics, I'm not even trying to box any of you guys in. I'm just curious of what your response will be as far as what's more important, the 2 most important things. And think about it. Don't say no superficial shit, because this is probably the reason why you're not in a relationship, or you have excommunicated people, or you've had the perfect person and just discommunicated them or gave up on them because you didn't realize what was most important to you. But at this moment right now, what is the most important thing that you think you will require from your significant other? And then number 2, and make sure it's about them. So like, if you're saying like, I want them to be loyal, then that's going to be based off of fear. You probably have insecurities and you have some type of issues. If you're with somebody that should be fucking with you. So don't bring up no other shit that's internally you projecting on someone else. What do you really need from somebody that outside of yourself that's going to help you get to that next level, or that you want in life? Maybe that was too detailed.
For me, it would be like, go ahead. Somebody else want to go? Go ahead. I said, for me, it's like the most important thing for me when I'm dealing with somebody, like, for me, it's family. You know what I'm saying? Like, me and my family, we vacation a lot. You know what I'm saying? You have to be somebody that's family orientated. So because I can't be with somebody that's antisocial. Because me and my sister get together every summer 2-3 times. We travel or someplace to meet up. You know what I'm saying? So it got to be somebody that's family orientated. And then, like, from what I got going on, really, it's like like I said, where I got things set up, it has to really be going in my direction. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no other way for me. That you got to be going in the direction that I'm going. Like, if what you're attempting to bring to me is going to interrupt my flow or change it in a slight way, I'm not going to take the risk. It's not
okay. So let me ask the question then. So you meet a girl who is doing job interviews. Everything else matches up. She's very family oriented. She worked in group homes and she knows how to change colostomy bags. I mean, like, this woman is dedicated to family and going to do everything, but she's not financially there. And you recognize, like, damn, if I put her on a team or if I make this relationship work, I'm going to have to support this woman for the next 3 years until she finishes her degree. At this point in your life right now, are you willing to do that?
No, that's interruption of flow.
Okay, now do you recognize that because of that, that can be some of the reasons why you will miss out on happiness, and that's one reason why a lot of women can also miss out on the same happiness.
Not miss out on happiness. I'm happy.
Okay, right on.
Yeah.
Or you're absolutely right. So let me correct it. We'll miss out on that opportunity in that relationship because of that.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? I'm willing to risk that. I'm willing to take that risk.
That's why those are the reasons why they're important to you. Number 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah, that's man, particularly in this society, Sosa, what you're looking for is that's a unicorn right there, bro.
With wings. With wings.
I know.
With wings. For real.
Yeah. I'm not saying you tripping. Yeah. A unicorn, bro.
You're like, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You got a saddle, nigga. I know.
I like unicorns are fucking beautiful. You ever see the goddamn unicorn? Fucking beautiful, bro.
I don't want a donkey. I want a unicorn.
Hey, one of y'all guys put the link in the chat for Amber, please.
Oh yeah, for sure. What about Sister Tiff?
Oh, so it's 2 things, right? So
yeah, number 1 first, and then secondary.
Okay. Security and companionship.
Okay, so security. What do you mean by security?
Well, I secure my life, right? I'm very poignant about making sure I'm safe and secure. So I'm not going to be in a relationship with a man that's going to make me feel less safe than I feel now. I got to feel more safe with him than I do it by myself. Does that make sense?
Okay, so freeze. Let me give you an example. So how tall are you?
Well, I thought I was 5'3". I'm 5'2".
Okay, let's say you're 5'2", and can I just say you weigh 100 pounds? Would you date a guy who was 5 foot and 80 pounds? That make you not feel safe?
I would not do that.
So based off of his size, that would not make you feel safe. But I mean, what if he was a done dada? I mean, carrying big guns, had mad dudes running around. Security, you wouldn't feel secure?
Absolutely not.
Okay, continue on. I was just curious about security, and I wanted to push on that security. This nigga said the done dada.
Hey, ain't no 5'8" done dada. What you talking about?
I'm showing my heritage.
None of them 5'8". At least 5'10". All of them.
But
Okay.
Amber, could you flesh out a little bit more when you say security?
That was
Miss Tiff.
Miss Tiff, sorry. Could you flesh that out a little bit more?
I said security and companionship. I just want to be clear. Those are my top 2. Okay.
No, but flesh out security a little bit more. Kind of.
Well, security includes what? Security includes being a provider, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Financial. Okay.
Yep. Security includes what? Me feeling protected. You know, when I'm in your space.
Right.
Security. Yep.
And maybe even when I'm not in your space, I know I can. If something's wrong, I know I can call you, and you know.
Wow.
Right. So that's what I mean by security. Any way that a being can be secured, that's important. Shelter.
Right.
All of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. See, this is important to understand from a
protection
woman's point of view. I get
right, and then protection just in the space of communicating in the relationship. That's also a form of security too, because now I feel secure with you, with my thoughts, with my feelings. I don't have to tiptoe and walk on eggshells.
Ooh, that's beautiful. Can I elaborate real quick? So you're saying you want to feel secure, safe enough to tell a nigga when he fucking up, and not worried about getting hit in the head. Is that what you're saying?
Thinking along those lines, but okay. Yeah.
But that's what you're saying. At least that's how I heard it. Maybe I misheard it. My fault. I apologize.
Or even just
that applies.
This is how I heard it. I heard it. My fault.
Yeah, or even just an ability to be vulnerable without the fear of it being used against you. Or
there you go. Exactly.
Say that again, Amber. God damn it.
Yep.
I said, or even just the ability to be vulnerable about, your issues, flaws, what have you, without the fear of it being used against you or, to manipulate you.
Exactly.
Ooh. Has that ever happened to you, Amber? Damn, that was hella specific.
Absolutely not.
Well, I'm like, damn. Like, it's hard for me to know to watch from falling coconuts unless I've been hit by that coconut to tell niggas how I know that coconut never hit me.
you've never had a guy like in an argument, in the heat of the moment of the argument, bring up something that you had divulged to them, you know, as a way to, you know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't never happened.
I think you told us that happened before.
Well, no, but here's the thing. I've seen it happen to people time and time again. I've always been the person, this is not just for a guy, this is for anybody. I do not divulge things that would make me feel away, right? Like if I haven't healed from it, gotten over it, I don't divulge it because I know it could be used to hurt me. So if I've shared it with you, I've taken the stink off of it already. You ain't gonna throw it back at me and then hurt my feelings. It's not gonna happen.
Okay.
Oh, so you always, your guard pretty much always up then.
Yeah. Yep. If you don't know anything else, if you ain't figured out about Amber, that one right there.
Boy Mayweather with the defense.
For sure.
And here's the thing: it's not even necessarily a guard. I could be pretty much open because I'm the type of person that just deals with my shit when it happens. Like I don't bury shit, hide from it. I really want to understand why I think this way, why I feel this way, why does this bother me. So I'm a very internal person. So I sort through shit constantly. So 9 out of 10, like if something happened to me, let's say today, and I'm really fucked up about it, right? I may, other people may know something is bothering me, but it's not going to be a year, like the years go by and this thing been holding me hostage. It may be a week, 2 weeks, but eventually I'm going to get to the place where I have reconciled within myself what the problem is. And I'll share.
Right. To answer Watcher's question, for me, where I'm at in my life now, from a woman, I would need deference and the ability to be nurturing, the ability to be a mother. Because I am at the point now where I'm ready to, be
breastfed.
Yeah, start a family and all that stuff. So. Oh, you said breastfed. He's stupid. So yeah, that would be it for me, man. This the ability to be compliant, to be deferring. Yeah, that's basically it for me.
Wow, deferring, compliant. I love it. Bitch obey. All right, for sure. Right on. Is that number 2 or number 1?
Wow. What y'all listing? Your top 2 characteristics of what you want?
Yeah, number 1 and then number 2.
Oh, okay. Everybody went?
I don't know if the sister teased her second one all the way out.
Well, I wasn't asked. I just said companionship. I wasn't asking any questions about it. So do I need to flesh that out?
No, I mean, like if you feel like you want to elaborate more on it, because I mean, companionship is the part of having a relationship. So like what, because like, let me see. Like, what's sapiosexual? Could somebody look that up? Are y'all familiar with that term?
Attractive intelligence.
Yeah.
Right.
Intellect.
Right. But the word sapiosexual, like you're infatuated. I'd rather someone read the word before I fuck it up. I'm away from it. I can't.
I'm not a sapiosexual. No.
Oh, you want the definition?
So just read the definition for context.
I'll look it up. Hold on. Give me a second.
Okay. But let's see.
Because I hate jumping out the window and then I have to backtrack.
All right.
Finding intelligence sexually attractive or arousal. A person who finds intelligence sexually attractive or arousing.
Okay. So now you can say that you look at the number 2, or we're asking for 2 things that are most important in having a companion or characteristics in a companion. And then having that companionship, we get it, they're there, but like what makes that companion valuable, or what makes that relationship valuable? Like, is it sapiosexual? Like he's intellectual and they're stimulating you in that way? Or is he funny, making you laugh all the time? Or is he just a brute? You like the fact that he's dominant, you feel secure, you understand? So I'm just giving you different examples. I just want to use sapio just so we don't get caught into the dick vagina thing. I was trying to take it a little more intellectual, but go ahead.
All the 3 things you stated, plus.
Okay.
Yeah, I like to be active, not super active, but I love to be at home, but I also like to be active. So we don't have to do everything together. because I definitely have my own interests and I expect him to have his. But I like to spend time. I love to talk, right, and watch movies and conversate about things going on in the world. So yeah, and I think about it. I think about it from the standpoint. I think about it from the standpoint of, as we age in life, if I'm gonna be in a relationship, who do I want that to be with? I want that to be someone that I can grow older with. Honestly,
that was the key phrase I was waiting. Like, you want someone to grow old with.
Does he have to be a good cuddler, Tiffany?
Yes.
No cold feet. Okay, for sure. I mean, those are. I hope you guys are listening. These are some of the things these women are out here looking for, or they're interested in. All right, I'm sorry. Who was it? Haskell?
Hey, low key. A lot of dudes love cuddling, but they be trying to be tough. Niggas be wanting to cuddle too.
For sure.
I just for the record, I just want to share with Haskell. The majority of the men I've dated have been Jamaican, and I was actually married to a Jamaican too. So
you're saying he has a chance?
Oh Lord, hold on.
My baby
mama. I want to say something real quick, guys. So he said, "Hold my
jerky."
Was the Jamaican the narcissist?
Name a Jamaican that's not a narcissist, bro.
All right, hold on. Watch it.
Name a Jamaican that's not a narcissist.
No, he wasn't.
That part, Watcher.
Hold on. Tiff, was the Jamaican the narcissist?
No, not the guy I was married to. Nope, he was not.
Oh, okay. Boom, in your face, Watcher.
One out of.
The Trinidadian was the narc.
Oh wow. Well, I'm from Barbados, so settle down.
Okay.
So all right. So what's your point, Haskell?
I didn't really have much of a
qualities.
Point.
Your qualities.
My qualities?
Your characteristics that you would prefer.
From a woman?
Compliance.
I would hope so, but I don't want to isolate you, my guy. 2021. You
funny.
You is you.
You funny.
You is you.
But yeah, I mean, all right, let me give you an example, right?
Big shoulders.
The last woman I dealt with seriously. I remember one of the first times I had her come to my house. I think I had something on the floor. I'm a pretty tidy person, but I could be a dude. You know what I mean? You know that I could be a dude sometimes. And there was something on the floor. She was like, "Hey, could you pick that up?" So I was like, "Yeah, I'll get to it." And I think I want to say about maybe 5 minutes passed, and she was like, "Aren't you gonna pick that up? Like I asked you." And the Jamaican in me. And my thing was like, wait a minute, you in my house. That's number one. Number two, if you ask me to do something and I say I'm gonna do it, just wait till I do it, or don't try to reiterate, or at that point you're trying to dictate terms. Like you're basically saying like, yo, you need to go pick that up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Another
How old
thing,
was she? Real quick. How old was she?
She was 5 years older than me. At that time, I was 34. She was right. And she had children.
Wow.
Hold on.
Key facts. Continue.
Yeah, that happens with women a lot at times. Like they can't help it, particularly when they've had children.
Right.
They tend to be everybody's mother. Like if they don't, it's hard for women to police themselves. They don't even realize.
But you also know what that is, real quick, Haskell? That was actually her showing that she knows how to keep a house clean. That's what she was trying to show you. It could be other things.
Hold on.
That was something different.
But let me explain what I've seen.
Hold on, real quick, Watcher.
Before, it's just real quick. I just got to put the period on this. Because how I understood, because I misinterpreted as well, but how it was explained to me is she's putting a bid in, especially she's at your house for the first time. So she's trying to put her personality on it. So she's not trying to boss up. She's like, this is a role that I can control, that I can be in charge of. Now your response is supposed to be the trash is in the kitchen.
Right. But what I would say, if that was the case, Watcher, then she should have just picked it up.
No. She's testing you to see if you're worth it or not. You have to let her know, like, I am, because you're younger than her. She's constantly going to be testing you. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get into that.
I got a different variation to that. For me, I feel like I agree with Haskell in this scenario. It's been done to me before at my house with my baby daddy. And this is a relationship that he wants, but I didn't want. But he would try to find ways to kind of establish himself. So he'd say shit like, "Oh, garbage getting full, need to be taken out."
And what was your response?
I ignored him the first time.
Wait a minute. He wanted you to take the garbage out?
You see that, Haskell? You see that?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
So yeah, he wanted me to take the garbage out.
The fuck?
Or for me to instruct my son to do it. Right.
That's what it sounds like.
Or for me to instruct my son to do it.
That's
but
what it
was
like.
The garbage was bothering him, and he wanted to assert that the garbage is bothering me. Something needs to be done with it, right? So I ignored him the first time. So he said it again. I said, "What the fuck is wrong with your legs, your arms? Right. You want the garbage taken out? You take the motherfucker out." And
that's the response.
So he like,
yeah, that's
so
one way of.
So he get up. He get up. He take it out, right? Now, for me,
2 points, Amber.
For me, how I operate is, if I go to a guy's house and this is somebody I've been dealing with, or whatever, and there's something that I don't like, if it's not something that's personal or private or something like that, I'm just gonna, like a piece of paper in the floor or a sock or something, I'm gonna pick it up like, "Oh, where you normally put your such and such?"
Oh man,
that's a woman.
You understand what I'm saying?
Girl.
Like, because
2 points, Amber.
It's bothering
man,
me.
5
Clearly
points,
it ain't bothering
Amber.
you, because if it did, you would have
just
picked it up. I don't need to guide you on what to be bothered by. It's a problem for me, and when something is a problem for me, I correct it.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
That's crazy.
I respect that. I ain't got no problems with that.
I have a question, Amber, about this situation. How long were you dating that guy?
That's the whole thing. I wasn't dating him. He's a habitual line crosser, right? He comes over to visit his child, and then while he's there, he act like, "Sir,
you trying to boss up."
He put it down, and he heard her make that noise, so he know that Amber gonna eventually cave. He just don't got it like that no more.
Yeah, he should have just took the trash out.
Yeah, like, to me, that's like, the fuck do you keep repeating? Nigga, I heard you first time.
But as a guy, it sounded like he was trying to make himself useful. Like, shit ain't done right around here. If I was around this house, you know what I mean, I'd make sure your sons will be on this. The chores will be done, blah, 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 blah,
yeah,
blah.
but see, if that's the case, then he should have just got up and just took it out.
Exactly.
I agree. That's my shit. That's me, though.
That's me. What I'm saying. Like, a lot of people don't really, like, they think that they're leaders or they think that they're assertive, but really you're a complainer and you want somebody to give you permission to be a leader. I don't need permission. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if I'm at your crib, I don't like the way some shit land. I'm gonna, as long as it ain't nothing personal or a boundary step, like, to me, a sock in the floor and about now, if I pick it up and he's like, I wanted that there, I put it down. Now I know this ain't the space for me. You understand what I'm saying? It ain't finna be no argument.
Perfect.
This ain't the space for me. This will be my last.
Pause real quick. And if some dude say that he a whole ass nigga, but continue, go on. Any female who's trying to put me on point and make me look better, I'm not gonna just double down just because I'm embarrassed. Nah, do your job, boo. If you're around me, you're supposed to be putting me on.
Some people pay you like that. So, I mean,
or insecure, but go ahead.
It's not finna turn into no whole argument, or I'm just trying to, baby, I'm putting it right back down in the flow. And then I'm like, I gotta make it on home. So I catch you later.
Man, I don't know. I don't know. I've always had real ass females that I was with. I don't know. Female talk shit. Like, dude, every time I come over here, I'm sick of that fucking alarm. Here, I bought you a 9-volt battery, nigga. My bitch. I fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? You coming over just to hang out and chill, and all the homies is over. The homies ain't giving a fuck about that. We ain't thinking about none of that.
But see, Sosa. All right, look, check it out, right? I've dated an Asian chick one time, right?
Watcher, correct.
Who that, Sosa?
Yeah, that was a Watcher speaking.
Oh yeah. What did I say? The Watcher?
Nah, you said Sosa.
I said Sosa. Oh shit.
Yeah.
All right.
You're getting older. I don't want you to forget your point. Go ahead.
I dated this Asian chick a few years ago, right? Speaking to what you were just talking about, All right. So if I had a smoke alarm going off like crazy, she, took note of it. This Asian chick, she's a type, she would bring that battery and just say, hey, here's the battery. I noticed that like the smoke alarm was going off. So, she wouldn't call out the fact that, I wasn't on my shit. You know what I'm saying?
She would just cover up the holes.
Right. Like I don't, you feel me? Like for me, I don't want to just pick on black women, but the black women I've dealt with, they'll make it a point to point out that you ain't on your shit. You know what I'm saying? So be like, damn nigga, every time I come over here, the smoke alarm always going off. So I had to go get you this battery. Like, I mean, still good looking out, but you know what I'm saying? It's a nuance to it, man. Like with that Asian chick, I noticed, I learned a lot from her because she just had this way about correcting me that it didn't feel like I was being corrected. That shit was just smooth as fuck. Like
she knew how to handle you.
Right.
Here you go.
The difference between being controlled and handled.
Funny as hell.
Like my wife, she knows how to handle me.
But here's the thing.
She knows how to handle me.
A lot of the time, I think it's because a lot of like some people value certain. Like I think black women think like cook, and I don't want to say black women. It's a lot of women, and
that's fair.
Some are black that think cooking, cleaning is like a woman's thing. Right. So they'll go into a guy's space, and if it's less than tidy, then they assume, oh, he needs me to take care of this. But instead of just taking care of it, they want you to know I'm doing this thing for you. So they're gonna let you know the problem.
I hate that, Amber.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Amber.
So then you do this, so then they can go back and say, oh, I got to go over there and clean up, and I got to go over there and do this. Like now, for me,
I cleaned out his whole food cabinet. Bitch, nobody asked you to do this shit.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm never going that far, ever. Never going that far. For me, it's like simple. I'm gonna do how I normally would, right? Like I'm gonna do what I normally do. So if it don't work out, I don't feel like I was got. Like, oh, I didn't clean. I was cooking and cleaning for him. I'm not the cooker, or I'm not gonna be waking up every morning making you breakfast. That's just not even a thing for me. Now some days I'll wake up and be like, oh, what you want for breakfast? And then go make some breakfast, clean the dishes and do all of that. But at the end of the day, I don't consider that to be why I'm valuable. So I don't need to make a note of every time I'm doing something or contributing in that way, because this is something that comes along with me, but this is not what makes me valuable. You understand what I'm saying?
Hold on real quick, Amber. What would make you valuable?
To me, my personality is what makes me valuable. My ability, and just to quickly give my top two. For me, what I'm looking for is integrity and the ability to actually really use logical reasoning. I feel like I can damn near navigate anything else if we can work with them two things. Because the maths don't be mathing for a lot of niggas. So for me,
but Amber,
like
No, I was gonna say, man, when it comes to value, as far as like, all right, so for example, my value as a man, or what determines my value is what the opposite gender would find valuable in me, as opposed to what I value about myself. So for a woman, right, I can only speak for myself, but you getting up and making breakfast for me, that's way more valuable than a quote unquote personality, which is great too.
I can't.
That's
great. That's why you would never date, Haskell.
Right, but hold on. I want to say this. Hold on. I would say, I want to say that's true for men in general. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, a woman who would get up and cook for me every day versus a woman who could talk about war and peace or friggin',
Hey, Tolstoy's
Renaissance.
very important in my life in this household. I'm teasing.
No. A woman who could talk about friggin' government in ancient Egypt and how civilizations developed versus a woman who cooks breakfast for me every month. I'm taking a woman who cook breakfast for me. I don't need to talk to you. What person?
I don't know nothing about none of that shit either. So
come on now, Amber. I'm talking. I'm giving
Haskell. The beauty about diversity. If I make $1 million a year and I have the best chef, the fuck do I want my wife even in the kitchen for? The fuck out the kitchen. That ain't your job.
That part.
Hey, I have a question. If I
you get back in the corner and tell my jokes.
I just wanted to finish answering his question on what made me valuable. So the men that I typically date, okay, and these is the ones that I actually want to date and pursue dating with, not the niggas that be looking to try to get.
And I'm gonna open up for these niggas.
The ones that I'm actually interested in, they typically don't care about trivial shit like if I'm gonna make them a meal. Normally, they're go-getters, they're on the move. They ain't got time for that shit, no way. We'll grab something on the way or whatever. So that's not even a thing for them. They don't expect that. They're used to being self-sufficient, feeding themselves. So a woman feeding them don't mean shit to them. If anything, we probably eat out more than we should. And what they typically value is my ability to add some type of value to them. Like they about money. So ideas on how to make money, propositions on how to link up and get some money together, even just me putting them on to an investment or something.
They you wash money. Like, can you clean money? Can you count money?
Shit like that, they consider valuable because that's not something that they can get from every bitch that they lay with, you know, versus a sandwich or some eggs and grits. So for me, the kind of guys I typically date, they're not impressed by breakfast or meal. They need a little more than that.
Can I ask a question to the brother who was just speaking about the woman who makes some food or cooks for him?
Who's speaking?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so which would you value more, a person who can do these things or a person who's open to do these things?
I'm sorry, who's on the panel? You gotta introduce yourself?
That's the Cube.
Oh, that's Cube. Okay, right on.
Yeah, that's Cube.
Okay. I didn't see his name.
It's there. To answer your question, Cube.
Okay.
To answer your question, the two options you presented sound similar. So you said one who is open to it versus one who has the ability to do it or can do it. That's kind of the same thing. I'm not sure.
Well, not necessarily, because I can dunk a basketball, but am I open to dunking a basketball? So they're actually different.
I got you now. All right. So to answer your question, absolutely a woman who's willing to do it, right, and who takes a certain deal of pleasure in doing it.
Right. See, that's exactly where I was going, because you may deal with a woman who says like, yeah, she can do these things, but is she gonna get tired of doing it? Is she gonna say, okay, well, damn, nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like, you good for me, or like, is this something that she loves? Because the old adage goes that if you do something, if you do something you love, you never work a day in your life. So is this something that she enjoys doing? Does she love doing it? Would she do it even if you were not around? You see what I'm saying? Right. Things like that. So I kind of look at it a little bit differently, but I see where you were going. I just wanted to ask you to try to delve and dig a little bit deeper, but I see where you were going.
Okay. Right. Can I speak on, just elaborate, especially in Amber's situation, because I've allegedly, hypothetically, let me just throw out some hypothetical shit out here. So, let's say if I was a trapper, and if I needed a female on my team, or if I had a female on my team, she would have to have more skills, more nuance, or more abilities than just what a traditional female would be doing. Like if I went to work in the office from 9 to 5, my wife would be different. I would have different expectations on her. If I'm constantly on the move, going from different cities and states, and we're traveling all the time, then I expect my wife to make sure that my family eats, that I eat, but it needs to be a quality meal. Am I concerned that she was in the kitchen who cooked it? That may matter to some people. Again, I don't have the mentality of the 1980s, the 1970s, the 2020s, or whatever we want to try to put it in a period piece. But everyone has their own. I don't want to say
absolutely.
expectations.
Everybody has their own value systems, right? So I wanted to say to speak to that example you just used, Watch, as far as being like in the streets, right?
Right.
If I needed my woman to say, take a pack here or put this over here, or kind of keep a ledger, right? As far as transactions and those sort of things all kind of dovetail in with something like cooking breakfast in the morning. You get what I'm saying? They're kind of in the same vein.
So, okay. So I get you. So you're saying household responsibilities.
Or
because does she have to
whatever.
cook it if she has someone else cook it? That's
but I'm saying I'm saying is let's not fixate so much on the specific act of just cooking a meal.
That's what I'm trying to get past.
Right.
Yeah,
so
saying you want a woman that's in service to you.
Right. There you go. There.
Right.
And what you were saying, Amber, about the guys who say they would want you to add value. In reality, you are being in service to them, but not necessarily in that traditional way.
Right. And I have no problem with that because they also have to be in service to me as well. So I like that. That's not a problem for me as long as you're doing the same for me as well.
Yeah, but I think that's unrealistic though. You know, and not in every single scenario, but in most scenarios, you know, a lot of us, you know, who I would say over the age of maybe 18, you know, we operate using traditional, antiquated gender roles. So when we're using these gender roles saying, okay, well, you're supposed to do this, I'm supposed to do this, there is no room for, well, every now and again, I may reciprocate, I may cook something, I may do this and do that, but the overwhelming majority of the time, I expect you to do it. You see what I'm saying? So when you're asking for somebody like, oh, well, they're going to do this for me too. Not really. That's really not true for the case. And I'm just talking about my generation and people, I want to say from probably about maybe 22 and on up. Like that's just not realistic.
You got a good point, Cube. You also have to remember that in the dynamics of that type of a relationship, a dude who is the trapper or the main bringer has no obligation or necessary need to really acquiesce or really bow down to her wishes. If he is doing this, it has to be something that he's choosing to based off of the power dynamics. If that makes sense.
That's exactly what I'm saying is
But
go ahead.
All
her value. Go ahead.
It's only a power dynamic if you view his wealth as being powerful. Like,
okay.
So that's fair.
Who doesn't view wealth as powerful?
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
But hold up, let her finish her point. I didn't
want to say it, but I was going to say how is in what
we always finna say that, but we have to let her finish her point.
But that's the thing. I don't view that as power. And that was, I'm not going to say it was a problem in the beginning, but he had to kind of unlearn, because I think because so many women do, the automatic assumption is because I have this, I can get this person to behave in this way and do this, because if not, I could just take my toys and go elsewhere, right?
How many trappers are getting women of character though?
Yeah, that's not a threat to me though, right? Because how I feel is it's only one me. So you can go take your toys and move around, no problem.
Yeah, I agree.
And not to sound disrespectful, but you'll be left out of a lot of the finer things in life just because of X. Instead, when you could just do X,
and
everything.
What she's saying is she's perfectly content with that. Like,
yeah, sir. I don't even care for the finer things in life. I don't.
No. I'm not saying that she should. I'm just saying that when you make that decision, you're going to be left out of having the finer things in life.
Like, put it this way.
But it's not a left out situation if you never want to be included in that, right? Like, this was a situation where he would actually splurge on stuff, and I'd be like, I don't like that. I don't want that. I actually want this other cheaper thing. And it drove him crazy. And to this day, because we're still in communication, still, figuring out what we finna do with his new release. It's still a hard concept for him to understand, mostly because he doesn't really know how to establish himself outside of money. It's just a whole new thing for him. For you mean to tell me you don't really give a fuck about this money? Like, so it's a new discovery for him on how to add value to me outside of money. But I'm not looking for money. So if you are looking for money, then yeah, I can see you being left out or whatever.
Well,
but that's something I opt out of.
I think, all right, you are looking for money because we all are looking for money, right? Because it takes money literally to do everything, right? What you aren't looking for is you aren't a hype beast necessarily. So you don't care about a Birkin bag or some red bottoms or
what no, I'm not looking for money. Now what I am looking for is
wait a
stability.
minute, hold on, Amber. Let me say this. Hold on, Amber. You have you say do you have mortgage or rent?
Yes.
You currently work. I know you work for the post office, right?
No longer work for the post office.
No longer work for the post office,
hey,
right?
Stop doxing, no doxing.
Hold on. And I remember you in previous conversations, you were telling me that you were waiting for the stimulus or you were applying for some sort of loan. Am I on point there or?
It was unemployment.
Damn, don't confirm.
Right,
this nigga
right.
works with the
Hold on.
CIA. Haskell, who you work with, cuz? Who sent you?
No. These are things she said on the panel before, guys.
Yeah.
Now.
And you reading it from a notepad. What are you sent you?
No, I just got good recall, but
okay.
You know,
all right,
when
officer.
last time I checked, unemployment is money, right?
Yeah.
And if you're waiting for unemployment, you're waiting for those funds to take care of something, right? Furthermore, at a point in time, you're no longer going to be able to work. You're going to need money for food. You're going to need money for electricity. You're going to need money for water. You're going to need money for your homestead. You're going to need money potentially for your, God forbid, should your health decline or even just regular upkeep of your health. You're going to need money for your children. So for somebody to say that money or they don't need money or they don't care about money.
I didn't say I don't need it. I said I'm not looking for it. So let me explain my perspective on this, right? I'm not a bag chaser, period. Now, do I acquire money to maintain my lifestyle? Yes, I do. Either by working, right now through unemployment, I just started my own business. So yes, but at the end of the day, the money is not what I'm after. It's the stability that money affords me that I'm after. So when someone comes with money, my attraction is not, oh, he got money. Let me get some money because I have this stability. So I like to be able to afford things for myself, right? His money don't mean shit to me. It's his. Now, if you can teach me how to get some money or you want to invest in something I'm doing, that's a completely different thing. And even then, I'm not in this for that because I want you to do it because you want to do it and not because I'm making it an obligation for you. So that way we won't have no problems down the road. This is your choice. Same way I offer myself as a resource because that's just what the fuck I like to do. So if it don't work out, I'm not like, oh, he used me to do, he ain't do shit but what I wanted to do, period.
But hold on, I have to ask this question. How are you not after the things how are you not after the thing that causes what you want?
Because if I could get all of those things without money,
think about it. If you never go after the
let her answer the question. You asked it. Let her answer.
Hold on, sir. If I could get those things without needing money, I wouldn't even give a fuck about money. So money is a means to the end. It's not the end. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't make sense because what you're saying in the initial scenario, when you began speaking, you were saying that you use this as a tool. So how are you not attempting to bring the tool in so you can achieve your desired result?
He said in the relationship.
How do you not care about the tool that causes the desired result?
Right.
Again, the tool is just the tool, right? If I could do the same job with another tool, I would use another tool.
Nah, but you can't though.
It ain't the tool that's important. It's the outcome that's important.
No. But you don't get that. You don't get your desired outcome without that tool.
I definitely understand that you can't use another tool. But what I'm saying is, when you say, "Well, everybody's after money," no, not necessarily. Everybody uses money, but everybody's not necessarily after money. There is a difference.
Nah, not really.
Yes,
yeah,
it
not
is.
really.
There is. Realistically, there is.
That's, I don't know. To me, that's double speak. But
in the words
whatever.
of man, y'all making that up, man. Y'all making that up, man.
Yeah, because last time I checked,
And
when
this is
that
why I
rent's
say
due,
logical reasoning is important to me, because there is a difference.
But hold on. You said logical reasoning, but I just gave you a premise with a conclusion.
I understand that, and that don't mean that any of the things that you said are necessarily true.
But hold on. How is
in philosophy, have you heard of higher and lower values? How some things are the end itself, and how some things are just the means to the end? Does that mean that you value that thing, or that you value what that thing can get you? Because your end goal is this other thing. You're just using this interim thing. So while it has some value, it's not the value.
Okay,
do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying. So the means would be the tool, which would then be the money.
Right, but I'm not.
So that's what. So that's why I ask you
money. So again, sir, I'm not chasing money. I'm chasing stability. Money affords me stability. If I was chasing money, then my money would dictate where I want to be. You understand what I'm saying? It would be a never-ending thing.
No, you're not understanding. The inability or the not having money, that's what stops or negates where you want to be.
right? That brings instability. Not having money, no stability. Period.
That's not necessarily true either. There's plenty of people that don't have money for themselves, but they date people with money.
But listen to what you're saying though. Money is still into play.
But they're not chasing
the money is still necessary.
But money is still in play when it comes to this equation. Money is still there.
Right.
And guess what? Hold on. Last thing before I pass it. The reason these people are with these people is because they have money. So the means would be the love and affection that you have to pretend to give them so you can now receive the money that they go out and earn. There's no way around it.
There's no way around it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not even.
But you just said that money was the end, and the means by which they achieve that.
I never said that. I always said money was the means because that is how you broke it down. You said money is the means to your stability.
And sorry, when you just recalled it back, you just said the means is the love and the fake love and affection that they give in to get to the money, right?
That's not what I said.
Okay, sir.
I said the money. Listen, let me tell you what I said. I said the money is the means to your stability. So you need that. You need that. You need those means. So now when you deal with a person who, let's say you don't work, and then this person works and they receive a lot of money. So now the means become, instead of being money there, instead now in this situation, the means is the fake love and affection that you have to give this person to receive the stability. But money is still in the equation.
Again, sir, I just said that you said that.
You can call me Cube. You can call me Cube.
Cube. I just said that you said that. You said that's not what I said. Now I think y'all are getting confused with me saying that I'm not chasing money with me saying I don't need money. I never said money is not a need. That you don't need some degree of money, even if you're not acquiring it on your own or through someone else's fake love, affection, whatever, to get what you need. Money is a need, right? But it is a means for me to something else, just like the fake love and attention is the means for them to get the money that they need for their stability. My means for my stability is to go out here, work, make money so I can feel stable.
Right. Oh, okay. You know what? I think I got you, Amber. I think I understand now. I think I understand now. You don't need like an inordinate amount of wealth. You need you need enough to secure a relatively comfortable lifestyle. Whereas perhaps some of those guys that were in the street, they want to be able to go to have a night out at Ruth Chris on like a regular basis, or take a vacation to the Maldives, or however you pronounce that shit. You know what I'm saying? Whereas for you, those things aren't of prime importance to you. I think I got it.
Exactly.
I think I got it. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. I want the bag.
Yeah, but you know what though? There is a limit at some point to like, because there's an infinite amount of money that you can earn, right? So at what point is it like, okay, you're satiated? Like, I want a lot of money too. I want to be able to go to Greece on a whim, or you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't mind having a private jet or something like that, or a yacht. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's different levels of satiation, though. There's different levels for different people. I guess what the sister's trying to say, that she just has this amount of money that she's okay with, and no disrespect to her at all, because I don't know her, but I would say people that live like that, I think they're a bit what's the word I'm looking for? I think they're a bit selfish. Now, the reason I say that, because if these people decide to bring children into the world and expect to have progeny, I think that's selfish on their behalf. Because once you bring children in the world, they're going to need a little bit more. And you can't continue to live this miserly standard of living, especially knowing that we live in a communist system in America, and the shit our people have been through. We can't continue to think like this. We have to think a little bit bigger. There's no disrespect her at all. If that's what she decides to do, then that's that system. And I'm not attacking her. That's just my comment on it. Go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, and you're welcome to that. And so what I would say to that is, I definitely agree. But a lot of people, their stability, what they consider stability, looks different. And that's why it's about your personal metric, your standard, what stability looks like to you. And I just had this conversation with my ex the other day, because he's like, well, I'm trying to attain financial stability. I said, what does that look like for you? And he's like, well, it looked like money and this, but what amount of money would make you feel stable for what you want to see for your life and your posterity? What would make you feel, okay, now I'm stable, right? Now I want to maintain my stability as far as my way of life for my children and all of that. But there's another level to, even after I'm gone, what stability will look like for them, right? Generational wealth. So I'm also invested in that. Now, when I say I'm not chasing money, some people chase money just so they could take a trip. They're not even giving a fuck about their kids, or even in the next 10 years, they all about the turn up today. That's just not who I am. So if I'm going after money, I'm going after it with a definitive purpose. This is for this reason. This is for that reason. This is to attain this goal. This is to do this. This is to invest in that. It has a purpose when I go after it. I don't just go after money and then be like, now what I'm gonna do with it? Or let me blow a bag and go here. Let me shit on people. And so a lot of people are motivated by attention that money affords them.
Yeah, I get exactly I get exactly what Amber is saying now, because if you think about it, it's levels to it, man. Because let's say you make $2 million a year, right? To Jeff Bezos, you're a pauper. You know what I'm saying? And it's plenty in between that. So and that's even dealing with posterity, like what Q was saying, because once you start having children, you start thinking about, okay, what type of legacy am I going to be able to leave for them? What type of inheritance am I going to be able to leave for them? But even that has a limit, because again, what you may leave $1 million for your child, and to somebody else, they may look at that like, man, that ain't nothing. Mm-hmm. So I get what Amber's saying now.
You going out, Haskell?
I think that was you because I heard him. I heard it pretty clear.
Yeah, he was clear.
Oh,
Yeah, I
I'm
think
sorry.
that was you.
He might have been
Yeah,
done.
yeah, I heard him clear too.
Is my mic on?
But yeah, go ahead, brother.
Okay. Oh no, I was want to make sure I got back in.
Yeah, Q. You got to answer the intro question.
Oh
They
yeah.
were talking black dating. The last time you was in a serious relationship, why did it end? And are you willing to get back into one if it ended? So forth.
Okay, so when was the last time? Why did it end? And would I ever do it again?
Yeah, are you looking to get back into one?
Okay, when was the last time? Approximately 5 years ago. And the reason that it ended is I was a fake Black Hebrew Israelite. I'm not playing. I'm not joking. I'm being serious.
Oh, we laughing. We're not laughing at you.
It's the honesty for me.
Yeah, like I was a fake I was a fake Black Hebrew Israelite, and
It was the accuracy for me.
Yeah, like my girl, she wasn't really going for that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I chose religion over her. You know what I'm saying? Word, bro.
For sure.
Damn, and I was committed more so to going to an afterlife and worshiping God than, you know what I'm saying, here on earth. But see, this is before I became an atheist, you know what I'm saying? So this is like,
yeah, obviously, nigga, ain't talking about.
Yeah, like this is.
So missing her made you an atheist.
Nah.
You know how hard it is to get the right top, bro? Don't play.
So you was trying to get her to be involved in it, like?
Yeah. I was. She was down with a few things, but you know,
You're trying to make her submit.
Yeah, other things she went with. You know what I'm saying? And
the man is the head of the church. Just like
she
Jesus
was in her amber bag, like nigga, please.
But have you tried to? Is she in a relationship now?
No. But yeah, to answer that last question, am I looking or willing to get into one? Absolutely. But I want to add this too, though, for the people that are listening and may listen on the replay. You know, I appreciate women who, you know what I'm saying, don't go along with the fake Black Hebrew Israelite shit or any fucking religion. Like, I appreciate that because it shows them to be strong-minded. And I can't say I wasn't really strong-minded. I just had a great amount of influx. I had a great influx of bad information. And by me being conduit of that bad information, it caused me to make bad decisions. So I appreciate that sister for actually seeing the bullshit because I couldn't see it, you know, initially. So that's my answer to that.
I got a follow-up question though. So do you think that was the only problem?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know for a fact she wasn't getting down with the shit. And
so have you tried to revisit that? If since that was a relationship you were, you know, happy in for the most part, outside of that, have you entertained the idea, or you just kind of like, I'm gonna just call it a wash?
Nah, I moved on. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about
it. But how long after that did you break away from the movement though? Like when y'all broke up, how long did it take you?
Oh yeah, I've only been an atheist for I want to say 2.5 years now. And that's why I said like it was kind of a wash because like, you know what I'm saying, that was like 5 years ago, you know, when we broke up, and then I was still a fucking staunch fake Black Hebrew Israelite. So you gotta say like there really isn't anything to really rekindle there, you know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, you know, she's moved on as well. So it's kind of cool. You know, it's whatever.
C'est la vie.
Exactly, c'est la vie. Exactly. So, you know, that's what it is. But yeah.
Yes, sir. But yeah, damn, that sucks. I've actually lost I can't even say it like that. I don't even want to downplay what you just experienced, but I feel like I lost my bottom bitch because I wanted to be a Christian. And told her I couldn't do all the stuff that we used to do no more, and these bitches laughed at me and left me to go be a Christian.
But you want to know something interesting though, is that since I became an atheist, I've also seen the reverse. You know, meet a chick, hang out with them, and they seem like the type of chick that you could really, you know, bring home to moms. So you begin to reveal things about yourself, and then you say, well, you know, I'm an atheist. And then I've had the reaction twice, like, nah, I can't fuck with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, I can't fuck with that. And so you got to listen. I'm in the Bible Belt, so some of that is expected, even, you know what I'm saying, in 2020, 2021. So I get it.
I've never had that in my life.
Yeah, bro, they out there, bro. Bro, I swear to you, they out there, bro.
I was actually gonna touch on that because I think that and maybe I'm pretty sure it's in general it's a problem. But I think specifically for people who are atheists and who don't have that belief system, dating and relationships become even that much harder because there's such a small population of people who share that belief system. You know what I'm saying? Or the lack thereof.
That sucks.
And so it becomes now, like my ex, like it religion never came up. Even back when we were dating, we never discussed it. Neither one of us was like, we both had our own personal belief system and it was never an issue. So even now, like me expressing that I'm atheist and all of that, like he doesn't have a response to it, right? Even though I know he still has his beliefs. So it could potentially, you know, pan out to be something in the future. But from my experience, I've been kind of hesitant because like, it's just so hard to relate to people that's still there because I have a hard time like getting past that, especially when they always talking about, and I just be like, oh, you poor thing. Oh my gosh. Like, and I hate to feel that way, but it's just kind of hard because when they try to relate to me or when I'm going through something, it's just pray about it. I'm like, man, bullshit. Give me real solutions.
Yeah, like what they're gonna do is they're gonna give you like canned Christian responses. You know what I'm saying? And like that's not really what you need to hit. Like you as a person,
Ephesians 6:1.
Yeah, you don't want to hear it. Neither, you know, does it really even help you? You know what I'm saying? Because at this point in your life, if you're an atheist, it's like, man, that shit don't do nothing to me, and it doesn't work for me. You know what I'm saying? So. Yeah, it's really crazy, man. It's really crazy, but hey, it's one of those things.
But what benefit? I'm sorry to cut you, my guy. What benefit? I'm asking a question. What benefit is there to declare what your religion is or your atheism?
Transparency.
But I mean, like, but like, if you're atheist, it's like, what are you being transparent about? What are you exposing?
Well, you're letting them know that, you know, I understand that your mother and father may go to church, and I don't plan to attend regularly. You know what I'm saying? You're letting them know who you are. Like,
I see.
But we have to be honest.
For me, it comes.
What I'm trying to explain is, but to me, I've ran. I'm sorry, Amber. I'm sorry. I just want to get this out. It's just I've ran across people who don't really have strong beliefs or agnostics, or they really don't care. And then there's some people who wear atheism as a religion, who bring that up in constant conversations, use that to segue into certain points, use that into bash and beat up on other people's personal religions and stuff. So I mean, like I'm not exactly sure, like, how are you leading with out the gate? Like, hey, I see you're a heavy Christian and I'm atheist, and that's going to be a problem, or they're not even religious and you're just putting it out there just to not cause any. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. If you're interested in somebody, that's not something that you just lead with, like, hey, I'm an atheist and my name is Q. What's your name? Like, nah, like you're not coming off like that. You know what I'm saying? If you talking to a person and you're having these conversations, and then this person mentions, which they're gonna mention if they're this type of person, oh, hey, how you doing? What's going on? It's Sunday. I just came home from church. Da 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 da. Like, it may just over the internet. Like,
you're talking to girls who go to church. Okay, all right.
But these are the two.
But even beyond that, though,
these are the two. I just want to say this real quick. These are the two specific situations that this has happened to me, because, like I said, I live in a Bible Belt, so you have to understand that you may run across women who, you know what I'm saying, engage in, you know, like worship and shit like that.
You're saying Bible Belt, and I understand that is like in the Midwest or whatnot, but you're saying it in reference like very religious. Is that what you're saying?
Southern, yeah, it's the South.
Yeah.
The South. So I mean, okay, thank you. So,
but so
okay,
for me,
right.
it's not something I like put out there and be like, oh, it normally comes up in conversation. Like recently, it's something happened and he's like, well, I guess it's all a part of God's will. And I said something to him and he that was his response. So I responded, oh, I don't subscribe to any religious ideology or belief system. And he was like, oh, okay, cool. And it was just really putting him on notice. So it ain't, because I don't like to not be, if anybody was to say that
exactly, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If anybody was to say that to me, then I would have that same response, whether we're in a relationship or not. Oh, I don't even subscribe to that. So you don't got to waste your time with, trying to make me feel better with that little, antidote. I don't subscribe to that. You don't have to do that no more. Now, of course, that could have been a problem for him. And he'd be like, what you mean? But it wasn't a problem for him. And religion has never been something like we discussed or we talked about. He's not like super religious and reading scriptures and shit. So me saying it then, I'm pretty sure that was probably the last time he'll bring it up. Like, because now he know that ain't where I'm at with it. So he just gonna refrain from that.
Aaron, just in a conversation with somebody, it might be like, yeah, shoot, man. Actually, man, she just worked out. It's got a little gig. Maybe shoot, but ain't God good? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Shoot, you know what I'm saying? Like, look, hey, God good, ain't he?
All the time.
He's pretty decent. He's a pretty decent guy.
because the truth of the matter is, like, obviously you're not leading with, hey, I'm an atheist, but at the same time, like my brother was just saying, I don't know who was talking. Some atheists make it like a religion, I guess, which I sort of kind of disagree with, but I see what he's saying. But
no, what I mean, like, I know you can just let me explain, because I don't want you to disagree without understanding what I'm saying. Do you understand how some vegans act like vegan is a religion? Do you understand that phrase?
No. Listen, I understand 100%.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say. I'm not using it to get it
because if you take veganism, you take atheism, like this is a part of you. You know what I'm saying? And it's not something that you can hide. Like it's just a part of you. And by you trying to hide that, that's just going to cause problems in the future if the person that you're talking to or dealing with is not open for that. You know what I'm saying? So
but do you understand how you can? I understand what you're saying, but I feel like there's two types of whatever individual, whether they're agnostics or atheist or Christian, or like some Christians you can sit next to and you would never know there's a Christian. And then there's some Christians you'll sit next to and they're wearing it on their sleeve. You know what I mean? Like, look at the sun came out. Look at God. Won't he do it? You understand? I get it. So there's certain atheists who are the same way. They got to make sure to bring up their atheism any other chance, like they're really or I don't want to say evangelical, but they're spreading their
antagonistic with it.
Right.
But I mean, like,
he's
literally,
talking about.
They're sharing their religion. Like, my religion is going to dominate your religion. I'm coming to your religion with the sword. Your religion is fake. Your Islam is fake. Join my religion, atheism type shit. You understand?
No,
now again,
that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. I understand what you. My bad. Go ahead.
But you do understand that there are those type of people out there.
Right.
Not saying you. I'm not saying
right.
But what I'm trying to say is, like, some people wear it. Some people aren't even atheists. They just like the arguments. And they want to run around beating up people, but they really are Christians or they really are Hebrew Israelite. But they just like trolling. Is what I'm trying to say.
Well, you just have some people, man, who are confrontational. You know what I'm saying? People who just enjoy being contrary. You know what I'm saying? Contrarians. People who just enjoy that shit. And I'll be honest, sometimes I do enjoy it when.
Now I was just gonna say that shit, nigga. You be doing that shit.
When people are like 100% wrong about something, sometimes I enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Other times I just I don't even pay attention to it. You know, it's a time and a place for all of that type of stuff. But like,
I was just curious. I get it.
Yeah, like I understand what you're saying, but like everyday people, like when you go to work or when you just walking through the mall and you see a chick or whatever the case, you don't just be like, "Hey, I'm an atheist. What's good?" Like, nah, you don't do all of that. Like
that's my point.
Yeah, like the people who do that ride on those bikes with helmets with black, you know, like Niggas don't do that shit though. That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
It,
Like,
you
I
you
could
say
I
you
could
say
deal with
it
that.
comes up for you when it's relevant. Like
Yeah, like I could deal with
Exactly.
that. Like I could deal with somebody, even be in a relationship with somebody that has a faith. But like if you believe like you the people in the book,
Mm.
then now
Mm.
as a critical thinker, I cannot even
Mm.
I can't engage in that because now you step off. You know what I'm saying? Like you step into the world like delusion for me. You know
make
what I'm saying?
believe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
you,
you know what I'm saying? Like if I got to explain to you that the Noah's Ark story ain't, you know what I'm saying? Ain't that can't happen scientifically? Then like we don't even need to go any further. Like this is a waste
Yeah.
of my time.
So what you're saying
This
is
is
you
gonna
could
be
deal
the
with a
rest of your
woman.
life.
Yeah,
So
it's a
what you're
waste.
saying is you could deal with a woman who thinks that there was a local flood, but a woman that think that there was a global flood, she's out of her fucking mind.
Yeah, in a sense, like,
Facts.
you know, like,
Facts.
you know, like some people, right? Like some people like are Christians, right? And they're not even really true Christians. You know what I'm saying? Like they believe in God, they make it to church every now and again, but they don't really believe the shit that happened in the story. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They don't really, like, they don't even know the Exodus story like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
For real.
they go to church on Sunday, like sometimes like they're supposed to, and they pray sometimes. You know
Right.
what I'm
Or
saying?
even just believing or even just believing like a higher power and not necessarily, don't have no like, well, this is the history on how the power, like it ain't no. And that's the thing. I don't have no problem with that either, because they'll be honest and say, well, no, I don't think, I just believe that there's something greater than us going on here. And I'm cool with that. But when you get into this is fact, and these people, we descended from this, and that, I'm like,
I gotta disagree with you, Sosa. I gotta
on.
disagree with you vehemently.
Hold on.
Go ahead and
I'll
finish
tell you
your
the
point.
conflict though. You can get over me, but the conflict is always this, and I count this most of the time. When people find out that I am, they can't stop bringing that shit up. Like every time they get a chance, they go, like, how you gonna believe in God? Like, bruh. You know what I'm saying? Men and women, like all the time. Go ahead, Q.
Yeah, it becomes, but here I gotta agree with you right there real quick. It becomes like Watcher was just saying how like some people wear it and they do it intentionally to antagonize. There's that subset of people that once they find out that's what you own, they constantly bring it up, or they constantly trying to convince you. And that's like my thing, like, believe what the fuck you believe and leave it there. Like, because we don't even have to discuss this. We don't have to talk about it. You can have your belief system and I can have mine, or not have one, and that be that. Like, just leave me the fuck alone. You're not gonna convince me otherwise.
No,
but
but I'm
people
talking
will
about like some of them.
you.
Yeah, but I'm talking like some of them are like generally perplexed. They just cannot get it. Like, it's just like, what? How? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've experienced that. Yeah, I've experienced that.
Like their brain about to explode. Like I don't mean to offend you. Like, I just can't even understand how you even came to that conclusion. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that type shit.
God
ain't struck you. Explain it to them, and they still don't understand.
But let me say this though, so because you said that there's people who what I'm saying, call themselves Christians but don't even really know a lot when it comes to the Bible. We have to understand these people take this shit on faith. You know what I'm saying? And that's just really what it is. Ultimately, there is no evidence, no proof, anything when it comes to this shit. So likewise, I can also say with atheists. A lot of atheists, man, they don't know the fucking arguments. They don't know the ins and outs of these things. They just know, hey, I've never seen a God. Nobody's ever seen a God. There's no proof that there's a God, and boom, that's it. And that's justified. Like, you're justified in that line of reasoning, albeit surface level, you're justified. So atheists can be the same way. They don't know a lot of the arguments and stuff like that the same way that there's a lot of Christians that don't know the Bible and bullshit like that, the ins and outs of it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, like, Christians, you got to believe that Jesus Christ died on the cross for your sins.
Mm-hmm.
You You know what I'm saying? Like
Yikes.
to truly be a Christian. Like that's why he was crucified for your sins. And you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, but hold on, but that's all you have to do though. All you have to do is believe. That's it.
yeah.
Nah, you gotta live
There's
a
no work
lifestyle like a
involved.
motherfucker. It sounds like to me.
Yeah, to the degree.
Nah, there's no work involved, bro.
Yeah,
No,
they got
like you ain't gotta go to church on Wednesdays and Sundays and Mondays and
they
Fridays.
shit sweet. Nah, Christianity's sweet, bro. Like you ain't really gotta do all this.
I mean, like
as long as
Baptist,
you
Pentecost.
believe.
Like I mean, for the last 20 minutes, I've been looking at this wiki and this Bible Belt shit, and I'm just looking at all these states and all these percentages, and it's just like really
It's
fucking me
crazy,
out.
ain't
So, so I'm looking
It's
at all
crazy,
this
ain't it?
shit, and this, damn. So
Yeah, I'm from South Carolina,
So
so I'm from
hey,
South
hey,
Carolina.
hey,
Say,
you know what? I'm glad I can help you understand what the Bible Belt is and how this shit is so fucking retarded. Like,
right? Because the reason why I'm
crazy.
so mind blown, because I understand it generally, but I never looked at it in a micro level. Just like a
Yeah,
micro
once
level
you-
where I'm interacting with people and they're looking at me
Yeah.
like I'm from Mars
Mhm.
because I don't believe walking on or whatever. Wow.
Yeah,
And just
that's
have
the
a
thing.
group of wow.
hey,
Yeah,
when I
once you
came
look
out
at
as
the
an atheist,
numbers,
when I came out as an
once you look
atheist,
at
bro, I came out like in the 90s. Like back then, like that shit was scary to niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Devil
I don't
worshiper.
even, like I don't even know if it's safe to be around you. Like, they might strike you down. Like real shit, bro.
Damn.
Yeah.
But nigga slang crack and shit, but go to church and he cool.
Oh yeah. Long as you, long as you,
I got these
as long
turkeys
as
on
you
Christmas,
believe.
folks. Wow. I'm gonna destroy the community.
That shit in goddamn Catholicism, nigga. Go, hey, I just killed somebody. Look, man, 4 Hail Marys, nigga. 7 prayers, nigga. Bet.
See, you know what's crazy though? Is like,
let me get an
once
A-ball.
you've been an atheist, once you've been an atheist for a little while, you can spot like the new atheists.
Oh
And,
yeah.
I'm sure everybody know Sabio.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I could tell like the nigga just turned into a werewolf because it's like that nigga just be arguing like crazy shit. I'd be like, nah, nigga, you don't gotta chase that argument. Like,
Yeah. That's how it is to get it. Like he'll relax.
I was once there too, man. This is crazy, but you know that nigga cool. You know,
It's the learning curve, though. It's that's like I said before.
Yeah.
You got to get that shit out because it's funny, right? Because a lot of the staunch opponents of the Hebrew Israelites were people that were once Hebrew Israelites. And they be on them niggas' heads. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't play no game.
But you know what's crazy? What I did though, once I left the fake Black Hebrew Israelites, what I did was I said, you know what? I'm no longer interested in trying to prove that Jesus didn't exist, David, Abraham didn't exist. I'd rather just go to the source of it, which is God. And once I can go to show that God doesn't exist, then all of those other fucking dominoes fall down, you know what I'm saying, behind them. You know what I'm saying? Because niggas sit here and want to argue about Jesus and Abraham and all this other dumb shit and miracles. I'd rather not deal with that. I'd rather deal with the philosophy of the shit. And once I can show you that this is just bullshit, especially when it comes to the God of the Bible, this is a self-contradictory. It can't exist. It's like it's over. You know what I'm saying? But different strokes for
What's
different
more
folks.
credible, God or time?
Time, because we could actually measure that. God can't
All
be
right,
measured.
now let me ask you a question. Was time invented or discovered?
Time was neither invented nor discovered. Time is.
Okay.
You ain't got another question?
I don't necessarily hold the same opinion as far as on time.
Go ahead, give you. Let's hear it.
No, I mean it's not. It's to me, it's not debatable. It's just that's with regards to understanding. I wouldn't put it into that. I felt like it was more like seconds, minutes, and times. I don't feel like those were discovered.
So what are you talking about?
I thought, and to my knowledge, I was thinking there were more increments that were used, that were created for a purpose or with use, if that makes sense.
Hold on. So you saying that you think that time was created?
No, with regards to the increments of seconds, minutes.
Oh, you mean how we measure time? Yeah.
Oh
Right.
yeah. That
Right.
measurement was created. Yes, that
Right.
was created. Yeah.
Right. So that's where my point was going. I wasn't trying to go too deep. I'm just like, it's more funny that people, and to my knowledge, it's easier to understand how time is being able to be measured in the increments and everything we use, and that's more substantial. But we created that.
Yeah, because you know,
no. We didn't create time. We created the measurements. We didn't create time.
Right.
We created the measurements.
Right. With regards to understanding, I didn't mean it in such a. I'm going surface level. Y'all were taking it way deep. I wasn't trying to go there.
Yeah, you gotta go deep, man, because you gotta kill the dumb shit on the surface. So like once that bubble, like you gotta get that out of there.
I hear you.
Do you believe in a God?
No. In what sense? I don't. Everything that's been no.
Oh, okay.
No, not in the slightest sense. No.
You had your walk though. What was you the longest? You said you was a Christian. What else?
No, like I mean, I was indoctrinated with
what faith
or Christianity. I was in the Baptist church, sang in the choir, did all that type of stuff, and then I just came to my own understanding with regards to the history of it all, then understanding like who the books were written by. Like all of a sudden, this shit was created. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, Jesus didn't even write this. Oh, wait. It just. Once I just start going down each question and then going backwards, and I'm like, oh, I understand. Okay, now what the purpose of this? Well, who created it? Well, what's the benefit of it? Was it for culture? Where did this shit start? So once I started getting all the history, I understood the purpose of it, but I was never, what's the word? I don't want to say duped or underneath the illusion.
Did y'all
indoctrinated. Go ahead.
Did y'all ever like, let's say even in like your childhood, your adolescence, did you ever feel like that shit was bullshit? Because I always like internally felt like this shit don't make sense. Like I felt like it was bullshit.
Nah, I always thought that shit was real. I was scared to fuck to death.
I started going to church at 11, but I still believed in a higher power for some time, right? Prior to in my early 20s. You know what I'm saying? I still was on like, you know what? I don't think this religion shit is right. You know what I'm saying? I'm just spiritual. You know what I'm saying? I believe in higher power. I'm not getting into all the doctor type shit. Like I still was on that for some years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like
I was never really.
I'm the first 8. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't. To me, it never really came down to trying to prove an existence of a God. It was just I studied aerospace and astronomy and everything. So I just came to the conclusion that there is cosmic order. There is science like that. Like if you look at the distance between Mars, Mercury, Venus, the fucking Van Allen belt, asteroid belt, just look at all the distance and scientifically how everything matches up, and there's from 1 astronomical unit to 2 astronomical to 4, like there's a cosmic order. So to me, it made me understand that there is
but why do you think that's in order though? Well, we know that
the reason why, because looking at like the Goldilocks belt, like within the certain range, shit works. Outside of the range, it doesn't work. You understand? Like planets within too close to the sun is going to fuck up their atmosphere, and then too far, the gases. Like it just lets me know there's a particular order. Solid planets over here, gaseous planets. Like there's a specific order to this shit. So, and I'm not trying to say someone set it up, but if you spun some shit and it was spinning, and it's spinning, and people walked away, well, someone spin it. I don't know. This motherfucking planet is spinning. I don't know if someone spun it, it spun on its own, it hit something else, but it's spinning. You can't tell me it's not spinning because I don't know who spent it. I don't want to waste any time saying somebody spent it. But I'm on this motherfucker and I see that it's spinning. And not only is spinning, it's in the same motherfucking, at the same speed every motherfucking day. I'm just noticing I can make observations, but I don't have to jump to a conclusion or an origin of said observation, if that makes sense. I feel like I'm okay to stop. I don't have to have every answer.
Hey,
I don't feel insecure.
As a kid, right? This is where one of my big stop point was, right? I'm arguing with my grandma name at the time, right? Because I'm reading the Cain and Abel story, and then I read when Cain had killed Abel, right? And Cain got banished out of the garden, and then it was like Cain met a wife, right? And I was trying, and I was like, whoa, right? So I was asking my grandmother time. They ain't got no explanation, but they trying to like, feed me right to get me back into the fold. I'm like, no.
They gaslighting.
How he meet a wife? You know what I'm saying? It's like after a while, it was like you just gotta take it on faith. You know what I'm saying? At that point, when they couldn't convince me at that point right there, I started like, I don't know, bro.
You know what's crazy? The closest I got to atheism as a kid, because my mother passed when I was 10 years old. The closest I got, and what I was gonna say prior is that I'm the only atheist in my family, like that I know of.
Yeah, me too.
Like, I'm the only atheist that I know of in my family, and the closest I actually got to that was when my mother passed, and I began to ask these questions, and the answers I received were kind of fucked up because as a kid, they kind of like shimmy you back into the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, one day you're gonna go to heaven and you know what I'm saying, see your mother again and all this kind of crazy shit. So as a kid, it kind of makes you think like, damn, I do want to see my mother. I do want to see my mother again. So like maybe I should continue to believe in a God so I can get to this utopian place to where this can happen. And which is bullshit. Because why would, and see, this is my thing. Why would you want to go to a place like that, number one? Because number one is this. This is what the religious systems give you. They tell you, okay, well, you have free will, which we know science has already debunked free will. You don't have no motherfucking free will. That's all garbage. So you have this free will to do whatever you want to do and all this other bullshit. So God essentially puts you here so you can choose him. Well, once you choose him, and then you get to this utopian heaven place, then you won't even be able to commit sin. So then you're gonna be a fucking robot once you get there. Like the logic in that shit is crazy to me because it's like if that's the case, then why the fuck not give it to us now? Why do we have like the little girl that just got shot? Why do we have these fucking active shooters killing 5-6 people at grocery stores? Like every other day, some wild shit happening. Why the fuck is all of this shit happening? If God could have just made us robots in the beginning, why is he forcing us to choose him to turn us into robots? Which makes no sense to me.
And it's also very manipulative and predatory. Like just the foundation of a lot of what is taught is just like, if we really break it down, like you realize this is why people fucked up. Like it teaches you that you fucked up without God. You really need me. I made you fucked up so you can need me. And then like it's very predatory. Like to me, I'm like, if a regular motherfucker walk up to you on the street and start talking like to you like that, like you gonna label him a narcissist, a predator, manipulator. It's weird, but because it's God, it's God knows all. And it's like, what? We cool with this shit? Like, I'm not cool with this shit. I'm not cool with the motherfucker testing the motherfucker for their loyalty if they willing to kill their child. Like, that shit I'm not impressed.
And my shit was like this. Like, okay, now my uncle died, and y'all acting like he's going to heaven. Now y'all know he wasn't no fucking Christian.
Baby.
There ain't nobody, but everybody's still acting like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I don't understand this shit.
Yeah, like, soon as people die, all them Christian values go out the window. Yeah, everybody go to heaven.
Everybody go to heaven.
Everybody going.
Yeah, everybody go to heaven now.
Yeah.
I think you heard somebody last week. You mean tell me he
like and you know what? Like that shit kind of bothers me a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because when we look at a lot of things that go on, and fuck it, yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. But when we look at a lot of things that happen within our spread it out, spaced out community as Black people, like there's fucked up shit that happens, and we tend to band together for the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And like I just don't appreciate it a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? And it comes from this bullshit of, oh, we're just this one community and God gonna look after us and all of this dumb shit. Like, man, God, the God that we believe in, this motherfucker is late as fuck, and we say dumb shit like God is always on time, and like, man, this shit keeps us like docile as fuck, dog.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say something real quick about that? What really
feel free, brother.
crystallized it for me, especially being young, because when you see movies like Roots and stuff, I don't know how old everybody is, I'm dating myself, but when you start seeing those type of movies and everybody, you start seeing them going to church and shit, and then you're sitting there looking at me as a child, if I'm sitting in church, I'm like, what would you be praying for? Motherfucking be free. And then I'm sitting over here looking at they're in church, but they're all the way in the top, but then you got the white people in the same church with them. And they praying that their slaves don't go away. And so they both sitting in the same church praying to the same God, but only one of them getting their prayers answered. I just was not really feeling that. I'm like, okay, so this religion was given to us by them, and we're both praying for the same thing, but we ain't getting ours. Okay, so this may not be ours.
Yeah, bro, that's the same shit. That's the same shit that you got 50,000 motherfuckers in the stadium, like in the Georgia Dome, and like 25% are saying, please don't let this motherfucker make this field goal, and they praying to God. And then 75% of Atlanta fans, Falcon fans say, yeah, please make it. Who the fuck is God pleasing?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's answering.
Worse than that, bro. How about after a goddamn boxing match? You know, I want to thank God for like, nigga, God ain't goddamn give me the power to knock a nigga out of the ring.
Knock this nigga out. Yeah, thank you, God, for let me hit that nigga with that left hook, because the right one wasn't working.
And potentially his brain. I appreciate it.
Yeah, smooth out, Lord. Smooth out, Lord, with your blessing.
When my family was starving last week and grandma was on dialysis, I didn't need you as bad as then, but you came through for this fight, though. You know what I'm saying? He was there when I needed him for this fight. He chose me. He used me as a vessel to show y'all he's real.
But I got a statement and then a question real quick. So for me, my earliest probably church memory was maybe around 6, 7. So around that time, I wasn't really like thinking about it, or, you know, I was just doing, right? I ain't really had an opinion. This is just what we do, what we believe. But probably around 10, 9, 10, I started feeling like I was feeling different, because at that time, that's when they kind of expect you to have a relationship with God for yourself, right? And so the experiences that other people were sharing in church, I wasn't having these experiences. I don't feel like I hear God talking to me. I don't feel like I want to cry and fall on the floor and shit. Like, I just wasn't feeling that. So for a long time, I thought something was wrong with me. But I also thought, like, this shit's some bullshit. But then maybe it's not, because everybody else say they feeling this. So maybe it's just something wrong with me. And maybe I'm just the bad seed. So then as I got a little, you know, older, my mom wasn't like heavy into church, although she was a believer. So I had some leeway to not be so like immersed in it, but I was regurgitating the faith as something I believed, even though I didn't like truly authentically believe it, but it was the norm. So I'm just, oh, thank God, this, that, and the third. So then, you know, I started going through stuff. People tell you, oh, but just pray, just pray. So then I started, you know, really trying to tap into, well, maybe God ain't answer my prayers because I'm not talking to him and I'm not doing. So I tried all varieties of shit. So it wasn't until I really like went to college, and I got into college and I took philosophy. And then I started kind of understanding arguments and, you know, logical arguments. And I started.
Hold on. You took philosophy, but you had an issue with. No, I'm fucking with you. Go ahead, sis.
So I started, you know, like, okay, well, what's going on here? So then that made me a little skeptical, although I wasn't like all the way out the door. So then once I started feeling like, because a part of me still was like, I gotta believe this because everybody else in my family believed it. You know what I'm saying? Like this what we like. I don't want to be the odd man out. But it got to a point to where the shit was just too inauthentic to me, and I'm just like, I'm tired. So instead of like transitioning all the way out, then I tried to make connections with science and like, well, the universe is really God, and like just started trying to connect those dots, and then it just kind of fell off. So then I just kind of fell out of it entirely, where I just like, listen, I do not believe that. I don't have any reason to. You could say it's God, but I just say it's probability, like it's just likely outcomes, least likely outcomes, whatever. But my question is though, because this is something that I recently, I lost my nephew in 2020, and one in 2016. Do you all feel the way that you deal with loss is different than other people? Like, I had to kind of remove myself from my family because they memorialize and always kind of talk about meeting them again in heaven. And it becomes a little hard for me to deal with because I don't have that thing to look, I don't believe that, and I don't have that thing to look forward to. So it just kind of reaffirms and always is a constant reminder to me of how finite the loss of his life is. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And when people can't relate, then it just kind of makes it hard for you to be in that space with them because they're looking to this when we meet again kind of thing.
Yeah, I'll say this, man, that really doesn't apply to me, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, I had like 3 people I lost in 2015, and like shit was crazy. But like, I think myself going forward, I think I'd be able to take shit a little bit easier than other people. But yeah, that's all I gotta say because I haven't experienced it.
Yeah, I don't. For me, it's not. It doesn't really bother me at all. Like, it doesn't really faze me. My family owned churches in Charleston, so I'm kind of used to it. Like, but it doesn't really faze me because, people cope different ways, and the funeral was not. The funeral was not for the person that's dead. They dead.
Facts.
The funeral was for the people that come around. So I look at it like it's no different than, when a child dies in a car accident on the side of the road, a person may go and leave a bouquet and teddy bears and things of that nature. It's just a way of just grieving. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think they still feel the finite of death, even though they may say, you know what I'm saying, they hope to see you again, but they still understand the weight of it because shit, man, relationships and people, you know what I'm saying, whole lives crumble because of a lost life. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if everybody family like this. It's a little different. Like, it's like a constant thing. So like, they still throwing birthday parties. They still every year meet up at the graves, have a cookout after. Like, it's a constant thing, and it began to kind of wear on my spirit because while they come around and they get like that feeling of feeling good, like, yeah, we memorializing them, we're gonna see you again. They having these speeches, talking to them. And for me, I just can't connect with that. And all it makes me do is it's a reminder of that permanent loss. You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah, you know what's crazy? I gotta say this, and it may come off weird to some, but when I lost my mother when I was 10 years old, like, I never wanted to go back and visit that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, the amount of fucking hurt that it caused me, the amount of fucking days that I cried over and over and over and over and over. Like, I never wanted to fucking revisit that shit. So maybe some people just stronger than I am. They have birthday fucking parties for people on it. Like, those people, man, I would say I respect them because they can look past that and find the happiness. Me, I just could not fucking see that shit. I don't want nothing to do with it. So I'll tell you. Let me say this and I'm done. I'll tell you, sister, I think you should appreciate people like that because that tells you that they really gave a fuck. You know what I'm saying? And it was actually genuine because even though I gave a fuck about my mother, it was difficult for me to do it. So these people really do care.
Right.
I would say
you can't assume that. Let me speak, bro. Let me speak. Because I just lost my brother to COVID. And I just went through mad bullshit with my family over funeral and deaths and everybody trying to assuage their own guilt. Not just because people are willing to go through that shit. A lot of them are trying to cover up a lot of their own guilt and a lot of relationships that they didn't fix and a lot of trauma. So my brother was locked up in the system, and a lot of people really didn't give a fuck when he called in, put money on his books, and then do a lot of shit. But once he passed, everybody wanted cremated, and everybody donating money, everybody trying to buy some ashes so they can got a little violent shit. So everything's supposed to be all sweet until I get a phone call from the mortuary, and there's like 25 vials there, and they're trying to put ashes in 25 vials. So somebody took it upon themselves to pretty much just chop up my brother and just pass him out like a party favor type shit because they all feel guilty and shit. But then they're trying to say, well, you don't understand. Everybody grieves different. We all have love. I'm like, no, we're not doing that. So everybody got pissed at me because my brother said he wanted his ashes sprinkled across the Brooklyn Bridge, and that's what I was going to do. But people who were supposed to be quote unquote better relationships with me or cared more about him or X, Y, Z, whatever they wanted to try to justify that, felt entitled to part of his ashes or whatnot. And they just felt it was like I was doing a disservice to them. And I realized that none of them really cared about him. They never even seen him. They halfway across the country, but it was just their opportunity to fix issues with our mother who they gave up on. Or you understand what I'm trying to say? Right. Just because people are willing to do that, you can't just say that they're better than you. You had a certain relationship with that woman, and the pain of you picking at that scab is not something that you want to live in. Some people live through misery, and they're there to cry to get through their own issues, and it has nothing to do about the person you love. So don't sell yourself short and don't oversell it, my dude. I just left that situation.
I can say this though.
I'm not saying that they're better than me, like in a sense to where I'm saying that in the sense of dealing with this particular pain. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm saying that, but when it comes to dealing with this pain, they're able to do something that I can't do. That's all.
Right. But what I'm trying to say is, don't assume the pain that you have for her is identical or equal to what they're going through.
No, bro. No, I would never.
All you have to do is just say
that.
Yes or no. I'm okay,
bro. Listen. I hear you, brother. But I would, brother. There's nobody who would ever be able to say that they hurt more for my mother when she passed than me. And neither can I say that either one of my 5 brothers and sisters hurt less. I can't fucking say these things. So I see what you're saying, brother, but I'm just bigging up the people who are trying to keep the memory alive. I'm just saying on some real shit, I'm not fucking strong. I'm not strong enough to do it. That's really what I'm saying at the core. I'm not strong enough to do it.
And let me just say this too. Let me just say this too for to Amber's point. It's like Martin Luther King been dead for over 50 years, and we still celebrate his birthday. So to some people, shit, why not? If they feel like shit, my cousin means much more to me than Martin Luther King, nigga. So if they can celebrate him, you feel me? So it's like you kind of just got to give them that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and my thing is not that they do it and I have a problem with them doing it, right? Because I have my own way of remembering him. I have pictures of my nephews up around my room. My thing is when the way I do that looks different than them, right? Like recently I didn't go because I'm emotionally exhausted. So I didn't go, and it was, come on up here. Why are you acting like, and it was more like it's hard for them to understand where I'm at with it because they have this thing they're looking forward to. That don't mean that to me. You understand what I'm saying? So,
can I ask you a question though? Why is it emotionally exhausting to you?
Because I feel like I'm constantly grieving, like constantly. I don't, because it's never.
That's some heavy shit, bro. Like, you can't ask why a person feels this shit is so.
No, I'm saying,
bro, you
what? No, I'm saying, listen, like my mother passed January 2015. I still keep her. I have a driver's license. I keep a driver's license in my wallet still to this day. You know what I'm saying? So I can understand loss. I'm saying, what is it that's keeping you from moving on, moving past the loss in a sense? You see what I'm saying?
Well, really,
there's
I feel
something
like
keeping you there that you can't just.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And it's more of a because it's not just around this, right? So his younger brother died in 2016. And this is a consistent thing, continuously talking about whether or not to try to get them to bring charges again against the guys that did it. Memorializing him on his day. It's just like not a break. And then so this nephew, he passed June 4th of last year. And since then, it's a constant thing. Like right now, we're going through the trial. Like we getting ready to start that process. They set a court date for the trial for his murderers. And it's not necessarily that it's just this one thing but it's just like you say you went to psychology and all of that. So, you know, like complex trauma, when you do one thing, like and stuff just pile on. So I'm at the point now where I'm just like exhausted. I just need a break. I just need to sort through how I feel. I need to grieve on my own. But there's this constant push to grieve in the group. Grieve with us. Come over here. Let's memorialize. And they don't understand, like, my process just looks different. And the crazy thing is, other people, when they have the process, they could be there drunk, cussing folks out, getting ready to fight. And that's okay, long as they there though, right? That's just how they grieve. But if I choose not to come, then it's I'm acting funny, and it's just hard for them to wrap their mind around why I just have to remove myself from that and deal in my own way.
Listen. Let me second what you said, sister. I'm not trying to compare, you know what I'm saying, travesties at all, but I never want to think about this shit ever again. I never, ever, ever, ever want to think about that day, you know what I'm saying, carrying my mother. Fuck, I never want to think about none of that fucking day. So I look at that like, I relive that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm emotionally scarred when it comes to that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to think about it. So when niggas is having fun and popping bottles and chilling and they look at it as, oh, we're celebrating life. It doesn't come off to me as a celebration. It come off to me as, well, I have to relive this shit, this fucking pain. You know what I'm saying? And we have to understand, not all humans psychologically can handle that shit. So yeah, if I don't want to be a part of the reindeer games or whatever the fuck, like I don't want to be a part of that shit. So yeah, you should let a person grieve the way how they want to. And even if they're not grieving, the reason they're not showing up is they don't want to fucking think about that shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are, but I'm just seconding what the sister said, because that shit is difficult as fuck, dog, to go through that shit. Because sometimes for some people, you relive that shit when I don't know. Me, I'm the type of person, I don't want to hear like good stories. When niggas want to talk about my mother and the good shit she did, I don't even want to hear that shit, dog. I'm dead ass serious. Like, it scarred me to that point where I don't want to hear it, because it all brings me back to that fucking day. And I don't want to live that over, but I just don't.
And I get that, right? And we're just talking on some regular stuff, right? Because even just in your language, right, the terms you're using, right, scarred, right? So you're not, you haven't healed emotionally yet, still, right?
Of course not. I don't think you ever can.
Okay, so you don't think you? I could dig that. What about you, Amber? Do you think you ever heal emotionally?
No, I never will. I don't think I ever will heal emotionally. Now, I do feel like there will come a point where it won't be as
yeah. When I say heal emotionally, what do you think I'm saying?
Like,
I'm not saying like
I don't think it'll be as constant or as prevalent, right? Like, because up until my previous, my last nephew passed, I had got to a point where I was kind of like okay with my other nephew, right? Like, I had finally got to that point, and then this happened. And then, of course, it's not just this thing. I'm also raising a teenage boy that walked these same streets that they did. And he got to go out in these streets and go to school. And it's another level of anxiety. Y'all know I'm right in the city where George Floyd was killed, and recently Devontae, like, it's just a whole other level of, it's a lot of shit that's constantly going on. And sometimes it's just like, I just need a moment, like, to deal with shit. Cause y'all dealing with it. And for me, a lot of people here, and this, I'm not being like funny or nothing, but death is normalized here, like in a way you wouldn't believe. So a funeral, a memorial, like it's always some shit going on. Somebody always just died. Oh, you heard about what happened to such and such. For me, that shit is like, I don't look at that shit lightly, because you're not gonna see the person no more. Like, they're gone forever. Like, in your mind, you thinking, oh, we're gonna see him again, we're gonna meet up back in heaven. In my mind, that shit is like traumatic. That's like somebody that's never gonna walk this earth again. Only thing you got left is their memory. And I'm okay with the memory, but it's just the constant, we're gonna see them again, we're gonna do, like, even that is painful to hear. Like, no, I don't look at it that way. And I don't want to be around people that's constantly verbalizing that or talking like they're okay with death happening regularly because they just don't see him again in heaven. Like, I don't look at so I need a moment to process this very real loss, that no, I'm not gonna see him again. Not in heaven, not nowhere.
Got
but
it,
my memories. I need to really, huh?
I said, got it, but you think there'll come a time where you'll be able to emotionally heal. But right now you're saying the recent one is so fresh, and the anxiety you're dealing with, having sons in the area, make it hard for you to just
right.
Yeah. Okay, and I get it. Now I understand. I get it.
Yeah, let me say this, just real quick before we try to get it back into the relationships and the dating thing. Like, you're never going to emotionally heal from this shit. You're just going to be able to cope.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's really all the fuck it is, because you got to understand, these people were a part of your norm. And once that shit is taken away, you can never really be normal again. Like, especially if you held these people in high esteem, or like you probably, in the sister's case, you probably watched them grow up, things like that. Like, we have to get out of this bullshit of like, oh, like emotional. No, you can never heal from that shit, dog.
Nah,
like,
I'm talking about coping. Just like I'm not saying forget and then you a happy camper for the rest of your life. Like, oh shit.
No, I'm not saying you're saying that. Yeah. I'm not even saying you're saying that. I'm not even saying you're saying that.
When I say you think it emotionally healed, like I gotta get what do you think I mean when I say emotionally healed? Because I think
when you say emotionally healed, I think you're saying that you can get to the point to where it doesn't affect you and it doesn't affect your emotions. When the truth of the matter is, there is no point that this person that was lost can ever not affect your emotions.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying because I mean, like I said, because what you're saying is correct. I'm talking about like I haven't been to my mom's tomb since she passed, right? Because for one, that's not my belief. I believe she's gone. So it's certainly no purpose to go to her tomb. You know what I'm saying? But my sister still may celebrate her birthday, whatnot like that. But I can get together with my sisters, we can have a good time, and I can talk about my mom. And we can joke and we can drink. And at times, you know what I'm saying? And we can, and tears might shed, but it ain't gonna be uncontrollable like she just had, like she just passed away again. You know what I'm saying?
But see, you can't say that though, because I'm telling you, I was one of those people. Like, my mother passed in '95, so it's like when the few times that I did go, I probably went like maybe 3 times total. Every time I went, nigga, it was tears and crazy shit, and I was like kind of losing control on some shit. So like, for some people, it's not that, but for some people, it is. You know what I'm saying? And the attachment that I have for my mother, like, because you was asking this sister a question, you was like, so what is it that's holding you? And I wanted her to answer the question. But if you ask me that, I would tell you, like, it's the fucking attachment that I had to this person. I had an attachment to this person that I'll never have with any other person on the face of this fucking earth. Like that shit is not something that you can emotionally heal, get over. Nah, these are things that you cope with. These are things that you mask with other shit. Some people do it with smoking weed, drinking meth, whatever the fuck, narcotics. People use.
But Q, I don't think it's supposed to work like that. Though. You do agree, though, right? Like, that's not really how you're supposed to do
You
it.
said it. You said it is not supposed to work like that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that people don't do it, but like like people mask, they pay, drink, do drugs. Yeah, of
Bro,
course,
I think it, bro. To be honest with you, I think it is supposed to work like that, though. I'm dead serious because think about it. Because think about it. What did we have before that? Like how would people deal with loss before that?
I look at it like this, Q. I got a daughter, right? My daughter, right? Mm-hmm. When we be talking, I be telling her now, listen, Daddy ain't gonna live forever.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like I'm constantly beating that in her head because I want her to be prepared,
right?
And I want her to be I want her to be fully functional. You know what I'm saying? Understand that death is a reality. It's gonna come for me. It's gonna come for your mama. It's gonna one day to come for you. So I'm gonna need you to be prepared. So when I ain't here, you know what I'm saying? I can rest easy knowing that you're prepared. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like my success as a father make sure that she's prepared to deal with my death and after I'm gone.
But
bro, I hear you and I agree with you.
It's still no way, no guarantee that she's gonna be able to and that's the thing.
I never said it was a guarantee.
I'm not saying you saying that. I'm just saying like I agree. You try to prepare people, and I even try to kind of prepare my kids. Like I'm just. Even when I'm gone, don't think I'm gone. Like I'm still living through you, through what I teach you, through lessons, like I'm still a part of you. Just internalize that I'm always a part of you because you can't come from me and I've imparted into your life the things that I hope you carry through your life. So even when I tell them I'm definitely gonna die one day, like it's definitely gonna happen. And more than likely, if I have it my way, you will be around to witness me leave and it'll never be the other way around. Like, for me, I really hope that is enough to carry them through and that they don't turn to things like, I don't want you to do that. I don't want you, because that would be kind of not necessarily a disappointment, but I don't want that for you. I want you to be able to really be okay with my death, even if you're not solely okay. Know that have the hope that one day you will be okay. Look forward to that. Hang on to that one day you will be okay, a day at a time.
Yeah,
and while I agree,
hope it look like to you, like when you look back at them for your kids, and you if you could imagine what coping will look like for them, what would it look like?
Honestly,
I want to answer that question next, but go ahead, sister.
For my oldest,
I mean just in general as they get older. You know what I mean? Not just one of the, you know what I mean? Just as general as your kids get older, what would you want it to?
I think it depends on when I go. Like,
let's say, I hate to be dark, but let's just say now. That way you can get, you know what I mean?
Yeah, if I went now, I think my oldest would be able to cope okay.
How old your oldest?
Huh?
How
He's 17. He's 17. It would be very hurtful to him, but I think he would be able to cope okay. My youngest, I think he would struggle. Now, I think that he may struggle less if my oldest is really close to him and tied to him, because that's me is a memory that they share together that only they understand. So I think if their bond got better, that it would help his coping. And I do think my oldest would have enough, awareness to know that. So I think eventually,
would you want him to say, man, mom's birthday was today, to like your youngest son? hey man, let's do something in honor among, you know what I'm saying? Like, would you want that or would you not want that?
My youngest would 9 out of 10 be the one to want that. And present it to his older brother, and he would probably go along with it because he know that he need to do that.
You would want it though? You would want that? Or would you
would
be
I
like,
want that? No, not really.
okay.
Go ahead, Q. Yeah. Let me answer that, man. You know, in the future, if I would have passed, man, what I would want is I would want a place that held repositories of memories to where that you can not only speak to your loved ones, but them actually giving you responses. Now, a lot of these responses would be canned. I get it. A lot of them would be canned, but I feel a lot of people would find a lot of solace in that.
Yeah, I thought about that too. That's not unique to you. I thought about that too. Like, I thought about, man, what if I could make a video?
Yeah,
now?
because
You know what I'm saying? Like for her first child or
right. Like because like if you could find a place to deposit your thoughts on, like, well, how do you feel about, like, if there was an oil crisis, or how do you feel about, you know what I'm saying, if the United States did this or did that, you know, you would be able to go and sit down for about maybe 40 hours, and you could do this over the course of maybe a year, and you would go like an hour or so, you know what I'm saying, on your days off, and you just talking to this shit, and then there's a place to it, like if you needed some help with boys or girls, like what would your father think about, like, there's me, I'm a single father, I have a daughter, like you said, I got a daughter too, so like if I were to go to date, you know, I would want this repository to where, like, I would be able to give my thoughts, and then my daughter can get them directly from me. You know what I'm saying? So I think that'd be something that I would want, me personally, to where she can either agree with what I'm saying, or by that time be like, yo, things are changing right now. That shit is out of the window. That's old school shit. We ain't doing that no more. Then, you know, of course, go with the new shit. But yeah, like that's something that I would want.
But technically, that's a high tech tombstone.
Well, you can look at it like that. So that's it. But see, that's the thing. You can look at it like that, but not necessarily, because, like, imagine if
you want eternal life.
But now think about it though. Like, imagine if we can look at, like, Karl Marx. You know what I'm saying? He warned us about capitalism. That ain't no fucking tombstone. Like, that's the future. Like, he knew what time it was. He was just telling niggas what time it was, and niggas just ain't adhere to it. So it's not like it's a tombstone, or it's more so like you're able to have knowledge that still lives on and on and on. You see what I'm saying?
Personal things are like, what if you was a past before she had a child? Would you say things about, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
you had your first child, your dad left something for you. You understand? And then you'd be like,
that would be thousands. Because think about it, if you just take an hour, like there's 53 weeks or so in a year, and if you just take an hour, you know what I'm saying, every weekend, you have 53 hours of canned responses on what your father thinks about certain things. And if your mother or your father changed their views, you would also have how they initially viewed it, and then you would also have how they changed their view on certain things. So you will also be able to see a progression in them. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what I feel about it. It ain't like it got to be right.
Nah, I'm saying, that's some high tech shit. I thought about some shit like, I thought about that type of shit too.
Yeah, like, I would love to monetize
Did y'all
shit
know
like that.
Did y'all know that they actually? I didn't know this until I was in a clubhouse room with, I guess, some techies and shit. That they are actually storing people, or they have the ability to store people's memory and download it to like a computer. So in the future, they're saying
it's a
like
beautiful thing.
someone can take a memory and like really like upload it on a computer as a, you know, and recall your memories.
Yeah, they're saying like
that's a beautiful thing. That's called Total Recall.
Yeah, they said
Total Recall, man.
Probably like 50, 60 years, they'll be able to create like robotic sentient beings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We have laws about, you know, if they're conscious or not. Like, can't, you know what I'm saying? And rules and records. Yeah, like, yeah, it's gonna be that. Yeah.
You know what? That brings us to a segue about something else. Like how do you guys feel about, you know, damn, I just forgot the name of this shit. It's the conspiracy shit that everybody's scared of. Transhumanism. How do you guys feel about transhumanism? Because me, I welcome the shit. You know what I'm saying? I just wish they had this shit when my mother was alive. You know what I'm saying? So how do you guys feel about transhumanism?
I'm not even familiar with how it would work.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, basically what transhumanism is, it operates to where like, okay, well, like if you need a lung, like we could 3D print you a lung, and we don't have to, like how the conspiracy theories say, go steal a lung from anybody. Or if you need a heart, we could 3D print you a heart and allow you to live a little bit longer. Nobody's gonna be living forever, obviously.
I like some damn cyborg shit.
Right. Like, yeah, I would, because you have to understand, like people would take their 50 to 60 year range on to somewhere between 100, maybe 120. But after that, because you got to think, like, what's the dude in England, Prince Charles or whoever his name was, like, that motherfucker looked like a zombie at 99.
Yeah.
So the people that's gonna live to 99 are still gonna look like zombies, but they will have hearts and lungs and livers to where they will be able to move around a little bit better, versus being decrepit to where they can't even get around. Because in actuality, we're already doing these things. Like we're replacing hips, we're replacing knees, we're already doing these things. Like we're already doing them.
Yeah.
So how do you guys feel about replacing parts that go bad on humans?
I mean, if it's all a part of the process, then I just accept it. You know what I'm saying? If that's the scientific movement. Like I'm reading this book right now called Oxygen, in which they're saying like eventually they're gonna have somewhat of a cure for death. Like to be able to slow down the aging process. Like they working on that shit. You know what I'm saying? They viewing death as like a disease. So I'm all for it, but I just don't want to I don't want to outlive my damn kids and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how this shit. Like, I don't want to just absorb all the goddamn loss. Shit.
Now, whole time, I don't see no problem with it. Like, now, of course, I know there are other, I don't have the hangups as far as, well, God created me this way and I want to have what God gave me. And like, I don't care about that. So I don't see no problem with it. Same thing with being a donor. Some people are anti donating organs because they feel like that's unnatural. I don't have no problem with that either. So I don't really care about that. That's not a problem for me.
In the club
you know what's so crazy?
You know what's so crazy is he's saying people that have issues with donor and like talk about people are stealing fucking limbs and shit like that. It's like these people will take blood automatically if they're in the hospital and they say, well, ma'am or sir, we're gonna need to give you a few parts of blood because you've lost X, Y. And we're gonna need to give you something, they'll take it. They don't give a fuck where it comes from.
Man, as long as it's like that damn kidney donor list. Niggas ain't for no goddamn. Niggas be waiting for that goddamn kidney.
For real.
I feel like, and see, that's a beautiful thing to me. That I see the beauty in it because you know, see, if you got a bad kidney or a bad heart, whatever, like let's 3D. Let's think about it. We got pacemakers. Remember when pacemakers came out? Like niggas was going crazy about that shit, like in the 90s. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah. That's why I
Niggas was
accept
going
all that.
crazy.
I accept it all. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you were the science, you can't just like, you know what I mean? Like, there's arguments now about, you know, ethics and shit. You feel me? Because they can't take that shit to another level.
Yeah, because I had a debate with brother T-Duck about CRISPR, and like the brother didn't understand. He didn't understand my argument. Neither did the
title.
The title was, damn, I think it was is CRISPR. Damn, I gotta go find it. I kind of forgot, but I think it was, should we use CRISPR or is CRISPR ethical or something like that? And like it was such an easy debate for me, and I won the debate, you know, according to the votes and shit like that. But there's so many people that thought I lost because I was comparing CRISPR as just a fucking tool. Like CRISPR is just a tool. So the tool itself is not, oh yeah, it's CRISPR moral. That's what it was.
Oh yeah.
So when you look at a tool, the tool is not moral or immoral. It's the usage. It's the usage of the tool. How do you use it? So quite naturally, what I'm saying is, yes, we should use it because there's moral people. Are there immoral people? Are there immoral people? Absolutely. This is what I was saying. I was like, yo, are cars immoral? Are trains immoral? These shits crashed. Did they kill multiple people? Like, a lot of people didn't get it. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people look at the surface level shit, and I try to get away from the surface level shit and delve in deeper. But a lot of people, they don't want to go deeper, and that's where they fuck up at.
Yeah, I watched the whole shit, Christmas shit with the lady and shit. Like, yeah, like they you know, because they you know, there's limits that they can take that shit right now. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean, like the laws, the government laws that prevent them from going a certain distance. And you know, the lady that is responsible for it, you know what I'm saying? You probably heard her quote. She wake up in the middle of the night and shit. She woke up in the middle of the night having a nightmare and shit.
Yeah, but so what though?
No, I'm just saying, like, because you know it can be taken too far, but you know, but the actual CRISPR itself is not. You know what I'm saying? Like, it can't be moral or immoral. It's subjective.
Right. Exactly, because it's a tool. And like that's the argument that I was using. And some people looked at it, oh man, he riding the fence, da da da. I said, I'm not riding the fence.
Why you there, dip out? Why you quit at the head, nigga?
Well, quick question, because I definitely understand what you're saying, and I don't really know the device you're talking about or the tool that you're talking about and what it actually does.
No, it's a technology. It's a technology.
Okay. So what I do want to ask though, can it become moral or immoral if the people that are using it, or the population of people is mostly, so let's say we in a world where 90% of people are immoral, and 10% of people are moral. Yeah, you could say the tool isn't immoral, but you're providing this tool that's going to be generally used by immoral people. So
okay,
does the tool now, even though it's not itself immoral, but at this point, is it more likely to be moral or immoral?
Well, would you consider guns immoral? Would you consider guns moral?
Hold on, before we get there, because I was gonna go to. You just answered your question. The people are immoral. It's not the tool. The same way, because I hear a lot of atheists use this argument. Oh, the Bible is immoral.
the Bible is bad. Nah, you can't blame it on the tool. You have to blame it on the people that's actually utilizing the tool. You can never blame a shovel. You have to blame the person that picked up the shovel and hit this other motherfucker in his head, which didn't cause him to fall back and hit a desk drawer, which didn't split his head, and then he died. You can't blame it on the tool, because the same tool is used every single day to dig shit. You can't blame it on the tool. You have to blame it on the people utilizing.
But like, even in just your example, you said because people use it every single day to dig shit. What I'm saying is, in this example, most people are immoral, and I'm just using that because that's what he said. But for me, immorality and morality is very relative. So what I'm saying is,
You said, you said relative. You said relative. What do you mean by that?
I mean that there is no universal standard of morality.
Really? Who told you that?
Philosophy says that.
Philosophy doesn't say that.
Yes, it does. So what's the universal standard of morality?
Okay, we're gonna get to that, but I have to ask you maybe two, maybe three questions. So when it comes to morality, is there anything that governs morality according to philosophy?
Most times the society that you're in governs morality.
Okay, great. I'm so glad you answered it that way. Are there also times that
you was
your
breaking
community?
up. You was breaking up.
Do I sound clear now?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there also times that even without the community or these hierarchies, that this morality still exists?
What is this morality?
Well, we don't have to get into the specifics of it because we're talking about morality. So we don't have to get into the specifics of it. But what you're saying is essentially that it comes from.
I don't know what this morality is that exists.
Well, we don't have to get into the specifics of it because we're talking philosophically here.
So how are you defining morality?
Okay, this is how I define morality. So, morality is something that a group of people agree on. That's the surface level. Would you agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
A group of rules and restrictions that a group of people agree on. I'm sure you agree on that.
Mm-hmm. To a degree, yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. So now when we begin to dig a little deeper, what we have to say is there's also morality that doesn't need for people to actually agree with for it to be true, right?
I don't necessarily agree there.
Okay, so let me show you how this is possible. So now, are you okay with men raping women?
No, I'm not.
Okay, now let's say that the society you live in is okay with it. So now, should we go along with what that societal standard is just because it's the societal standard?
Well,
or hold on. I don't want you to answer it because I'm about to ask you another question. Or should we go with what actually cause harm to a human? Because we understand that raping a woman causes human to this particular person. So should we go with the societal standard, or should we go with what causes harm to a human?
Okay, so here's my response to that. Now, if I was to be dropped off into another society, after being in a society where raping women is wrong, is the norm, and women are perceived as humans, then of course it would bother me and I wouldn't go along with society just because I'm in society. Or I'll say it wouldn't be my stance to go along with it. Now, how long I would survive, or if it would make any difference as far as how I'm impacted in that society, is another story. But as far as me personally, I've already had the experience of being in a society where it is wrong, where I am treated as a human, and I'm dropped into another society that has a different moral code.
But that wasn't my question though. But that wasn't my question.
But this is relevant to your question, because you're trying to ask me how I would respond in a society. Yes, it is, sir. You're trying to ask me how I would respond in a society, although I already have a set of morals. So you want me to go into a society as if I'm just in that society, but you're neglecting the fact that I already have a moral foundation. You're saying that without anyone establishing a moral foundation, there's a moral foundation. And that is not necessarily true.
Sister, that's not what I'm asking you, because initially what I said was you're a part of a society who believes that raping a woman is okay. That's what I said. I didn't say you're coming from America and you're going to Istanbul. I didn't say you're coming from America and you're going to Saudi Arabia. I never said that.
You didn't have to say where I was going. You said, so if you go into a society where they're doing that, are you going to think it's okay?
But that's not what I said, though.
Okay, so what did you say?
What I'm saying is, if you are in a society, not that you came from another society, if you're in a society. So you're in a society, which also implies that you came up in this, because I never said you came from another society. So you're in a society that looks at women as a second-class citizen, and raping a woman is okay. That's what I said.
Sir, but you're saying the same shit I'm saying.
Hold on. Can you stop calling me sir and just call me Cube? Sir, it's okay.
Cube, whatever. Either way.
Why is it whatever? Like, why can't it just be Cube?
Because I've never heard heard someone have a problem with sir, right? I just said
sir. But I want to talk to you, man to woman, not woman to robot. Like,
what? Okay, but what I'm saying is the issue is that you're asking me how I would feel if I came up in a society where raping was okay, right? And women were treated as second-class citizens. Would I think it was okay? What I'm saying is my answer is going to be no. But keep in mind that I'm already living in a society where it is perceived as wrong. So I cannot give you an unbiased answer. I'm already tainted because that is not my moral code. So I'm giving you an answer, but it's still influenced by my existing moral code that I have already been indoctrinated to. I cannot tell you for certain if I would feel the same way if that was actually my pure and authentic experience. I can't even imagine how I can't give you anything on that because that's not where I'm coming from.
Okay, so what you said is your empathy can't reach that far to where you can put yourself into other people's position. I get that, and I ain't even mad at that. Some people can, some people can't do it. But what I'm saying,
it's not that I can't put
myself. The concept is that
it's exactly what's going on.
Morality is subjective. Morality is subjective. I don't think,
but it's not. Hold on, bro. It's not though, and that's the point I'm trying to make. It's not subjective.
It is subjective because you just gave an example. Based on the example you gave, you just gave an example. You just gave an example how it is objective because you gave an example of a society where they thought it was cool. That is no issue. But there was another person, Amber, who looked at it differently.
No, listen. You can't use her as an example because she did not adhere.
You can't.
No, listen, you can't use her because she just told you that she was biased. Coming from a community to where it's not allowed, she won't even. Hold on, just hear me out.
But you are too. You just don't realize you're biased.
I'm saying I'm using the example that you gave.
No, just hear me out. Hear me out. You can't use her as an example because she just said, by her living in a community, in a society that doesn't allow it, she isn't able to empathize and put herself in other people's positions. She just said that. So we can't use her as an example.
No,
So now let me
I
talk
didn't
to
say,
you.
sir, I didn't say that I wasn't Q. I'm
Why
sorry.
can't you just call me Q?
I
Then it's
just
cool.
did. I caught myself. That's just how I respond. Don't take it personal. What I'm saying is not that I cannot empathize because I live in this society, I can empathize with them, right? Because I live in a society where it's wrong. What I'm saying is I can't tell you what my empathy, if I would know what empathy was for rape, if I never experienced living in a society where rape was wrong or RAPING, a woman was wrong. I can't tell you that. And you don't realize that you can't say that for certain either because you don't know. So you don't even realize that your society has influenced your morality. You think it's just something you just have and you just know this shit is wrong. But no, it is not. It's not.
Okay, can I speak down to show you where you're incorrect? And Sosa, I'm gonna show you where both of you guys are incorrect on every level that you perceive. Because Sosa comes in and says that, oh, morality is subjective. It's not subjective. It can't be. Because if a person feels okay, think about it like this. I'm gonna try to help you guys through this. When you do harm to a person,
can you drop the source too for where philosophy has agreed that there's a universal standard of morality? Because I've never heard that before.
Yeah, I could possibly find it for you. I've looked it up many times on
There is no universal standard. That's
really.
I know.
Yo, you guys are funny. You guys are funny.
It's considered as the universal standard for morality. That means that universally, everybody is in lockstep with a particular morality. That's basically innate.
Yo. Okay, so when we're talking about morality, we're talking about what? Just so I can understand where you guys are, because when I'm talking about morality, maybe I'm talking about something different.
Set of rules.
So what?
The same definition you gave. A set of agreed upon rules in a society.
Okay,
right?
okay, so
That's
now,
either frowned upon or not.
Okay, so now, when we talking about these set of rules, what you guys are saying is there is no set rules, right?
There is no universal morality, yes.
Okay, and this is where you're gonna run into a problem, because is it a fact that chopping off a person's arm hurts that person?
It's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. It's 100% relevant.
Okay, it
when
does
you
hurt
chop off,
okay.
But when you chop off a person, does it hurt that person?
Yes, it does.
Okay, great. So now, once you inflicting bodily harm against a person, is that something that we have to agree on communally? Or should we as humans understand that getting your fucking arm chopped off is a bad thing?
Well, was there a time when people just chopped?
Bro, no. I'm not asking. Bro, listen, I'm not asking about a time. I'm asking you a question.
The answer is we can agree, but what you said, look at the question you're asking. Can we agree upon it?
Yes. Yeah, can we agree?
I may agree with you, but that doesn't mean everybody else will.
Right.
No, but see, brother, hold on, stop. Please stop. I'm asking you a question so I can go into my next question. Can we agree that chopping off a person's
arm... I can agree with that. You don't got to repeat it. I can agree with that.
Oh, okay. So why do you agree with it?
But I don't even agree.
Hold on. Wait.
I don't agree with that.
Hold on. Well, you actually do, but you just don't know it yet. So when you chop off a person's arm, are we saying that we're doing harm to this person?
Yes.
Okay, so the reason it's immoral because we're doing what? Harm to the person?
No, that's not why it's immoral. People harm people all the time.
Whoa, hold on.
No, before you go too deep, let me.
No, I have to
hold
explain
on. Let me. But I know you finna go into you. Let me just pause it when I want to say why I don't agree, because you brush past that because I don't agree. So I don't agree because cutting off someone's arm could save their life. It could ultimately help them. So is cutting off the arm harmful, or does it matter why you're cutting off the arm? Same thing with cutting off a leg. Same thing with, so all of these things, it depends on the circumstances surrounding it. Just merely cutting off someone's arm is not necessarily a harmful act. Also, there are other ways to harm people. You can cut if it's accidental. Is that immoral? Because they
but hold on. Yeah, but listen, morality or being immoral doesn't necessarily have to do with harming somebody. Having sex with a man can be immoral.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the right.
About morality. You're
right. I'm talking about right and wrong, brother. I'm talking about right and wrong.
Is subjective. Right and wrong is subjective. You're talking about.
No, it's not. No,
yes,
it's not.
Is. Yes, it is.
Bro, listen.
Like, you make an argument that you cannot back up.
And in philosophy, that's a basic understanding because of all of these different things. Just like people will say, murdering someone is wrong. You shouldn't murder someone because that's harmful. But philosophy says, but what if you kill them because they was getting ready to kill someone else? So are you wrong for murdering them because you prevented another murder? Or is murder just wrong?
But listen, you're not murdering that person. You're not murdering that person at that point. Like we have to stop playing these games. Like homegirl.
It's not playing these games. This is just a debate that's been had for centuries.
Nah, this is not a debate. This is something you guys are coming up with and you haven't read enough about.
So would you? Is murder right or wrong, Q?
Bro, listen.
I'm asking. Ask a question. Is murder right or wrong? You not asked a bunch of questions.
Murder is wrong. Let me just answer you straight.
Is it right or wrong to a psychopath?
Bro, murder is 100% wrong. Even listen, hear me out, bro. Murder is wrong. Listen, see.
No. Hold on. Ask a question. Does a psychopath think murder is wrong?
Okay, great. I'm gonna answer all of your questions. Murder is wrong, even when a psychopath does it. Let's go.
No. Not when a psychopath does it. Does a psychopath see murder as wrong?
Bro, it doesn't matter how they fucking see it. Is the point?
But it does if it's a universal standard of morality.
It's universal.
Let me help you. Let me help you.
You know what a universal standard of morality
is? You crazy.
Bro, listen, this is crazy. Let me try to help you all out real quick. So, you guys probably believe in free will, right?
No, not in the. That's a slippery slope like free will. No, not as not. I know what you mean when you say free will, but no. But I mean, but they still debate that. Even scientists debate free will.
So I'm asking you: do you believe that everything that you do is from your own thoughts and ideas? Just by being on this conversation, you're saying that you chose to do this.
Yeah, to a degree. Yeah.
Okay, but the answer to that is a no. You didn't fucking choose this shit. You didn't choose it at all. The science bears out to show you that you didn't choose this. Science shows this shit, and this is what that's
debated, bro. Like, I've seen that. I've actually watched that lecture on that, and there's still debate that. Just two.
Bro, bro. The science is actually okay. The science is done with that, bro. Let me tell you how. I don't know if you've seen the updated shit.
We like sources around here, so we don't mind you. Just prove us wrong. Yeah, just prove us wrong.
Well, sister, I'm telling you, it wouldn't be a problem. I'm just being honest with you. If you want me to stop and get a source for everything I say, it'll stagnate the conversation more so than what it is. But trust me. So now,
no, it'll actually move the conversation along.
So now I would have to go retroactively and ask you for all of your sources.
I can provide a source of. You want me to do that?
No.
While we talking, I'm looking it up.
No. Hold on, relax. Not a source. sources for everything that you've said.
I'm not asking you for sources on everything you said. I'm asking you for sources on things that you're saying that philosophy has determined there's a universal standard of morality. And you said that science has determined that free will is that we don't have free will.
Right.
Those are just two
No.
Science
Science has not determined it. That's debatable.
They actually have. So,
No,
so now to help you, sister, to where we are now, the reason
So
you shouldn't
I'm
do
positing that
and it's
I'm positing that philosophy is not settled that there's a universal standard of morality, and I'm willing to provide sources on that.
Wow. Okay.
He's positing that that's debatable, and I'm pretty sure Sosa, because we don't have no problem with that. I'm pretty sure he will be willing to provide a source on that if you would need that. What I'm asking you for is can you provide sources on what you're saying? That's what I'm saying.
Okay, sister, you have to understand one thing, and I didn't want to do this because it makes no sense to do this sometimes. So by you asking me for a source, if I were to then turn around and ask you for a source with everything that you said, it would stagnate the conversation and it wouldn't make any sense to even converse at this point. You know that to be true. I know that to be true. I understand it. So can we chill on that just a little bit? But now I will say this though.
I don't know that.
Let me just read.
Unfortunate.
I'll just read this. Just as the nature of a chair pointing towards an end, supporting you while you sit, so the nature of man also points toward an end. In other words, science is objective because it is based on facts, whereas morality is subjective because it is based on values.
Brother, like this is crazy. Like I think
like,
you know what?
That's not me saying that, bro.
Y'all niggas. No. I'm not saying that you said it, but like y'all niggas is like kind of behind on shit. Because like for y'all not to think that there is, and let me try to make this as clear as possible. Because I understand what you guys think, because you guys are giving me the basic fucking atheist rhetoric shit about how it's about the community shit. I get that. But what you have to understand is, man, science has moved past that bullshit, dog. We can't continue to say that.
Bro, so you could just show me that, because I've seen that debate, bro. I'm telling you.
Bro, listen, let me just finish though, because it's funny how y'all keep saying, show me this that I'm saying, but y'all ain't showing me shit what y'all said. Whoa. It's funny how y'all keep saying, show me what you're saying, but y'all ain't showed me shit what y'all said.
I just read you a source. Want me to put it on?
Okay. Hold on. You want me to read a source, and I can just make up some shit?
Go ahead. No. Okay, I'll post it in the back chat. I don't want you to think I'm making it up.
Listen. I'm not saying that you making it up, because I fucks with you. But what I'm saying is like, bro, that shit is like whatever. That's just old, and I could debunk it. But the point I'm trying to make is this. Nah, that's just old, bro. Like, that niggas gotta move past some of this shit, and that's what I'm here for. Right. So now, when it comes to this shit, bro, there is, you know what? Let me give y'all some hope. Look into the new studies when it comes to fucking what's the name? Like look into some of this shit, man. A lot of this shit is gonna help y'all out. Then on top of that,
tell me about it. I've seen a lecture. Just give me something different. I've that's what I'm saying. Like the argument you're bringing about science proving there's no free will, it's different than what they're defining what free will is differently, and they're arguing both. There's two scientists arguing both sides of the argument.
All right. So have you seen the latest science to where when it comes to them already seeing 4 milliseconds before what you already gonna do, this shit is already mapped out? Have you seen that?
Nah, you can show me that.
Exactly. Like there is no fucking truth. No, it's cool. That's what I'm saying. I'm not even trying to argue with this shit. I wasn't even talking about that. I was trying to talk about something else.
How can they see how are they seeing 4 milliseconds what you're gonna do?
Bro, they've measured this shit, bro. Listen, let me help you out. It's the same way, bro. and I know a lot of dumb niggas, like religious niggas, think this dumb shit. Like, okay, well, damn, what if I thought about a fucking pink elephant? Can scientists see it? Like, yeah, there's ways we can see you thinking of a fucking pink elephant. Like, we can see these things, bro. It's the same technology. They see, like, they can see the shit before you actually do shit. Like, this shit is done already, man. Y'all niggas is kind of late, but it's cool. I ain't
You
mad at
gotta
y'all.
show me that, bro. You gotta show me that. Like I said, I've heard
Oh,
arguments.
hey, listen. When I show it to you,
and I'm a proponent of that. And I'm actually a proponent that free will. There's no such thing as free will. But I've still heard both sides of the argument. But I'm
it's
not going
cool.
to posit the position as a fact.
Nah, but listen, I'm not finna just say some shit and not have to show it. But at the same time, if we're just conversing, why niggas got to stagnate the conversation? Like, just show me that. Now, if it's some off the wall shit niggas never heard, like, yeah, I believe.
Stuck, bro. If we're stuck at a point that we can't, we're stuck at an impasse.
Yeah, if you the issue is you are trying to convince us that there is a universal standard of morality. And for me, I'm telling you, you don't have to waste your time repeating that it is. Because to my knowledge, there isn't. So if you want me to agree or understand where you're coming from, simply provide the source. That's the quickest way for you to do that. You're saying what philosophers have determined to be a universal code of morality. Cool. Just drop the link so I can read on it too. Like, I want to know what you know. And not because you said this is what they saying and believe me. We don't have to go back and forth on me saying, no, it ain't. You saying, yes, it is. No, it ain't. Yes, it is. When you can just show and prove. You understand what I'm saying? The conversation will move along quicker if you like, fuck it. I can show you better than I can tell you.
Hey, sister, you know, and I appreciate what you're saying because you're 100% right. And I think that's something that we should do most of the time. But understand this. If I just showed this shit to you, it ain't for the change what you're gonna say. You're literally gonna have to like not talk for the next.
So now,
whoa.
You present better information. I would change my position, bro.
But hold on, no. I'm not saying what you think I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're gonna have to not talk for the next 20, maybe 45 minutes and read this shit and understand it. That's it. I'm not saying that your position won't change. You guys,
read it. I'll read it over tonight. Shit. All
right, let me look for it right now since I'm on the spot. Let me look for it, read it right now, and kill this crazy ass fucking argument, which is this shit is outdated as fuck. I know you need to update, but let me find it right now.
I just watched that. I just watched a lecture on that shit probably like less than a week ago. Actually. Mm-hmm. And one of the dudes I rock with, you know what I'm saying, Robert Sapolsky. You know what I'm saying? It's behavioral science. That's what he deals with. He's a neuroendocrinologist. And he deals with the fact that no such thing as free will.
Yeah, everybody knows no such thing as free will. Man.
But it's depending on. But it's also depending on the definition of free will and how people interpret.
Well, hold on. When we say free will, I think you know what I'm talking about. I think you know what I'm talking about.
I mean, I know, but I'm saying the definition of how people are posited is a little different than the actual free will. Like, because you are like in other words, they'll say,
it's still Christians on the phone.
No, like they'll say, like, you are free. You had a free will to choose, but all your decisions are based on
reasons,
prior interactions, environmental shit.
It's reasons, like all this shit is
the options that are available to you.
Yeah, it could be things passed down genetically from mother to son. All these different variations of things influence decisions. Like, even though you're not aware of it, you know what I'm saying? All these things factor into why you make a decision. So you're actually not making a choice free of that. I know the argument, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're based off reasons. They're not based on the nigga just waking up and thinking he can do whatever the fuck he want to do.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But that's still a different conversation than a universal morality. I can't never get you on that one. I can't back you up on a universal morality. Like, I ain't got no material to support that one.
Don't worry, you ain't got to. I'm gonna help you out.
Shit. Put me up on game. Yeah. I mean, most of the books I read, Q, are like neuroscientist type shit. So most of the authors I look at. You know? So
Let me ask you a question. Have any of you ever read the Stanford philosophy dictionary when it comes to morality?
no, I never read the Stanford dictionary.
Yeah, like that's kind of where I'm deriving. That's kind of where I'm deriving like some of the things that I'm saying from. But let me find it, pull it. It's cool. I'll find it, pull it. Since niggas want sources.
If you drop it in the chat, I could pull it up on the screen. Wait, I think I could pull it up on the screen. Oh, I'm not the host no more. Sosa could do it.
Let me pull it. Yeah, I'll pull it. Hold on.
I'm in the Stanford Dictionary of Philosophy. Right? Let's see. That's
I think he said morality.
Morality, I thought of morality of a group of society may derive from its religion, morality, and definition of morality. Those who use morality normatively hold that morality is or would be definition of morality will be applicable to all moral discussions. I'm trying to find.
All right, yeah, I got it right here. Let me try to find the fact check, put it in. Yeah, if you go to the Stanford, the Stanford, yeah, it's
I'm
in
on
the
a
back.
Stanford Dictionary actually right now.
Yeah, I just gotta find it. Give me a second.
Yeah, I'm on morality right now. I was just reading the top part. We got African ethics, religion and morality.
Yeah, you just gotta give me a second to find it. It's a long ass entry, bro. I just gotta find it. Give me 1 second. Well, it may take more than a second, but
Did you want to start off with the Stanford encyclopedia? Sosa?
Yeah.
Until he find that?
Yeah, I mean that's what he's on right now. That's what the link is shared. I was already there.
You are you looking at the definition of morality, or is it another heading?
It's in there. It's like it's giving various definitions of morality. It's giving morality the definition, then it's giving the evolution of it, which I've already read the evolution of morality. And it's talking about religion and morality. Let's talk African morality. Yeah, Q. I don't know, bro. Yeah, Q. I can't. Yeah, just tap out, kid.
You said tap out.
Tap.
Nah. If anything, I have to come back and show y'all what I'm talking about. But this is a long entry. I just gotta find it. But if y'all want to move on to something else while I'm finding it, it's okay.
I think I'm finding your argument. You're talking about moral universalism, also called moral objectivism, is the meta-ethical position that some systems of ethics are a universal ethic, applies universally. That is for all similarly situated individuals, regardless of culture, race, sexuality. That's what you're talking about. Moral universalism. I'm seeing a video on can universal morality exist? On universal morality, what is moral? Yeah, you're talking about moral universalism.
Yeah, you can't get around moral universalism. You can't get around that.
They get around it because moral universalism is just a position. It's just a meta-ethical position. It's a position kind of like, I want to say kind of like a position.
But it's not meta. It's not meta for the simple fact that it can't be meta only for the simple fact once you introduce physical actions being placed upon people, you can't get around that.
Moral universalism,
it
also
is
called moral objectivism, is the meta-ethical position that some systems of ethics or universal ethics applies universally. That is for all similarly situated individuals, regardless of that's what it says.
right, and it requires that they be similarly situated. It's not for people that are different and they have this intrinsic moral code. They're saying that people that are similarly situated, be it character, certain background, whatever the case, that they are going to have a moral universalism, so to speak. However, that does not apply to all people. I'm talking about a universal standard of morality, meaning everybody falls.
Well, hold on. But see, this is what I'm trying to point out to you. We understand that raping, RAPING women is something that's universal, and you cannot get around that shit. Like there's certain.
We are similarly situated individuals.
Hold on, listen. The point I'm trying. Hold on. The point I'm trying to make is there's things that can happen to any woman on the face of this earth that we can understand that is immoral. Like period, point blank. Even if a society agrees with it, overall, it's causing harm to a human. Therefore, it's immoral. Period. There's no way around that.
But you're missing it, sir. We're similarly situated individuals, similar backgrounds because of the society we came up in. So of course we're gonna agree. That's that moral universalism that they're kind of talking about. That people from certain demographics, backgrounds, experiences are going to share a lot of the same moral values. That does not mean it's universal and it applies to every single person on the planet. That's not the same thing.
Hold on. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Listen, hit me up. When a person RAPE is a woman, even if the society agrees with it, it causes harm to this person. Now, when I brought up the instance of chopping a person's arm off, what did you guys say? Well, sometimes you may have to chop a person's arm off due to diabetes or whatever the case, or medical reasons. There is no medical reason. There is no reason to RAPE a woman. There is no reason to fucking do that. That is moral, meaning right or good. There's no good reason to do that.
So
No, but
we
you can
can't
rape
then.
women in
But
Saudi Arabia, though. You can rape
No,
a
no,
woman.
but listen,
okay, I got a question.
listen, but
I got a question.
hold on, because I think we're getting down to it, though. I think we get down to it. So you're saying that you can RAPE women in Saudi Arabia. Is
Mhm.
that good? Hold on, just listen.
To who?
Hold on, just listen. Hold on,
You
hold
think that
on.
if you
I'm about
repeat
to.
it a different way,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
the
yeah.
answer is
No,
gonna
no,
change?
listen. No, I just don't want you to jump the gun. Is that good to you, Sosa?
No, that's subjective. No.
Okay, stop. Okay, stop. Is that good to the men in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Is it good to the women in Saudi Arabia?
You have to ask them if they agree with it.
No, bro.
They
No,
might have
stop,
no
bro.
issue with it.
I have a
No.
I
See,
have a question. I have a question.
hold on, wait. I'm almost done.
I have a question. It's in the same vein. It's in the same vein.
Listen, but I'm almost done. I'm almost
No,
done.
but the
Oh
whole
my
thing,
So,
gosh.
Q, if you agree that the men don't agree with it, then that by default makes it non-universal because you
no, I'm not
accept the fact that
talking.
the men don't.
Right.
No, but I'm not. No, listen, I'm not talking about the men. Just hold on and listen. This is the reason
But
why I asked you
but
first.
you
The reason
have
why I
to though.
asked.
You have to
No,
talk
but
about the
listen.
men.
No, but sister, this is why I asked him first because I knew he would disagree with it. But that's why I asked him about the men in Saudi Arabia because I knew that they would agree with it. But now let's talk about the women. The women in Saudi Arabia don't
Okay,
fucking
let's say
agree with it.
But
let's say the
Hold on,
women
let
don't
me
agree with it.
finish.
Now what?
Bro, let me
No,
finish, bro.
I'm
Let me
saying
finish.
man,
speed it
Let
up.
me
oh my
finish.
gosh, this is
I'm
really
saying
getting
just
Let
speed
me
it up. I
finish.
don't agree with it. The men don't agree. The men agree with it. The women don't agree with it. Now what?
Okay, so now the point I'm trying to make is there's no woman on the face of this earth, whether they're in Saudi Arabia, America, China, none of them are going to agree with it. So that right there is universal. You can't get around that shit.
no, it's not because the men still are doing it. So obviously they agree. That's not a
No,
universal standard of
you missed the
morality.
point.
A
No,
universal
you missed the
standard means
point.
it applies to everyone. Everyone understands this thing is wrong. We should
And
not
you're
do this thing.
assuming.
The
And you're
mere fact
assuming.
that men are raping
No,
women dispels the idea of a universal standard of morality.
Yeah,
But
and
let me ask
no,
you,
no,
yes, it
no. Hold
does.
on,
But
no,
let me
sister,
ask you this question.
sister,
Hold on, let
sister.
me ask
You're
you this question.
talking. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this question though. Let's say there was one man, one woman on the face of the earth, just these two people. The man commits the act of rape to continue on further people to reproduce, right? Is he wrong or should he just allow them to die out? Who decides if he's wrong? If it's just them? Does it even fucking matter that he rapes her?
Yeah, and see, this is the point that I was trying to tell you earlier, which you didn't let me get to. The people that are transgressing and the people that are doing the act don't get to fucking say whether it's wrong or right. It's the people who are being transgressed, the people who the act is coming upon them. These are the people who get to say what's right or wrong. So now let me start over. When I asked Sosa, I said, do you think it's right? He says no. If you go to Saudi Arabia, these men would say that it is okay. But guess what? The women in Saudi Arabia don't fucking like it. The women in America don't fucking like it. So you can't go by the people or the party that's doing this shit. You have to go to the people that it's being put on.
Yeah, but you just made that up. You can't. The people that's having an act, it does not.
What
You
the
can't say they get to
fuck?
decide. You
Bro,
can't say they
hold
get
on,
to
stop,
decide
bro.
if it's moral
Bro,
or
you
not. But
just missed it. Bro,
hold on, and then also you're supplanting the idea that every woman agrees that rape is wrong, even in a society where rape is accepted. So what if those women? What if the women over there that gets raped accept it because it's part of the culture? They don't see it as wrong.
What
bro,
about the
listen,
women that set up their
hold on.
friends to be raped? That
Hold
happens,
on, you
you know,
missed it.
Every woman
Hold
see
here
on.
it.
in
We're
America.
missing the point, bro.
Terrible
We're
point.
missing the entire point. The women that this shit is happening to, they don't agree with it. So it's universally wrong to fucking women. You can't get around that shit. It's
Have you
universally wrong. Hold on, stop. Let's stop playing the
wait,
silly
wait,
games.
wait, no, because no, you're reaching to try to make your point and you're overreaching. There are some
I've been
people who
saying this
are
from the beginning.
hold on. There are some people who are molested, and when they're accosted with, "Oh, you were molested, this, that, and the third," they will say, "But it was my fault." But there are some rape victims who would say, "But it was my fault because I was dressed this way or I was doing this." They will completely take the blame off of the man, and society says, "No, they were wrong because they raped you," even when the woman doesn't necessarily agree that something wrong was done to her. This shit does happen. So what I'm saying is, even with that, it is flawed. Not all women agree.
So what you're telling me, once again, what you're doing with that scenario, not that you're doing per se, but in that scenario, there is a dominant society that's saying, "Hey, it's your fault." No, there is no.
They're saying it's not your fault,
and
the
woman's
saying,
done.
"But it is my fault." So are you saying that so if a woman feels like a rape is her fault, that makes rape okay? Are you saying
I'm not done. Sister, I'm not done. Just because a woman or anybody may be influenced by the dominant thought, culture, or society doesn't make the shit okay. Because we know.
But you didn't.
Hold on,
You're
let
not.
me finish.
I want you, Q. I want you to finish, but I want you to hear what I said because you're not listening. I say the woman was raped. The woman was saying, "It's my fault. I was raped because I was wearing A, B, C, and D." Society tells her, no, you were the one that was wrong. He hurt you. He did something wrong to you. So are you saying in this situation, if a woman feels like she was at fault and she was raped and it was her fault that she was raped, are you saying that rape is now okay in that situation? Because she feels like it's her fault because it was being done to her, that now rape is okay because she accepts responsibility for it?
No, I'm saying the opposite. Just because, once again, and I'm going to say this again, just because the dominant culture, the dominant society may say you're the one that caused this,
but
does not mean
the dominant society did not say that. You're not listening. You're not listening, Cube. You're not listening.
Wow.
The dominant society didn't tell her it was her fault. She said this off of her own volition. It was my fault. Society is telling her, no, it was not your fault. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm
great.
not saying that society is telling her it's her fault and she's internalized.
Okay. All right. So let me repeat what I just said. So now, just because the dominant culture may influence her to say whatever the hell she's saying, does it not mean that that's what it is? Also, I'm trying to answer your question as best I can. Also, just because she's in a state of mental or psychological shock to where she's trying to cope and deal with shit, to where now she is okay with this, does not make it okay. So it doesn't matter if she says it's okay. It doesn't matter if the dominant society says if you weren't wearing that dress, then this wouldn't have happened to you. Because this is what Muslims say. They say, oh, this is why they cover their women up so women won't get raped.
So what doesn't matter? So now what does it depend on? If she can't say that it's...
But why can't I finish his statement though when you're asking me
questions?
Because
you're taking a long time to not address the point. Because earlier you said the dominant society doesn't determine that. What determines it is the person that is being done to, right? So
and
now
I stand by that.
Huh? You say you stand by that.
Stand by that.
Right. Hold on. But now you're saying that it was done to her and it's wrong. And even if she says it's right, it's still wrong. So now you're saying that she doesn't determine what's right and wrong that's being done to her.
No.
So now
so
if dominant society don't determine it and she don't determine it for herself, then who the fuck determines it?
Okay, listen. I understand this. And this is, I have a daughter. I have one child, and it's a daughter. And excuse me, she's a daughter. I never want my child to go through this shit. And the truth of the matter is, we're talking about something that is being forced upon you. We can't play with this shit. This is something that you don't want to happen to you. I don't know why we can't put this into the array. I don't know why we can't include this into the conversation or the equation. Being RAPED is not something that a woman wants. So now when a person or a group of people, Go ahead.
Well, Q. Again, you brought this up as an example, right? It's just an example.
But why can't I finish to answer your question?
You
I don't get it.
But do not add more into it. Like, you're conflating. You're acting as though the people on this panel don't see it as a problem. We do. However, you are saying that because we see it as a problem, that means it's a universal standard of morality, and that is not the case. So
I'm not doing that. I never did that. I was, listen, at this point, I'm talking, sister, at this point, I'm talking from the victim standpoint. I'm not talking about you or Sosa or anybody. I'm talking about from the victim standpoint. And all I'm saying is, when you get RAPED, I'm talking about the victim, not about you or anybody else. Well, I'm talking about the victim. This is something they don't want to happen. So now we have a person engaged into something they didn't want to happen, period. So we can never say that, this person wanted this shit to happen. No woman on the face of this earth wants this shit to happen to them. No woman wants to be violated this way. So to say that it's subjective is fucking utterly disgusting to me, that y'all would even agree with something like that.
It is subjective because you can't possibly speak for every woman on the planet.
Listen,
like,
who decides?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Actually, I can. Yes, I can.
Who decides what's moral and what's immoral?
Bro, there are objective moralities, bro.
No.
Now, when it comes to, let me ask you a question. When it comes to harming a person, unjust, that shit right there is universal. Now,
who decides what's just?
Hold on, I'm trying to tell you.
When it comes to that, bro, who decides that harming a person is universally immoral?
Yo, can I answer the question, man? I'm trying to answer, but y'all keep adding this other stuff. So now, when a person is harmed unjustly or not of their own free will, that shit right there is immoral. And that right there is universal. There's no way around it. Now, when it comes to other moralities, like don't steal from, don't do this. Yeah, those things, they are subsidized by the community. I agree on that. I'm not saying every single thing, but I'm talking about the specific things that happen to people that they don't want to happen to them. You can't say that, oh yeah, well, these are things that, no, that's not how it works. Yeah, I'm sorry, it just doesn't work that way.
When if I say it's subjective, what I'm saying that based on culture, right? Right?
Say that again, if you what?
If we make the statement that it's subjective, that it's based on cultural norms.
Well, I would tell you that you're being lazy as shit because you're not looking at.
I ain't trying to get. I mean, I can understand a point you're trying to make. I get that. Like I don't have to. Like I don't want to be up here like I'm trying to defend rape, and I think he kind of framed the argument in a way that, like, man, why are y'all trying to defend rape? That's not the context. We just talk. It's a philosophical conversation about morality being objective or subjective. That's really what it comes down to. But it kind of got pigeonholed into like an analogy.
Bro, I hear everything you're saying. Just ask your question. I think it's lazy.
I'm saying, based on your definition that you gave of morality, an agreed upon set of rules that people either punish or not punish for, just short and skinny. Based on that definition you gave, that's totally subjective. Because in the definition agreed upon.
Bro, listen, see, this is what I'm saying. Like when I say lazy, this is kind of what I mean. Because Derek Chauvin, he would have never fucking got convicted of murder one. But you have to ask, well, when you murder somebody, is there murder with intent? Is there premeditation? This is what comes into this shit. So when I say it's lazy as
it's already in there. It's already in the conversation. It's not what comes in. Like you saying the philosophy, but these questions are already embedded in it because universal means it applies no matter what.
Get it. Okay, I don't understand why I can't finish, and I'm super willing to let you guys finish. So now, when you talk about some surface level shit, if somebody murders another person, should they then go to prison or whatever the case? Sure. But now, since we're a group of people who understand that sometimes when you murder somebody, there's nuances in the shit. And these nuances actually fucking matter. Because you can't just charge everybody for murder one. Had they charged Derek Chauvin for murder one, the motherfucker, he would have got off. That's why they had to get him for murder two and shit like that. So now when I'm telling, hold on, please let me finish. So now that I'm telling you guys about this, there's nuances in it. Yes, the overview, when it comes to this shit. Yeah, you guys are right, and I would even agree with you. But there's nuances there that when you harm someone, when they don't want that shit, that right there is not something that's agreed upon by a fucking community. It's not something that's agreed upon by anything. You're harming someone that doesn't want it, period. There's no way around it.
Yeah,
But-
but I think you forget.
But what I'm saying is, so I understand what you're trying to say. Like, I get it. That's not lost.
Okay. So can you still man my argument? Please still man my argument. That's all I'm asking. Just still man my argument.
We've
But
done
what
it.
I'm saying-
Still made your argument like 6-7 times already. Hey,
But what
about
I'm
to-
No. I want her to do it. Please just
No,
still
I'm-
man my argument. That's all I want.
I'm done
That's
with
all I
that.
want at this point.
I'm about to bounce though, y'all.
I'm done with that. But what I am
Just
gonna
still
say,
man my argument though.
Hold
Hey,
on.
listen, just still man my argument. That's all I want.
No,
Please do
I'm
that.
gonna take my time to speak on what I want to speak on. So
You just want to speak on something that could be possibly other than what I'm talking about, instead of just still manning my
I
argument.
thought you was letting us talk like we let you talk. Okay. So
But
what
I
I want
wanna
to
make
say,
sure we're talking
what,
about
what
the
I want to
same
say,
thing.
what I want to say is,
Wow.
I understand what you're trying to say, but you can't take something that is clear, it clearly has a meaning, and apply your own fucking meaning to it. Like, that's not what the context of universal standard of morality means. There is no nuance in it. Nuances is the reason why there's no universal standard. Like, so when you say there is a universal standard of morality, we're telling you, no, there isn't, because of all these different nuances. A universal standard would be murder is wrong, period, clear across the board. But that subjectivism comes into all these different nuances.
Rape is wrong. Rape is wrong all across the board. Period. Look at that. Look at that.
Again,
Rape is wrong all across the board.
if you go back to
Look
my
at that.
example,
You're done.
if you go back to my example that there's only one man, one woman, and the man rapes the woman because, listen, we finna die out. You just gonna let the human race die out? Fuck it, I'm gonna take some pussy and get you pregnant. Now,
Is rape wrong all across the board?
Hold on. For those two people, the only bottom line comes down to his opinion versus her opinion. There is no collective to decide what's moral and what's right. It comes down to what I want over what the fuck you want. Now, I'm pretty sure the future generations that are born from that will appreciate it, and they'll say, hell no, it ain't wrong, because I'm here as a result of it not being wrong. It's easy to say from your perspective that, oh, it's definitely wrong in all instances. But for that child that came out of that has a life because of that's a product of that rape, they might not necessarily say, hey, I wouldn't be here without it. So they might see some value in that. What I'm saying is, everything is not fucking cut and dry. There is no fucking universal standard of morality, because if there was, we'd all be on the same playbook. We are not.
Yeah, it sounds like you belong to that group that says, like, yeah, I don't want to get an abortion because I may have a fucking LeBron or an Obama later for that shit. So yeah, are you able to still man my argument? Yes or no?
I'm done with your argument, because your argument is made up. I thought you was gonna bring some sources, you never did. So yeah.
Can you bring any sources on anything you just said?
I dropped them in the chat long time ago.
Whoa.
Matter of fact, I can pull up what you referenced and read through that. You want me to do that?
No. I'm asking you about your sources, man, because you were saying I didn't bring any sources. So now I'm asking you about your sources. Can you pull those up so we can review those?
I don't have the power to pull up something on screen.
Oh wow.
I'm not a host.
Right.
That's why I was saying Sosa could have did it, but he done got off. So I'm not a host, so I can't do it. But I'll catch you later.
Yes, sister, exactly. Thank you.
Peace.
Thank you. So what have we learned here? The bottom line is nobody can steal man my argument. The reason they can't steal man the argument because they don't fucking understand it. They don't understand the damn argument. So they can't steal man it. Because once they steal man it, they may begin to agree with certain things. The bottom line is, all I was saying is there's certain things that you just can't get around. There's no woman that wants to be raped in the fucking world. There's no woman that wants that. So if there's no woman that wants that, that's universal. What part of this shit people ain't get? Well, the part they're not getting is the part that they want to disagree with. So they choose not to get. No woman wants this to happen to her. Where she lives in Saudi Arabia, where she lives in Iran, or where she's living on Bushwick. No woman wants this to happen to her. Therefore, it's universal. But I get it. Anything for an argument. But you won't still man bar. Peace.